Man, let's get to it. Yo, this is Seth with S.E.T Media, man. I'm back with another one for y'all, man. Today we got a great lineup on the political and the social hour side. Man, let's get straight to it. We got Elon Musk with part 2 of his interview with Ted Cruz. Part 2. All right, guys, let's get straight to it.
Man, start your boys off with a like, double tap that screen. Let's get right into it still. Welcome to His Verdict with Senator Ted Cruz, Ben Ferguson with you. And today is part 2 of our exclusive conversation with Elon Musk, the entrepreneur and innovator who is transforming industries and is dismantling government waste, fraud, and abuse with Doge. Musk's relentless pursuit of technology and space exploration continues to capture the world's imagination. In this episode, we unravel the thoughts and aspirations of a man who defies conventional boundaries, pushing humanity.
Oh, yeah. Can we give a shout out to Elon Musk for bringing back those astronauts home? Yeah, you brought them back. Welcome home.
Towards new horizons. So join us in the White House as we continue to explore the riveting journey of Elon Musk, a modern-day pioneer whose revolutionary ideas are set to redefine tomorrow.
Let me start with a question you know a lot about.
Let's get into it.
What year does man first set foot on Mars?
I think the soonest would be 29.
29.
Yes. And I don't think it's more than 2 to 4 years beyond that.
And that's not an unmanned. That's a human being putting his foot on the surface.
Yes, best case would be 29.
Yo, that's close.
And what do you put the odds of finding either alien life or evidence of alien life?
I don't think we're going to find aliens.
Okay. But do we find ruins? Do we find remnants?
We may find the ruins of a long dead alien civilization. That's possible. And we may find subterranean microbial life. That's possible.
All right. If man lands on Mars in 29, how soon after that do you land on Mars?
It remains to be seen. I'm not sure. The important thing is that
I know Keith was just saying that, bro. There actually might be human civilization on Mars, like remnants of an old civilization on Mars. So when the first humans step on there, hopefully in 2029, I'm expecting to hopefully see some pyramids. You feel me?
You what?
Some hidden caves.
You what?
we build a self-sustaining city on Mars as quickly as possible. The key threshold is when that city can continue to grow, continue to prosper, even when the supply ships from Earth stop coming. At that point, even if something would happen on Earth, it might not be World War III, but it might be that
a bad virus.
Yeah, it might not be anything. What I was saying is, it's like say civilization could die with a bang or a whimper. It may be that civilization dies with a whimper rather than a bang, and simply loses the ability to send ships to Mars. But so you obviously need Mars to become self-sustaining and be able to grow by itself before the resupply ships from Earth stop coming. That is the critical.
Pretty much, he's saying like it has to be its own sustainable civilization, just in case things go down on Earth. Not saying that we just like left it alone, but saying that we go extinct, something bad happens, and
They have to be able to grow their own food. Cleanable, potable water.
Yeah, being able to have their own resources and all that good stuff, or at least stockpiled on resources. Yeah, got to get to that point where something did happen to Earth. Mars is the best case scenario. I mean, our next destination.
Critical civilizational threshold beyond which the probable lifespan of civilization is much greater.
And how close are we technologically to be able to do that, to have a self-sustaining settlement on the surface of Mars?
I think it can be done in 20 years.
But it would take 20 years. So we're not, in 29, we're not there. What are we missing?
Well,
what are the big technologies we don't have?
A few people running around the surface in a hostile environment is not going to make it self-sustaining. So you're going to need on the order of 1 million people, maybe 1 million tons of cargo.
So, but you think we could have 1 million people on Mars in 20 years?
Yes.
And what's the technology we're missing right now? When you think about 1 million people on Mars, do we have the ability to get water, to get food, to keep them safe? I mean, what do we need to make that happen?
Well, you need to
safe from who?
There's no aliens, right? Safe from each other. I mean,
if we put 1 million people on Mars, and let's just say the worst case scenario, and they're now the only humans, I would see a struggle for power at that point. Because now there's only 1 million humans to what we know in the universe.
imagine switching planets just to find out that humans were the problem the whole time.
Bruh.
It's like everywhere we go, there's problems.
Oh man, like
Recreate the entire base of industry of Earth. So, we're here at the top of a massive pyramid of industry that starts with mining a vast array of materials, those materials going through hundreds of steps of refinement. We grow food, obviously. We grow trees. We make things out of the trees. You've got to build all that on Mars, and Mars is a hostile environment. It's it sometimes gets above zero on a warm.
And guys, man, let's get to a good 10 likes here. We got 20 y'all in here. Do me a favor and double tap that screen for me. Double tap the screen and hit the 3 dots up there in the corner. Let's get more people on the conversation.
Some a day near the equator on Mars. Really, it's quite cold.
How do you prep for that?
Well, in the beginning, on Mars, you have to have a life support habitation module.
Right.
Like you can't just live outdoors. You can't breathe the air.
Like a dome, you think is likely?
Yeah, glass domes type of thing.
Have you identified a location on Mars that is likely to be ideal for a habitat?
What might be Arcadia Planetaria is one of the good options. That's one of my daughters is named Arcadia after that.
And what makes that attractive?
My eldest son's middle name is Ares, Mars.
You've been thinking about this for a long time if you're naming your kids around it.
My eldest kid, his middle name is essentially Mars.
When did you get the dream?
He's 20 now, turning 21 soon.
Damn.
So this is a decades old dream.
So like when you were 10, did you look up and say, I'm going to Mars?
Yeah.
No.
That's the one they turn trans?
No, I read a lot of science fiction books.
That's the older
program computers.
college.
But the first, funnily enough, the first video game that I sold was a space video game called Blastar. Maybe I was born this way.
How do you become Elon Musk? Look, you're obviously smart as hell, but there are a lot of smart people that don't do squat, and you've managed everything you've touched has been an extraordinary success.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. Look, I mean,
from his internet service that could give you internet in the mountains,
Starlink,
to his his cars that can drive themselves off
Teslas.
electricity, and then to his space program that's pretty much cutting costs in space travel.
SpaceX.
Yeah,
Wildly successful man. I mean, beyond politics, you really can't hate on this man.
You really can't. And then he was also in so man went from coder to rocket engineer damn near.
that's just objectively right. So what has led to that? Because there are other smart people that's not true, and they gaze at their navel and they don't do anything. So what do you do differently that makes you so effective?
Well, I suppose I have a philosophy of curiosity. I want to find out the nature of the universe, understand the universe. And in order to do that, we have to travel to other planets, see other star systems, maybe other galaxies, find perhaps other alien civilizations, or at least the remnants of alien civilizations. Gain a better understanding of where is this universe going, where did it come from, and what questions do we not yet know to ask about the answer that is the universe.
So let's go back 25 years, late 90s. You're at PayPal. How do you turn PayPal into the success it was, which then helped launch you to the next one and the next one?
Yeah, so I studied physics and economics in college, which is a good foundation for understanding how the economy works and how reality works. And then was going to do a PhD at Stanford in advanced ultracapacitors, actually, as a potential means of energy storage for electric transport. Put that on hold to start an internet company. essentially came to the conclusion that the internet was one of those rare things, and I could either watch it happen while a grad student or participate. And I figured I could always go back to grad school. Grad school is going to be kind of the same, but I couldn't bear the thought of just watching the internet happen. So
I love the sentiment. It's pretty much saying like, bro, it's like, trust me, grad school is always going to be there. There's a lot of opportunities that we kind of sell out on, because and it's wild that we sell out on for opportunities that will always be there. I mean, college is always going to be there, but I mean, the opportunity to create PayPal is not, because let's be real. Elon didn't create PayPal.
Somebody else would have.
Yeah,
and he's seen the time and opportunity at the boom of at a time there was a boom in the internet. So he chose the right thing, obviously.
Yeah, hey man, if idea comes to your head, man, take that opportunity.
Started there, and the rest was history,
man. From PayPal, to SpaceX, Tesla, and further. It's like, come on now.
It's the world's richest man,
bro. He was a millionaire then. Now he's the billionaire.
I wanted to be a part of building it, so I created an internet company. We did the first maps, directions, yellow pages, white pages on the internet. I actually wrote the first version of the software just by myself in '95, and we ended up selling that to Compaq, Texas company, I guess. For about $300 million in cash, about 4 years after I graduated.
Wow.
So I should say, just to preface that, I graduated with about $100,000 in student debt. So it wasn't.
Yeah, you and me both.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where's my 300 million?
I'm right. I know.
And when I first arrived in North America,
they get a clean, damn near close to 100 mil right after. And he tried to say this man didn't make anything. Oh, that was his employees. I'm like, bro, just said he's like, bro, I written the code and I sold it for $300 million. Man, hey man, it could be anybody. It could be anybody. You can learn code too and do the same exact thing. You don't even gotta be as smart as Elon. It's gotta be as dedicated. That's all.
Arrived with $2,500.
Ran with it too.
A bag of books and a bag of clothes.
All right, so you sell the company for $300 million. How much does that change your life?
Well, I got $21 million blackjack. But I wanted to do more on the internet, so started a company called X.com, which merged with a company called Confinity, which is Peter Thiel and Max Levchin.
Yep.
And the combined company was actually at first still called X.com, but we later changed the name of the company to PayPal.
Yeah.
Because of all the name changes, it's kind of confusing. But the company that people know as PayPal today was actually, I filed those incorporation documents for that company.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, and as you know, Peter Thiel and I were buddies back in the mid '90s before he went and did any of this. But I became friends with him when he was a corporate lawyer in New York and just sort of a young libertarian with a lot of dreams. So it's been a heck of a journey.
Yeah. And now, obviously, Peter was involved in a coup. We had a little sort of knifing in the Senate situation where, that they did coup me at PayPal. I kind of.
Now, did you all make peace after that?
Yeah. I was doing a lot of sort of risky moves that I think ultimately would have been successful, but I then went on a 2-week trip, which was a dual money raising trip and honeymoon. Because I'd not done my honeymoon earlier in the year, so I was raising money while doing a honeymoon. But I was kind of away.
How'd that go over, by the way?
He pretty much got kicked out of there because he had an idea. He's like, bro, rock with me, bro, rock with me. He's like, dog, you're losing us money, but bro, rock with me. I'm like, hey,
trust me on this one, bro. I see something.
Bro, we're losing money though, bro. He's like,
bro, be patient, see the vision.
And then while they're waiting on this man's vision, this man's off having a honeymoon and raising money. Yeah, I'd have kind of got him up out of there too. Like, all right, bro, you tripping.
You gotta go, bro. You doing too much.
Nope.
It worked.
It worked. There you go.
It worked. I raised money.
Yeah.
And we had a honeymoon.
There you go.
So yeah. But you don't want to be away from the battle when things are scary. So I was not there to assuage the concerns of the troops. Anyway, we patched things up and have been friends nonetheless. And these days I'll like stay at his house and stuff. So obviously we're friends. And he's also invested in most of my companies.
All right. So 2002, you start SpaceX. Like, how do you start a rocket?
Make sure to like the video, guys. Please go ahead and double tap that screen for me. Yes, double tap it real quick, or the 3 dots up there in the corner to not only like the video, but subscribe to the channel. Let's get more people in on the conversation.
Good company. Like, what's the first day where you're like, I want to make rockets and I want to go to Mars? Like, what do you do on day one?
So I think you have to start with some sort of philosophical premise in order to be highly motivated. You have to have some philosophical foundation. In my case, it was that we want to expand the scope and scale of consciousness to better understand the nature of the universe. And in order to expand consciousness, we need to go beyond one planet. If we're on one planet, there's too much risk. Hopefully Earth civilization prospers very far into the future, but it may not. There's always some risk that we self-annihilate through nuclear war, or that there's a big meteor that takes us out like the dinosaurs.
Yep.
There's always some risk if all your eggs are in one basket. So it's going to be better if we're a multi-planet species. And then once we're a multi-planet species, the next step would be to be multi-stellar and have civilization on many different star systems.
It's funny though. I do like what he's saying, because he's kind of reminding me of the whole, it's kind of like a player saying that, 1 is too close to 0, 2 is too close to 1, but 3, man, you're just right. So if having 1 planet to live on is cool, but that's too close to 0. And having Mars is too close is nice, but if Earth goes out, then we only got 1. But now we got, I don't know, Earth, Mars, and another planet. We're in good standing.
Which is to say, if you really have your way, you got options.
You got options. Yeah. You need options.
So in 2001, I didn't think I could start a rocket company. So I thought I'd take some of the money from PayPal. And in that case, I think it was about $180 million after tax, something like that.
Damn.
And I thought, I don't need $180 million. So
see how casually he said it, like something like $180 million after tax. Just nothing too crazy. I mean, it's not the biggest deal I've ever done. I mean, have you seen my net worth? Like, said it so casually, a slight flex.
I'll spend a bunch of it on a philanthropic Mars mission to
and it's crazy.
Get the public excited about going back to Mars.
Billion?
Or going to Mars, I should say.
Yeah.
Mars was always going to be the destination after the moon.
Right.
In fact, if you told people in 1969 that it would be 2025, and we've not even gone back to the moon, let alone
It's hard to believe.
Mars, they'd be like, "What happened? Did civilization collapse?"
Stop. Yeah.
Like they would be incomprehensible that we've not been to Mars by now. If you told people this after landing on the moon in '69.
Why do you think in 50 years America never went back to the moon?
Well, we destroyed the Saturn V rocket that could take people to the moon, and had the space shuttle, which could only go to low Earth orbit. And then there really hasn't been anything to replace no vehicle has been made since then that can go to the moon or to Mars until the SpaceX Starship rocket.
Yeah.
So can't go to Mars if you don't have the ride.
So I remember you and I first met in 2013 when I was a brand new baby senator.
Yeah.
And I was still down in the basement office. They stick freshman senators in the basement office,
Like
kind of like hazing.
Yeah, I was about to say, it sounds like
There are 100 Senate offices, but for 6 months you stay in the basement.
put you in your place.
Yeah,
Basically.
it's like wearing a beanie. They just,
They want you to know where you're supposed to
and,
be.
I got to say now, 13 years into it, I think there's a lot of wisdom to doing that.
Sure.
But you were down in the basement office, and I remember you were coming and sitting down with SpaceX. And at the time, the Air Force was not letting y'all bid to launch satellites.
True.
And so you were coming and saying, look, we got a company. I think we can do a really good job of this.
Guys, we got about 100 y'all in here, man. Let's get the likes up here. So go ahead and double tap that screen for me. Yes, boom, boom, real quick. Or hit the 3 dots up there to make it even quicker and like the video. Brings more people in on the stream so we can have a better conversation. Let's do it.
This, and yet we're locked out of this. It's a little amazing to think the journey SpaceX has gone from then to now.
Yes. It's hard to believe that this is all real. Because originally, consistent with my belief that we need to become a multi-planet species, I thought the only way to do that would be through NASA. So, and I thought, well, if I can just get the public excited about Mars, then they'll do a mission to Mars. And so initially, my thought was to send a small greenhouse with seeds in dehydrated nutrient gel, then land the greenhouse, hydrate the seeds, and you see the sort of money
Here's your
shot.
proof.
The money shot would be green plants on a red background.
Yeah.
I also recently learned that money shot has a different meaning in some other arenas, but
Yeah, I'm glad you did. It's a very different story.
but what I'm trying to say is the captivating shot would be the green plants on a red background. And then hopefully that would, if we did something like that, that would get the public excited about Mars, that would increase NASA's budget, and then we could send people to Mars. Like,
So your original dream was NASA to do this?
Yes.
Not you.
No, the original plan was literally to take a bunch of the money from PayPal, and I guess by some people's definition, waste it with no profit on a non-profit thing. I wanted to spend a whole bunch of my money for free to get NASA's budget to be bigger, so we could go to friggin' Mars.
Right.
Wow.
That's what I wanted. So
That was the holy grail.
That's what I wanted. I was like,
So when did
damn
you
it,
change
why am I not
directions?
going to Mars? That's what I wanted to know.
When did it strike you? Okay, you're
I always do say, of all the billionaires we have out there, I mean, there's literally thousands. For them to obviously get to that point, you have to be a self-motivated, self-determined, and have self-interest. For all the agendas that are floating around out there, Elon has a pretty good one. I mean, trying to help us get to Mars, like I said, like you said, trying to connect us with Starlink, electric cars, things of that nature. I mean, when it comes to good and bad billionaires, I'd say he's more on the good side.
Yeah, I mean, he could be a billionaire off the food industry that poisons us. I mean, he could be a billionaire off the pharmaceutical industries that, raise our premiums for all our outrageous prices. He could have been one of them billionaires, but we got this guy. I mean, come on now. We could have had it way worse.
I mean, you got a guy like George Soros and Bill Gates. Elon Musk, I would argue, is definitely not that.
Listen,
going to have to do this if you
Well,
want.
I'll tell you, it gets crazier. All right, it gets crazier. So then I couldn't afford any of the U.S. rockets because, as you know, the U.S. rockets are way too expensive. The Boeing Lockheed rockets are crazy money. I didn't have. I didn't even with 180 million. There's no way I could have afforded.
How much were they back then?
Well, with the additional stage to get to Mars, it would have been about like 80 million. So technically, I could have afforded one of them, but I wanted to do two in case one of them didn't work.
Yeah.
So. And then I didn't have enough money for that. Yeah. And I was sort of prepared to, I don't know, waste half the money. And I figured if I had 90 million left, that'd be fine, but ideally not all of it. So I went to Russia twice to try to buy ICBMs.
How interesting.
How'd that go? And who do you call?
Really?
The Russian rocket forces.
huh?
Do they sell ICBMs? Does that work?
Yeah.
You got to tell us the story then. I want to know who
Without the warhead.
Turns out you can buy anything in Russia.
Yeah.
Like what?
Yo,
I'm sure that put him on high alert with CIA and FBI.
Hey, wait, what are you trying to buy?
Oh yeah, ICBMs from
Like-
Russia.
So intercontinental ballistic missiles?
Yeah, from Russia.
Now, Elon, this does not help us when they call us Russia propagandists and Russia supporters. This does not help us. But it is kind of cool that you can do it.
That's hilarious.
It is kind of cool.
Like even Ted Cruz found it amusing. Like, who do you get in contact for something like that?
I mean, like, god damn.
Like, do you know a guy? Is there like a warehouse?
We did just give an arms dealer to Russia, for basketball.
I mean, God, man. A basketball player who doesn't even love America.
But what the hell you need ballistic missiles? No, never mind.
I mean, it's Elon Musk. I mean,
man, hey, look, this man gonna start buying turret systems
Yeah.
for his Tesla dealerships. Like, all right, bet you want to mess with my Teslas? Bet.
powered by AI.
Please walk me down that. I want to know how you made that phone
Yeah.
call, and when you get there,
Right.
how did that work?
And what do you tell your friends?
Yeah.
Listen, I'm going to Russia to buy some ICBMs. I might not return. Depends on the situation.
Literally.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up,
Um,
Vincent?
So it gets slightly less insane when you understand that the Russians had to demolish a bunch of their ICBMs because of SALT talks, like
Yeah.
the peace,
Right.
because of basically an agreement between the United States and Russia to reduce the total number of ICBMs.
Sure.
Russia was actually obligated to scrap a bunch of their ICBMs. So if you took their very biggest ICBMs, you could convert those into a rocket add an additional stage and send something to Mars.
Okay.
So those are big enough with one.
Okay, so it's like you buy the rockets, you re-engineer the rockets to replace actual rockets. Well, not non-deadly rockets. So we're taking deadly rockets and making them propulsion rockets.
So using the design or the way it was meant to be used, kind of just re-engineering it.
Yeah, that's pretty much. We're taking these ballistic missiles, re-engineering them for space travel.
Oh well, I'm still sure he had to go through a lengthy audit and explanation of why he was contacting Russia for ICBMs.
Yeah,
I'm sure that was a lengthy process. Because on its face, it sounds insane.
Insane, no. It's like, yeah, I need ballistic rockets from where? Oh yeah, Russia.
And bro, Elon's been doing this shit for so long. He's obviously been widely successful with everything he's done. He says this shit so casually, like, yeah, I just called a guy in Russia for ICBMs. Like it's nothing to him. Like, it's just funny.
More stage to get to Mars.
To send a small payload to Mars, yeah.
Huh.
So the SS-18.
So you try to buy ICBMs. Do you succeed or no? Or do you figure out you got to build your own instead?
They kept raising the price on me. So,
oh yeah, he was dealing with.
Because I figured, like, look, they got to throw these things in the scrapyard anyway.
Yeah.
You should get a really good deal.
Yeah.
Right. So the price started out at 4 million. Then the next conversation, they were at 8 million. Then the next conversation, they were at like 19 million. And I'm like,
what the hell?
What the hell?
They're looking up this man's net worth and be like, hold on, who is he?
Oh,
right,
yeah. Up the price.
It's kind of like what the Democrats did with the border. Like, oh yeah, well, if it was us trying to buy it, it was 5 cents on the, 5 cents for, $5 a border wall.
But since it's y'all, we're going up to 20.
Nah, fuck it. Since it's the government, man, we need $1 million a border wall. Like, hey. And he probably wasn't buying it through, I'm gonna be real with you, official channels. Because think about it, like he had to been dealing with some types of arms dealer, because why are they changing the price? If it's a business, then where's the set price? That's how businesses work. So if you're telling me you're dealing with somebody who's fluctuating the price,
well, I'll be honest, I've never bought ICBMs, but I'm not sure how that business in that realm works. But you would imagine. To
be honest, to get stuff like that, I feel like you gotta go through like that type of black market. You got to go through the arms market, and that's part of the black market. So the fact that there are fluctuating prices, I'm like, hey, Elon, who are you talking to? Who are you talking to the other side?
this is before we signed a contract.
By the way, was there another bidder? Was there another bidder, or were you the only one trying to buy them?
I think, I don't know if there were other bids, but they didn't mention any other bids.
Yeah.
But I was like, man, if the price is increasing this much before the contract signed, I'm really going to get fleeced after the contract signed.
Yeah.
So I got pretty frustrated there. Actually, in some cases, we got into like shouting matches in Moscow. some guy shouting at me in Russian. I'm shouting back at him in
very
English.
glad
But
that
my
you didn't go
interpreter
to
is like,
Siberia. That could have gone really badly.
Yeah.
I'm like,
So you were all, you're all in.
rubbing me off. In Moscow.
Yeah.
So, man, I should have recorded that. That would have been one for them.
How many days were you there negotiating that first time? Was this like ongoing?
Yeah. This took place. These conversations took place over probably 6 months or so.
Wow.
And then the final trip there was with Mike Griffin, who later became NASA administrator. I actually realized in the course of this that my original premise was wrong. That America actually has plenty of will to go to Mars, but it just needs a way to go to Mars that is affordable and that doesn't break the budget.
As you know, we couldn't even get to the space station. We needed the Russians to get us to our own space station.
That was embarrassing.
It really was pitiful.
I'm not sure most Americans know just how much we were being fleeced. Like, I think they got up to like $90 million a seat.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. For a seat that cost them like $10
That was pre-Doge, obviously.
Yeah. But it was the only.
It was It was before SpaceX.
Yeah.
But $90 million a seat for a seat that cost them $10 million is high.
Yeah. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
So a few months ago, you and I were down in Boca Chica with the president for a Starship launch, and it is incredible what you built in Boca Chica.
Yeah.
5 years ago, it was an empty beach at the southern tip of Texas.
Basically a sandbar, yeah.
And it's now a city and a factory where you're building a rocket ship a month with incredible precision.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things you said to me when we were down there that really stood out to me is you said your philosophy on intellectual property. I talked to lots of CEOs. They're like, we fight to guard our IP, and you had a very different approach. What's your view of IP?
Patents are for the weak. Patents are for those who innovate slowly.
I literally do not know anyone else in business who would say something like that. Like it was a startling, and what Elon said down there is he said, look, this stuff, I assume everyone will steal everything, but by the time they steal it, will be 5 generations beyond, and it won't matter. Yes.
At Tesla, we actually open sourced a lot of patents. So we said our patents are, anyone can use them for free.
Really?
Yeah. We only do patents at Tesla to avoid patent trolls causing trouble. Mm-hmm. So we'll try to look ahead and say, okay, patent trolls are going to file patents to block certain things. We'll file patents and then open source the patent, make it free. I mean it when I say patents for the weak. Now, there are a few cases in say, with pharmaceuticals where it might cost you $1 billion to do a phase 3 human trial. But then subsequently, the drug is very cheap to manufacture. So there are some, in my opinion, we should massively reduce what can be patented. And say, because the whole point of patenting is to maximize innovation, not inhibit it. Mm-hmm. And in my opinion, it's maybe a controversial opinion, most patents inhibit innovation, they do not help it. But there are cases, I want to single out cases like where, such as a phase 3 clinical trial that might cost $1 billion, but then the drugs thereafter cost a few dollars to manufacture. Right. And if you can then immediately copy those drugs for a few dollars, no one will pay for the $1 billion.
There's a free rider problem.
Free rider problem. Yeah, exactly. So you have to address the free rider problem. But other than that, there should be no patents. The ideas are easy.
You want ideas to flow maximum to people to get there faster and do things bigger.
And guys, we got 200 plus of y'all with only 23 likes. Do me a favor and double tap that screen or hit the 3 dots up there in the corner, man. Let's get more people on this conversation. Appreciate the support.
The idea is the easy part. The hard execution is the hard part. As the old saying goes, it's 1% inspiration, if not less than 1%, and 99% perspiration.
But I'll say the perspiration part, you're really damn good at also, because you're making, the companies you're building are actually building stuff. They're building cars, they're building spaceships, they're building things that if they don't work, it's a real problem. And the satellites. Precision you manufacture things with, how do you get that?
It's so crazy because I always just say Elon Musk is playing with some crazy fire right now. Because you remember what happened when NASA effed up?
Yeah, we all remember the Challenger.
Yeah, and then other messes up. People died.
Yeah,
people lost family members. So,
historic tragedies, really.
Yeah, and I'm low-key praying that never happens to Elon Musk. But
for him to be so successful and for SpaceX to be a relatively new space company it's a testament to the guy Elon is.
Yeah, and with no mishaps. Not as much as
no fatalities.
No fatalities. No, well, at least not as much as NASA's had.
Government funded NASA.
And then I'm be real with you. I can't even bash NASA because space travel is complicated.
Very dangerous as well.
Yeah, a lot of moving parts. I gotta work all at once. One moving part goes wrong, the whole thing is awry. I give it to him to be able to have that type of precision. Everything works out well with nothing blowing up or no people dying. I gotta give it to the man. He's doing something right.
Level of precision. How do you build a culture? You're amazing at thinking outside the box, but what's interesting is you may even be better at execution, which is how do you execute so effectively?
Well, I take a physics first principles approach to everything. It's not as though I wanted to in-source manufacturing. It's just that I was unable to outsource it effectively. So, the idea in the beginning of Tesla was that we would outsource almost all the manufacturing, but then it turned out there were no good companies to outsource manufacturing to, which there wasn't really wasn't feasible. Outsourced manufacturing actually is the exception, not the rule, and just over time we had to insource almost everything for Tesla, and same for SpaceX. I became very good at manufacturing because I had to. There was no choice. At this point, I might know more about manufacturing than any human ever has, because I've manufactured so many different things in so many different arenas. I think probably more than anyone.
if you own a business, I mean, if you do the accounting for a business, trust me, you know all about manufacturing. Down to how much each material costs, to how much it costs to assemble it, or how much you have to pay somebody to assemble it. Yeah, manufacturing. I mean, trust me, it's a bitch. It's a bitch. It's with a long ass spreadsheet.
You have to know all that because it affects profit.
Look, that sounds like an astonishing statement, but it's not a crazy statement. And you're somehow running Tesla and running SpaceX and running X and running the Boring Company and running Neuralink and doing Doge. But how much do you sleep in a given night?
About 6 hours on average.
So about 6. So that's, it wouldn't have shocked me if you said 3 or 4.
So the next question is, how many hours do you work a day?
I work almost every waking hour.
And Ben, he's not kidding at that.
Yeah.
Like when Elon and I were first getting to know each other, I said, hey, let's grab dinner sometime. And I don't know if you remember what you said. You said, I don't eat dinner.
I don't have social dinners, really.
Right. I mean, you obviously eat food, but
Yes.
the idea of like,
you're not going to a restaurant for 2 hours.
But the idea of like, I don't, but it was just kind of matter of fact. Why would I go to dinner? Like,
You don't go.
You work.
You went to a business venture. This is the type of guy Elon is. And I think that's why he aligns so well with Trump, and why you probably see he has such great respect for Trump. He said he's working every waking hour. So if he wakes up at 5, 6 a.m. and he goes to sleep at like 10, 11, that's a 14-hour work day.
Yeah,
every day.
Everybody sees the money, but nobody really sees the work these people put in. All right. Everybody sees the $500 billion, but nobody sees the fact that this man's working 14-hour days. Now,
7 days a week,
still doing it. He's been doing it probably for the past 10 to 15 years to get to this point right here. So he sacrificed a lot. Bro don't even feel comfortable going to social dinners. He's that thirsty to get to Mars. Bro, you know how thirsty you gotta be, or how dedicated you gotta be to sit there and be like, bro, I don't even want to have a nice dinner with you, bro. I'm too busy trying to get to it.
What do you mean? Come to the steakhouse, bro? I'm trying to make it to Mars. I'm trying to colonize Mars. Are you serious?
Yeah, your friend go like, bro, I'm buying. There's gonna be bad bitches. He's like, but guess what? I'm trying to put bad bitches on Mars, baby.
We're on a timeline.
Man.
Yeah. I literally just I'll have lunch and then abroad during meetings and continue the meeting.
But not on
How
Mars.
many nights have you slept at your offices, you think, your career, percentage-wise, where you say, I just got to take this nap basically because my body forces me to, and I got to get back to work fast and efficiently without going somewhere else?
Well, I guess it started out, even with the first company, Zip2, which is a terrible name, but the first internet company, we were able to rent an office, which was like in a leaky attic, essentially, for $500 a month. And the cheapest apartment we could find was $800 a month. So and we only had about $5,000 between my brother and I.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll just stay in the office.
Yeah.
So we got some couches that converted into beds, and we'd kind of sleep at night, and then we'd just have to turn the beds back into couches.
You can.
Before anyone came, and then we'd shower at the YMCA down the road. And so that literally was for several months what we did. I was in great shape, work out at the Y. I still remember that YMCA at Page Mill at El Camino in Palo Alto.
Actually, you know what's crazy about that emerald mine claim? Bro, it said the claim that Elon Musk's family had an emerald mine is a myth that Musk himself has repeatedly refuted, even offering $1 million Dogecoin for proof of its existence. So Elon Musk got $1 million in Doge for you if you could prove that this man his father passed him down an emerald mine. That's how much of it's a lie. I mean, hey man, somebody's willing to put up $1 million of digital currency. I mean, hey bro, if you feel so confident in it, you should go out there and get you that money. If you feel so confident.
So that was a long time ago.
So it's been, I don't know, I've never thought to count it, but several hundred days maybe, I don't know.
So you're now the richest man on earth. Do you still sleep at the office? Well, that's true. Maybe Mars we'll find someone else. But
I think if someone is a sovereign head of a country, they're de facto richer by a lot.
Do you still sleep at the office now?
I've sometimes slept at the office, yeah.
Shoot, I sleep at the office every damn day.
Man.
Don't forget, we do this show
Damn
Monday,
nice.
Wednesday, and Friday. Hit that subscribe or auto download button from the White House. It's been a pleasure. Thanks for being with us on Verdict. We'll see you guys.
All right, that was actually pretty good. Now let's get into this Harry Sisses because, bro, I ain't gonna lie, that boy Harry is wild, bro. That boy a dog. He got that dog in him. But before we get to Harry, we're gonna go ahead and break down some of these unredacted JFK files. Shout out to that boy Myron, man, because he got right into it. Let's go.
And this is interesting stuff that came out of the JFK file. So, as you guys know, I've been telling y'all for what, almost 2 years now, that Israel had a significant role to play in killing John F. Kennedy. Well, guess what? The documents came out yesterday, another batch. And you can see here, it says, and if you like flip it, right? I don't know if I can maneuver this thing, but it says here on the left, CIA has no objection to declassification and or released information in this document, right? But what you'll see is all information confirmed herein is unclassified except where shown otherwise, right? And what they mean by that is,
so pretty much everywhere where they have this red circle at is kind of where they redacted in the original format. So they even redacted this part right here where they said CIA has no obligation. Okay, this is where they stamped it to release it. But pretty much right over here where it says Russia via Israel and the Israel intelligence service is where they redacted things. That's what they got redacted in this original form.
And once again, CIA has no objection. They stamped it a couple of times. See, let me see if I can make this a little bit bigger for you ninjas.
What, even stamped it with the secret a couple times.
The seal, boy.
God damn it.
You know that shit official.
Didn't make it bigger at all. You know what? Let me go ahead and just save the image as. Let me move this shit over here so that we can actually like look at this bad boy. Give me one sec, chat. So I can pull this shit up on screen for y'all. Boom. Okay. That's going to be a lot better. See, I'm getting better, man. I'm getting better, chat. You guys can't call me a boomer as much anymore. Okay, so you can see here. CIA has no objection to declassification and or release of CIA information in this document except brackets.
Yep, except brackets. So I'm pretty sure this right here, these are the brackets. So when they first released this was pretty much bracket out. So, and it is kind of, this should be done since the informant has been developing to Russia via Israel. Such travelers come from various parts of the. All right, then. See, yeah, it's already getting kind of interesting when you just read that one line on its own.
Here's a bracket.
Like via
Israel. Here's another bracket. The Israeli intelligence service. Right? So this document shows here, and then here's another one where you can see same shit. So bracket and Israeli intelligence service. Let's go ahead and save this image as well. I'll just make this one page 1. And let's go ahead and look through the document together here, because I'm sure you guys all right. So here we go. Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, right? It goes here. Information received from James Angleton. Who's James Angleton? I'll show you guys real fast because I think this is important for you guys to know as well. I talked about him yesterday, but not enough people know about this motherfucker, okay? This is him. James Jesus Angleton. Okay? Only Kennedy...
And let's make sure we pay attention, chat, because this guy, James Jesus Angleton, he plays a key part in why some of this stuff was redacted. All right? Plays a key part.
Researchers who know who this guy is. Normies are not going to know who this dude is. But basically, this guy was a high-ranking official for the CIA. He was an American CIA officer who served as chief of the counterintelligence department of the Central Intelligence Agency from 1954 to 1975. According to the director of Central Intelligence, Richard Helms, Angleton was recognized as the most dominant counterintelligence figure in the non-communist world. He served in the OSS. Remember, guys, where we got our name from? You know, O/Squad. This is where this is what the CIA used to be called, the Office of Strategic Services, OSS. Okay, we're the new OSS now. Wartime predecessor to the CIA in Italy and London during World War II. After the war, he returned to Washington, D.C. to become one of the founding officers of the CIA. Now, the big thing that you guys need to know is that this guy oversaw all of the operations we did with Israeli intelligence. That's the big thing that you guys need to know. I don't even know if it's gonna, and no, he's not one of them boys, by the way. I know some of you guys are saying, yo, is he one of them boys? He's not. But he was extremely close to and pretty much oversaw all of the operations, right, that involved Israel. So, matter of fact, when he passed away, the nation of Israel mourned his death. Okay, I think Ryan mentioned something like there's like a park or a forest out there in Israel that's named after him. Okay, so whenever the nation of Israel mourns your death, you already know that you were a very instrumental. And also keep in mind, he was around in the CIA from he died in 87. He was basically there. He was at the CIA from 1954 to 1975. Those were guys from 1954, if you guys remember.
And shout out my man Fox Schaefer starting us off, man. Hey, shout out Fox Schaefer. What was good with you, brother? He started us off with, it was a small faction from the CIA that got him. Now, as we get further into this, we're going to learn that, well, not only was it a small faction, but it was a faction that had ties to, well, Israel. Now, let's say this ain't coming from me. This is coming from the FBI, unclassified documents. Not S.E.T, but the CIA, my bad. But the CIA unclassified document, not me, CIA. Remember that.
When did the Suez Canal crisis happen? I think it was 1956. Let's look this up real quick. Suez crisis. Okay. So this right here, guys, this was a pivotal moment in Israeli history. The Suez crisis, also known as the Second Arab-Israeli War, the tripartite aggression in the Arab world and Sinai War in Israel, was a British-French-Israeli invasion of Egypt in 1956. So Israel invaded, right, and ended up losing. Okay. And what ended up happening was after this failure, they realized that they needed the nuclear bomb. The Suez Canal crisis basically established, like, holy crap, we need the nuclear bomb. We're surrounded by enemies. They want us gone. Well, guess who joined the CIA in 1954? James Angleton, this dude, right? So once they brought Angleton in, he basically started to handle all the Israeli type shit with the CIA. And he had very little oversight. And then what ends up happening? Under his tenure, Israel was able to get the nuclear bomb. Under his tenure, Israel was able to avoid fair registration. Okay? And under his tenure, John F. Kennedy was assassinated. Right? So this is very important for you guys to know. So we can't really have a conversation about Israel and Israeli intelligence and the CIA unless we talk about James Angleton. I've talked about him before, but I'm glad that he's now getting out into the limelight for the normies. Because really only Kennedy researchers and guys that are aware of what the hell's going on know who this dude is. But now it's getting out there to the public. I mean, hell, I saw them talk about this nigga on Fox News. I never thought I'd see the day. Welcome, punch! But yeah. So anyway, in 1953, we created a separate control file under the caption CIA James Angleton for the purpose of retaining copies of certain types of memoranda disseminated to us by James Angleton, Chief Counterintelligence Staff, CIA. We believe that it is no longer necessary to maintain this control file.
All right, let's now that he's reading it. All right, everybody, pay attention here because I know y'all going off in this whole flat Earth debate. And come on now, is it really that serious? It's not.
Intelligence Staff, CIA. We believe that it is no longer necessary to maintain this control file. In the way of background, the control file was created to give us the opportunity to
now, come on now. If the Earth is flat or round, how the hell are you about to find out? And if you are solidified in the belief that the Earth is flat, great. And if you're solidified in the fact that the Earth is orbiting in a sphere, fantastic. Bruh. All right, we can all live while having a difference of opinions. Y'all can agree on other things, okay? Okay.
Closely monitoring our liaison with Angleton on a variety of matters which were not reported through normal CIA channels. CIA directors permitted Angleton to run certain activities and projects, many of them with the Israeli intelligence service. Oh, shit. So basically, he was able to kind of do whatever the hell he wanted with very little oversight. He went through a different chain, chat.
Shoot.
Okay.
All in the name of Israel.
Okay. He was given authority by the CIA to handle these projects and report only to the director of the CIA. Right? And who was the director of the CIA at this time? If I'm not mistaken, I think it was Alan Dulles. Yes, it was Alan Dulles. This motherfucker here, who was dirty as hell too. Let me find him for you guys real fast. Actually, you know what? I know what I'm going to do. All right. And if you guys are wondering, yes, the DC airport is named after him.
Ooh, that's tough.
So here he is right here. This is Alan
Dang,
Dulles.
so the DC airport is named after somebody who had a hand in the Kennedy assassination. I mean, and then he also got a statue in Israel as well. And we all know how the Kennedy assassination was kind of, allegedly a bit beneficial to Israel. Come on now. Let's not sit there and pretend like, that's not just a glaring fact.
Right. Let me. Can you guys see that? Wrong one. My bad. Let me get it over here. All right. Here's Alan Dulles, chat. He was the American lawyer who was the first civilian director of the CIA and his longest serving director as head of the Central Intelligence Agency during the early Cold War. He oversaw numerous illegal activities such as the 1953 Iranian coup, the 1954 Guatemalan coup, and Project MK-Ultra mind control program in the Bay of Pigs invasion in 1961. So this guy actually ended up getting fired by John F. Kennedy. Okay. He was fired by him after the Bay of Pigs. So obviously Alan Dulles had an axe to grind with John F. Kennedy. And the funny part is, guess what? Alan Dulles sat on the fucking Warren Commission. So let me ask you guys a question for common sense. If your boss fired you, then all of a sudden your boss got assassinated by the agency that you used to work for, do you think you would go hard with trying to figure out who actually killed him? Riddle me that. You probably wouldn't, right? So that's basically what happened here. So this guy only reported to this guy, all right? And neither of them were really fans of Kennedy. So he was given authority to disseminate to the FBI on all matters of interest to us. In 1953, we worked out an agreement where Angleton disseminated to us, and we attributed the information to Bureau Informant 100. The field was given appropriate instructions regarding the handling and reporting of the information. This procedure is still in existence and is operating satisfactorily. The information disseminated by Angleton is filed in a case file to an individual. File of an individual or an organization. The control file consists of copies of communications already recorded in separate case files. There has been little or no occasion to use the control file, and its usefulness at this point can be characterized as being obsolete. Recommendation. It is recommended that it no longer be necessary to place copies of Bureau of Informant material in the control file. The file will continue to be used for the retention of mail of a policy nature. So, and then let me get the other one for you guys real fast. Oh. So yeah, there you guys go. Basically, you guys can see here that they said except for the brackets, and then they didn't want people knowing about Israel. In 1954, a procedure was approved by hereby attribute certain information received from James Angleton, CIA, under the symbol Bureau Informant 100. This information, for the most part, emanated from a liaison arrangement with CIA maintained with the Israeli intelligence service. Okay. And from other sources under the control of Angleton. Much of the information developed by Angleton was not disseminated with the CIA, but he felt that the...
Hey, man, shout out to my man Fox. He said the shooters were definitely trained for those 3 shots. I mean, here's the thing, though. Like, was it even the guys in the building, or was it that crazy conspiracy theory where they said the driver turned around and popped them real quick?
That to me is just that's a little bit outlandish. Yeah, just because the accuracy needed for that shot is like the margin of error is like insane.
I mean, better, bro. Come on now, it's better than the magic bullet theory where they said that mug took a U-turn and came right back from in the head. Like, it's better than the one they try to give us.
I for one like the grassy knoll theory,
man.
Data should be passed on to the Bureau. Alan Dulles gave him authorization, which we know who Alan Dulles is, to handle dissemination in this matter. We continue to receive information of value on a regular basis. By SAC letter 5427 dated 5/25/54, we informed the field regarding Bureau Informer 100 issued instructions that the information from this source can be described under an appropriate T symbol and characterization. Because of passage of time and since some officers have had rare occasion to receive Bureau Informer 100 information, it is believed desirable to reiterate instructions to the field. This should be done since the informant has been developing information in recent months regarding the travel of U.S. citizens to Russia via Israel. Such travelers come from various parts of the world, okay, or of the U.S. here, I think. But yeah, man, look at this crazy stuff. And this was it looks like this was March 24th, 1965, 2 years after Kennedy was killed. And this is a secret level document, right? So there you go, man. I mean, pretty interesting that for all these years, they had this stuff redacted, right? The Israelis part. And they didn't want this stuff getting out for obvious reasons. So, yeah, that's some of the big developments with the JFK file, right? And then there was another one. Look at this. Let's look at this one. This one was another bombshell document in the file. Let's go through this. You can see here, United States Secret Service Treasury Department. This is back when the Secret Service was a part of Treasury. Now it's under Homeland Security, right? And it goes here, Office Chicago, investigation continued period, Lee Harvey Oswald, right? Assassination of President Kennedy, right? So this is a report of investigation from the Secret Service. Synopsis: informant 21266 has advised that one Thomas Mosley has been in touch with a group of Chicago Cubans who may be involved in the assassination of the late President John F. Kennedy. Also, that this Cuban group is endeavoring to purchase through Mosley a variety of automatic weapons and explosives. So this is the synopsis of the report, okay? So let's go ahead and look at the introduction. So this number right here, guys, is when you have a confidential informant, you don't use their name. You obviously give them a control number. So reference is made to the office memorandum to the chief from acting special agent in charge, Maurice G. Martino, Chicago, dated November 26, 1963, under file number 21611. That memorandum confirming a long-distance telephone call to Deputy Chief Paul J. Paterni, Washington, D.C., verified that this matter had been discussed with Deputy Chief Paterni, who had directed that in as much as, okay, whatever that says, as this information related to the assassination of the late President Kennedy, and that this information also could involve the protection of President Lyndon B. Johnson. As you guys know, that was the vice president that took over after. That all information developed by the U.S. Secret Service should be made available to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and that a joint investigation should be conducted with an exchange of reports and a free flow of information. For the information of all officers concerned, 21266 advised on, and remember, this is the informant, right? He advised on November 26, 1963, so 4 days after Kennedy was killed, guys, that he had heard that one Mosley allegedly had been attempting to negotiate a sale of machine guns to one Homer S. Echevardo, and that Echevarria, his name is Echevarria. Sorry, guys, this document is really old, as you guys can see here. It doesn't even show, like, you can't even see some of the shit, but Echevarria allegedly made a comment the day before the assassination of President John F. Kennedy that, quote, "We now have plenty of money. Our new backers are Jews. As soon as we or they take care of Kennedy."
Oh, shit!
Damn. I mean, they pretty much said, "Hey, what you mean, bro? The Jews got our back as long as we just sell out the president." Like, what?
I mean, he was enemy number one for them at the time.
Yeah, he
for
was.
multiple reasons.
Multiple reasons. I mean, he was against their nuclear program. He wanted them to register under FARA. And I mean, real
Trying to back the dollar by gold and the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, because the Federal Reserve was kind of owned by them. Yeah, I could see why that was enemy number one.
I mean, a whole lot of
yeah, it's tough. But let's get into the little Harry situation.
Harry Sissel.
This was hilarious because, like I said, the Dems try to paint us as the misogynists, like we hate women, we're dogs, and all that. When really, bro, they're the ones that are like that. But they're just not honest about it.
No, YouTube doesn't pass because YouTube sucks. But anyway, We're still making content for you ninjas. Okay. So first and foremost, who is this nigga? Here he is, Harry J. Sisson, okay? He's an American social media influencer known for his political advocacy on TikTok. Sisson attends New York University. He started posting on TikTok in 2020 while a high school student. Let's see here. He was born in Singapore and temporarily lived in Dubai, UAE, and grew up in Dublin, Ireland, where he attended school. Sisson attends NYU, as you guys know, under the username Typical Democrat. Harry Sisson started getting involved in American politics while living in Europe in 2016 before moving to the United States at the age of 17. So dude was born in 2002, which is crazy to me.
No shit.
I
mean, young. Bro, literally my brother's age. That's exactly when my little brother was born. Yeah, 2002.
A YN.
Literally a YN.
Literally like fucking 20s. And he continued posting on TikTok in 2020 after he moved to the United States while in high school student. His account gained momentum in October of that year after he posted in support of Joe Biden during the 2024 presidential election. He nearly doubled in social media followers. So basically this guy is a raging liberal, right? Typical Democrat, soy boy, politically correct. Like this dude is like the same as this fucking loser right here. This coward motherfucker, Dean Withers, right? Who challenged me to a debate and then ran away because he's a fucking coward. And this nigga was born in 2004, even worse. Right? Now, these guys 21. Have big TikTok, right? And one thing I will say when it comes to the youth guys, these guys, these younger influencers a lot of times, like TikTok is their main platform. As you guys know, TikTok is definitely not my main platform. I've went viral on it a bunch of times, but I always get fucking banned. I lost one of my accounts literally yesterday. You know, the thing is with TikTok is you can't be real on anything, right? They heavily censor fucking conservatives, and it's extremely annoying and frustrating. But soy boys like Harry Sisson and Dean Withers are able to be on a platform, no fucking problem, right? And let me see here. I know that there's like a fucking there's like a viral video of these motherfuckers. Let me find here. Give me one sec, chat. Let's see here.
But as he gets
For
to
me,
it,
the main one that I'm thinking about is democracy, the threats to democracy, and the anti-democracy actions that Donald Trump has taken previously. I think it has to be Joe Biden for me personally. He's the guy that beat Donald Trump, kicked him out of the White House, and then went on to be an amazing president and stepped aside and passed on power, which is not something you really see in politics. Go for an advocate right now. Maybe I run in politics in the future. I don't know yet. It's still in college. Everything out.
Like you guys could just see from his demeanor.
I mean, let's be real. He got the look. But as far as the policies and the wit, you're missing that, my friend. You're stupid.
That. I mean, as Myron said, a raging liberal.
Raging, like willing to go along with the agenda no matter what. Honestly, I don't even think he believes it, to be honest with you, because if you truly believed in it, then, well, the Biden administration wouldn't need to pay you so much money.
Everything is fucking
about these
fake.
political influencers,
right? Like just super fucking fake, dude. The way speaking, no facial hair, like nothing about this is authentic at all.
Right now, I'm just trying to advocate for Kamala Harris, the Democratic Party.
Bruh.
As many people elect as possible. Your vote actually matters. Like we have a really unique right here in the United States to choose our leaders. That is a sacred right. And whether you're a Democrat or Republican, keep that in mind. Make your voice heard. Don't take it for granted. I don't really think we have much Gen Z slang for politicians. I've seen a lot of people on social media describing Trump as cooked, quote unquote. If they're not already on TikTok, it has to be YouTube. They have to get on YouTube, either use long form or the shorts on there, but it has to be there. A lot of people are moving to.
Yeah, and most of these young people use shorts. They can't really run long form podcasts. Listen.
Yeah, that is what I noticed. Like the more younger, like bro, the younger the influencer, the less, like the shorter their videos.
Yep.
It's like seeing like younger the influencers, they kind of lean more into the shorts. All they see is money in the shorts, and they see nothing with the long form. So I will give Myron I will give him that on that assessment. And guys, double tap that screen and like the video. Let's get us to 60 likes. There's about over 150 y'all in here. So double tap that screen for me.
Just to say, I think obviously the reasoning behind that is easier to produce, it being a shorter form video. And I mean, it's easier to garner attention. Everybody's attention span has been shortened thanks to reels, shorts, and
it's not like you got to sit down like me and you for 3 to 4 plus hours and cook. Is like, shit, we can just hop on camera for 60 seconds.
say a few things, play a few sound effects.
I mean, shoot, hey, 3 minutes at most now. But shout out TikTok for now finally allowing long form content. Now you can post long form on there.
Follow us on TikTok.
On God, up to an hour.
I remember these dudes like fucking went around dancing. Hold on. Like after this is a YouTube channel right here. Let me see here. Whatever. All right. So his girl, right, comes out, one of his ex-fling, comes out and fucking exposes him, right? So, hey, shut up. Sorry, guys. Frank is crying. I think Angie's here. That's why he wants the fucking door open and shit so he can see her.
Hey, and shout out Jacqueline, man. Good to see you, bro. 2 books. I heard that it might be a psyop, lol, because he gay.
I mean, you know what's worse, man? Actually, you know what's worse? See, what we're about to hear, you're about to wish it was a psyop. You're about to wish bro was gay.
I mean, we're familiar with that gay politician.
Actually, here's the worst part, bro. I think bro's.
I mean, but who else comes to mind when you think Democratic gay politician?
Oh, Obama. Definitely Obama.
Before I get into these around 50 screenshots providing evidence and context for anything that I have said, I do want to
50 screenshots of evidence that this man is a creep / groomer / super freak.
Oh, he's been caught in 4K, red-handed.
Boy, 4K and in iPhone messages.
God,
I mean,
damn, yeah, you see it.
Ooh. Yep, Harry says his ex-fling, not ex-girlfriend, but she was a fling.
And I ain't for cancel culture at all, but if you're guilty, you're guilty.
Hey, man, it's crazy how they judge Trump for having multiple wives, but he out here just having flings left and right. Hey, bro,
into these around 50 screenshots providing evidence and context for anything that I have said. I do want to reiterate something.
So she's replying to some idiot's comment saying provide evidence on TikTok, right? And here's this chick, her American Hannah.
For even more context, I met Harry in summer of 2020. We were both kind of like the original political TikTokers. And we were.
And keep in mind, guys, back in 2020, obviously Biden is office at this point, or no, summer of 2020. Oh yeah, no, the election is going to be that year. But keep in mind that we were like pretty much on full lockdown at that point.
On the Dem High Pass.
And TikTok was huge in popularity.
Which was a huge political TikTok account. Our relationship has always been friend-based. However, when I did go to Jersey to visit my aunt, he has a summer house there, so we did hook up a couple times.
Oh, wow.
So it was kind of like friends with benefits,
Man,
but
so you got a nice
it was
summer
kind of
house.
established that if we saw each other in person, we'd probably hook up. But our conversations outside.
You know what's so crazy, though? It's like this man, Harry Sis, pretty much got funded with almost taxpayer money, funded by the Biden administration. Biden administration gets their money from
taxpayers.
Yep. And who they give their money to? This man, so you can have a summer home, man. You know what?
Some summer flings.
I can't be mad. I'm not really mad at it. It's just that, bro, think about it. If you really believed in everything Biden stands for, do you really need that much compensation?
And fuck the money off to go and have sex with underage girls.
And here's the thing, though. I always wondered, like, when this man hopped on Piers Morgan and said, "What you mean? Biden just had a bad day. That was actually a decent performance." When he said that, I was wondering. I was like, "Bro,
that was
no
the day.
way.
That was the day. Check hit account,
bro. Yeah, that's the day to check hit the account, bro. Exactly." I'm like, "There's no way, bro. There's no way he's saying this."
Of seeing each other in person.
Hold on, man. Shout out to my man Castro. Whoa, Castro and D. Michaels, man. Appreciate the support, guys. So my man Castro coming in, he said, time to give snitches a deal. Flip them. Hey, man, that is always smart.
And Jacqueline, too.
All right, he said the dead chef floating at Martin Vineyard. Wow.
Oh, yeah, with the Obamas. Yeah, everybody remembers that one. Yo, that was crazy.
That was a wow.
We didn't hear any follow-up on that either.
The dead chef floating at Martin Vineyard.
Wow. Story just faded to the background.
And shout out my man D. Michaels. Hey, he's a member. Man, welcome to the family, man. Hey,
welcome back to the membership, actually. He's been in here before.
Shout out. Get the support, guys, man. Really do. Let's go.
Or whatever, we're never really like flirty or anything like that. So I was never under any sort of impression that we were exclusive ever. We never were like that. So my story is going to be different than a lot of these girls. Just putting that out there. So up until about maybe the beginning of 2023, I would have considered Harry one of my best friends. And let me know if you see a pattern here. But What really kicked that off was
I mean, what you mean? You was sleeping with bro in the summer house? I mean, yeah,
Y'all was real close. It sounds like
or like shout out Harry.
that he was the
Oh, you
one
see-
recording my
look.
rapist when I called him.
Whoa, dude.
Yeah, I heard it. I heard it.
Grape?
Yeah, apparently.
He was the one recording my rapist
Yo.
when I called him and got him admitting to raping me.
Whoa. So this man stood by and recorded this girl while she was being raped. Then she called the guy and pretty much got him to admit it, and Harry was in or there.
Yeah, it's not sounding too good for my man Harry.
Yeah, and hopefully, I mean, like, dog, this better be a Me Too situation. All that judgment of Donald Trump, just for you to be on that bullshit. The same thing you judge Trump for, you actually doing.
On audio. Okay.
Oh shit!
Like throwing stones in a glass house.
So it looks like there was someone
Pot
else that
calling
did
the
this
kettle
to her,
black.
allegedly. And also, just so you guys know, because this dude always, I'll show you guys after that.
Which was great, whatever. And then Harry started drinking. So when Harry started drinking, he started getting a lot more aggressively flirty.
Hey,
I mean,
why does every bad story that involves anybody always starts with
alcohol?
And then they started drinking. I swear to God, bro, that's how it always starts off. Like even with my bad nights, hey, bro, you want to know what happened? How it ended up so bad? What? I started drinking.
Like, I swear it was all cool. We were just hanging out, and then
I started drinking.
Lift the bottle out.
Man, it's like when the girl, I was out and he was just a friend, but what happened, man? We started drinking. It always starts off like that.
Facts. The common denominator seems to be alcohol.
Yeah, alcohol is bad, guys.
Poor decisions and
I
alcohol.
apologize for my hand tremors. I can't control them. But if you want to pause
And we
and
started
screenshot those, these are times in which Harry was getting obliterated drunk and calling, FaceTiming, and saying very sexual things to me. I didn't really care. It's whatever. Drunk words, sober thoughts. You get it. And then this is when I noticed kind of a shift in Harry. He started to gain a lot more attention, a lot more of a following. And he created a Discord in which it was a very exclusive Discord. And very strange, creepy people were allowed in the Discord. I was in it for a little bit, but I was like never allowed to talk in it. So that.
Hey, no women can speak in there. Let's
Hey.
go.
I swear, Harry knew somebody named Camille.
I mean, that is funny though. So he had a Discord where women couldn't speak in, but where the sexist, where the misogynist. I mean, we got a Discord and women can speak in our Discord.
Freely, they even have their own section.
Bro, we even give women their own space in our Discord. Shout out to the She Shed.
Okay. I was advised not to, by my father, not to pursue an internship or a job with this Camille guy because my dad said he looked sketchy. Harry decided to go.
Fathers doing what they do best. Because if it weren't for her dad, she'd probably make a stupid decision.
Go ahead and do so. And this is when I started getting messages from a minor, whom I will not say the name, with autism, who is also in the Discord. He was probably around 14 at the time. And he was sending me some concerning things regarding what Camille would send to him. Those are things I cannot show for legal reasons, but very much so did happen. And I contacted his mom and everything. But who was working for him? Harry.
I'm not sure what else they could be talking about or
I
referencing.
told Harry about everything that Camille.
These idiots are so bad at telling a goddamn story, bro. That's why, I hate listening to these stupid bimbos tell stories. Bruh, let's get to the fucking point, bitch.
Was doing.
You're drawing it out.
This is a conversation between.
And you guys could tell she fucked up so many times. She had to jump cut this thing a million times because she can't fucking make one coherent sentence.
Camille and the minor in question. Camille texts him, why do they know so many details then? Why do they have screenshots? And in those same texts, you will see him saying he's going to lose a business partner, aka Harry. Now, Harry would respond with, yeah, that's super messed up. I won't work for him anymore. That's crazy. And then I got this message from the minor saying that Harry still is working for Camille. So I reach out to Harry. And this is the conversation from that little debacle. And then it got to a point wherein I was seeing if I should be contacting the police because this minor happens to be based internationally. He's not in America. And I advised Harry that I'm doing so. And he starts advising me not to do so through FaceTime audio, mind you. But here's the conversation about
This bitch is retarded. Cool. You think we can read that?
Hold on. Can I even read that? I mean, actually, by the wait, hold on, man. Oh God, though, it's like, sweetheart, you're holding it to the way where it is everything's read backwards. It's like, yeah, what? I mean, oh man, women. Love y'all to death, but God damn it, man, God damn it.
Him advising me not to do so. And if you see with all of the other girls too, he loves calling women lunatics, they're crazy, conspiracy theory, his favorite. Okay.
I mean, crazy. Yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, come on, women are crazy. Let's be real here. Harry ain't lying. He was low-key cooking with that. Lunatics, I mean, I'm gonna leave it out. I'm gonna leave it alone. I ain't even gonna get to
Let's continue. Oh, here's a random little tidbit, not really related to what I'm talking about, but I figure I'd share screenshots of Harry with my saved inappropriate photos in the chat. See, I am really here admitting that I did send inappropriate because it was like a fun little fling. For me, this is like less about the romantic part of anything. I don't really.
Hold on one sec, guys. Hey.
Hold on real quick. Let me get y'all together real quick. Man, actually literally took out his dog on stream is hilarious. Shout out to the dog owners, though. Shout out to my dog owners.
Sorry about that. So, all right.
And make sure you like the video, guys. Go and double tap that as we get into more of this Harry sis situation. And shout out to this young lady, because even though she may not be telling the story right, at least she's saying something. Because a lot of people in the Democratic Party will see some egregious things go down and keep their mouth quiet by the administration. Democratic Party altogether, for real. Just the whole goddamn thing. They're all corrupt. Okay, not all of them, but y'all know what I mean.
Now we good.
Mind that. I don't like that they're saved, but like the whole inappropriate photos thing, not really my main issue. The context of it is the conspiracy theory, his favorite. Okay, let's continue. Oh, here's a random little tidbit, not really related to what I'm talking about, but I figure I'd share screenshots of Harry with my saved inappropriate photos in the chat. See, I am really.
Yeah, but who sent them though? You sent the pictures.
Saved inappropriate.
So it's like, bruh, like you sent the pictures.
I'm here admitting that I did send inappropriate because it was like a fun little fling. For me, this is like less about the romantic part of anything. I don't really mind that. I don't like that they're saved, but like the whole.
It'd be like,
yeah, like if you send pictures to somebody, they're gonna be saved. Dummy.
Inappropriate photos thing, not really my main issue. The context of it is though.
Like,
so,
women, if you honestly believe that a guy's gonna delete a nude after you send it, I mean, I'm be real with you, you are kind of dumb. I'm sorry, but yeah, you kind of got played.
Stupid.
So,
not saying he's gonna release it, but trust me, that is in that man's phone forever. He will go ahead and throw it in his documents so he can transfer that photo over to the next phone. Yes, sweetheart. Your news has been recycled through 3 different phones.
So here's me saying point blank to Harry, what's a conspiracy theory? The grooming part, or me quite literally finding your relationship with Camille and all of this is suspicious. That's a speculation, not a theory. Anyway, and this is after Harry called me about 20 times and me not answering, and him saying this is truly insane. Like, Hannah, you don't know anything about Camille in this entire situation, nor do you know what Chris and I dealt with when it came to Camille. Essentially, like putting his issues with Camille above the fact that he's literally grooming a minor. Anyway, eventually, however, I was manipulated into thinking that he was no longer working for Camille. Whoops. So then October 7th happens. I don't know if I showed this already, but this is also important in the context of everything. I'm sorry, this is so confusing. Everything is everywhere. Okay. So then Harry calls me saying that he's making some federal complaint against Camille. Okay. And I'm like, period. Right. Okay. And so here's that conversation. Essentially, he tells me that 2 other people are in on it. And then I said, okay, we had a little tip path behind us. We're homies now. He then asked me for nudes, unsent the message. And that's what I was talking about when I said, tried to get me to send him nudes.
Unsent it.
Hey, I ain't even gonna lie.
I love that feature in iPhone.
Yeah, I even gonna lie though.
Wait, does Samsung have that?
Yeah, we got that.
So you can unsend a message after.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bro, it is wild.
That is a crazy feature. You know, if somebody unsends it, they probably said some wild ass
Wild
shit.
ass
Bruh.
shit. It's like, oh wow. I kind of miss the days where you couldn't do that though.
Bruh.
Like, nah, now you
stand on it.
Yeah, now you gotta stand on it now, man. Now you gotta deal with everything that's gonna come with that message.
The funniest moment is when you're looking at the phone and you see the message before they delete it. Like, wow. You know what you said was crazy.
Oh,
you
God.
know what you said was crazy.
And guess what? Too late. But I ain't even gonna lie though. I mean, hey. The body must be rocking because that boy Henry was like, hey, yo, can I get a nude? Every time. Every time, bro. He did something with her. He's like, so the nude? I'm like, bro, what? He's like, yes, I look like no, I'm trying to catch my groomer ass friend, but can I get a nude?
Respectfully, of course.
Respectfully.
Oh man. Yo, I'm telling you guys, bro. These liberal niggas, bro, they're fucking dogs. The only difference is that they're not honest about it. All right. And obviously, this dumb bimbo has zero accountability because liberal women almost never have accountability. There'll be thoughts and then wonder why everyone calls them a thought or no one takes them seriously because they literally think that they could be whores with zero consequence. Like this idiot right here.
Because he pretended that he cared about the predation. So I said, I saw that, you freak. Are you drunk or something? Okay.
Bro, screenshot in
But I
the
didn't
text
realize that
message. You
until way
can
later
tell
on,
she's
because I
pressed.
also
Bro, it's the screenshot in print. The screenshot in print, bro. You know you done pissed a girl off.
And what she said, she had 56 pages worth. Like,
bro, can you
what
imagine?
Did that man say?
Can you imagine if your girl put up a stack of papers and she's just like, oh yeah, this is what you text me. This is what you text me. Is like, I mean,
bro, said it's like we always said, females are the best investigators.
I mean, bro, like I said, bro, if you put all female CIA, bro, we will have every secret on every government official in the world,
bro. There wouldn't
by the end of the day.
There wouldn't be any more conspiracy,
bro. No more conspiracy, no more secrets. Like, bro, we'll even know like where the aliens are at, where we hit the technology, what planet they come from. The females will figure it all out.
The meaning to life, like,
bro. We just gotta put them in there, bro.
It will not stop until the story is solved.
I promise you.
I guarantee you, she was flirting with him the whole time too, though.
Happened, and we were constantly arguing about that. So here is me trying to call Harry because I was trying to talk to him about Middle East stuff and questions. He says he's tired. I say whatever. He goes, you know what it's a perfect time for though? Referring to nudes. I said, you're funny. Then he unsent a message, and I said, I saw that, you freak.
That's what he printed.
Then I had a phone call with the minor. He called me. At like 10 p.m. I was like, what the fuck?
Okay, so hold on now. This might be all right, hold on now. So a male minor, and apparently they're grooming him.
Gay.
Oh, but here's the thing though, it's weird. So is Harry like bi or something? Like or is it his friend that's doing it, or is his friend that he works under, I believe, who's doing it? Either way, they like to point the finger at us saying that we're the guys who support women being abused, but I mean, look what y'all guys do behind closed doors. I mean, even with Biden, when I brought the whole story about Biden and Tara Reade and what he was doing and how he was honestly, allegedly sexually abusing other women in his office, nobody had nothing to say about that.
They let it slide.
So
but for Trump, they wanted to over highlight it, even though it was civil court and not criminal.
Yep. They wanted to over highlight it, even though it was pretty much consensual.
Completely vilified the man. I mean, think about it. They run with the narrative to this day.
That the whole E. Jean Carroll narrative.
He's a rapist. He's a sexual assaulter.
Yeah, but the person he raped said it was sexy.
And she said she liked it.
Okay. Yeah, that's true.
I answer, and he's asking these really, really strange questions. And I'm like, what the hell? Come to find out, Harry and Camille were working together to try to get me to say something. So if I say anything in the future, I'd lose my credibility. Okay.
This man, bro, James Foley, shout out my man James, said, that's it. I'm a liberal now. Putin 2028.
Hey, remember for 5 months is crazy. Shout out the real ones, man. Shout out James, man.
Man, almost on that 6 months. Appreciate the support, brother.
Here, I know it's small. I was trying to preserve ink. And I know it's probably going to be backwards, too. Whatever. I'll post these more straight up next time. That is the fake cease and desist I received soon after for $500,000. Accusing me of...
And shout out D. Michaels, man. It's okay to agree to disagree in a debate, chat. Not facts. I mean, that's all we hope to do here. Nobody has to be on the same side. It's not an echo chamber. I mean, we welcome healthy debate and discourse.
Like, bro, and this is what he's speaking to, the whole flat earth debate. And I'm just yeah. It's like, look, guys, if somebody want to believe in flat earth, let them have it. I mean, you're not going to prove them wrong. I mean, I'm sorry, but you're not going to convince them that they're wrong. Trust
There
me.
you go.
These flat Earth people, I mean, no offense, but they're solidified in their view. Okay, they truly believe that they're true believers. If it come from a Christian or a perceived scientific, background of where they're coming from with this. So yeah, it's okay. Like, I mean, look, if you can't convince this man that the Earth is spear, well, I'm sorry, but you just ain't coming in with the hard enough facts, I guess.
And guys, think about it. At the end of the day, we're here for conversation, so you should be welcoming it. If anything, it's a good conversation, good debate. I mean, that's what we're here for. Oh no! Oh no!
I swear to God, bro, James, you throw me off. I still love his super chats, bro.
Only something he would say too. Like, if you've been here long enough, man, you know James, man. Anything might come out of his mouth.
Man, he says almost 6 months. Too late to abort me. I mean, he's not lying.
Yes, well, unless we're in certain states.
Yeah, unless we're in certain states. Yeah, hey, man, it's still up.
Better act right.
Racism on
You better tell that baby not do too much kicking.
Oh God! Stop the gymnastics.
TikTok because I have anti-Zionist approaches to things.
Oh,
All
jokes,
jokes, of course.
Amongst a ton of other insane things, which I will share later on. So I confronted him about it, yada, yada, yada. And if I didn't already have enough proof of him asking me for inappropriate pictures at very inappropriate times, here's more, where I say to him, so true. He wanted me to stop picking an argument with him. Stupid. So true.
But bro, here's the thing, man. And okay, so this women do this shit all the time. Let's just keep a stack. They'll sit there and they'll say, oh, here, he wanted my nudes or he wanted these pictures of me. But what they won't tell you is that they were flirting with them the whole time, or they might have sent nudes in the past. Like girls always do this shit, right? And you guys know from watching this kind of content, right, how women operate. They'll talk about all the negative shit that you do or all the things they dislike about you, but they'll never, ever, ever, right, admit that they probably played a role in the conversation.
Yeah, and like a little bit of advice to women, like, bro, don't talk about your ex. When y'all talk about your ex in front of the next dude you trying to be with, you kind of expose yourself because you talking all this bad stuff about your ex, and all we're thinking in the back of our head is, okay, why were you with this guy? And I mean, what did you do?
Because that's when you see female solipsism at its finest. They did nothing.
Oh yeah, that's why I don't even question it. I just back off. I mean, look, as soon as a girl talk about, oh, he hit me, and we used to argue all the times that he hit me, hitting. I mean, damn, what are you saying?
That's the favorite question, and that's the favorite counter.
Now, it's not what I say out loud, but it is in my head.
Oh God! I mean, if you play devil's advocate, like, yeah, so like, but what happened to play into that? Like, what led up to that?
And shout out my man Jay Foley coming in again. He says, I better act right to avoid deportation. I mean, abortion.
Either or, James. You're on thin ice, goddammit. Shout out,
Or
James.
instigated a certain event to occur, right? That's what they do. They just paint you as like, look, he said he wanted nudes. But what they won't tell you is, oh, yeah, I got a new bikini suit and I want to strip for you or some shit. You want to see? Like, they won't tell you that. They'll just tell you that you asked for the nudes when in reality, the girl might have fucked you, right? Like, these girls be flirting, and then the dude flirts
Even
back,
out the fact that
like,
you guys have been talking, explicitly for days, maybe weeks, like conversation completely led up to that.
I mean,
but they only want to point out the fact that you asked for nudes.
Let's not remember they've been hooked up.
Exactly,
they've been hooked up.
He's seen her naked.
So you even exposing him for wanting nudes don't even make sense because I mean, hey man, he misses it apparently.
But isn't this the whole retroactive consent argument a little bit?
Yeah,
because I mean they already hooked up, but I mean, at that point,
now you're trying to say, "Oh, he's a creep for pretty much acting for nudes."
But
I mean,
I'm sorry. I mean, I don't mean to be crude, but you already gave him the goods.
I mean, you already seen it in person. What the hell's the picture at this point?
I mean, I get a digital footprint, but still, like you said, he's already seen it in person.
Ain't seen nothing new.
This sounds like reason to vilify the young man, honestly.
And this is a common fucking strategy with women because they know that when they tell these stupid ass stories, most guys and most people aren't going to ask them like follow-up questions. We do it, right? And
guys, if you're enjoying the commentary and the reaction so far, go ahead and leave a like for us, man. Double tap that screen or you get the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. We do appreciate the support. Continue to super chat in, by the way. Number one way to interact with the host of the show. We love reading out those super chats. $2 or more, we'll give you a shout out and read it aloud.
You guys see on our show, when we bring girls on our show,
I'm weak. And James Foley, another $2. He says, thin ice or right lights? Yo, man, what is wrong with this man? Shout out James Foley, man. Man, that was a perfect opportunity for you to insert a joke about ICE in some type of way, ICE and deportation. I don't know. It's in there somewhere. You just got to connect the dots.
We ask him follow-up questions all the time.
And shout out D Michaels as well. $2. He says, middle word in wife in life is if to the left. Yo, I'm weak. Middle word in wife in life is if to the left. All right.
Right? Like they just don't like to take accountability for what they did ever. Very rarely do they admit this shit. So, but you guys can see, I want you guys to pay attention. Hell, probably even tonight when we do after hours. Like, I want you guys to pay attention to what their face looks like when we ask them, okay, well, what did you do wrong? Like, they look at us like we're crazy because it never occurs where a woman tells you a story about her ex or a guy that she was dealing with where the questioner wants to get the.
And there's two sides to the story. Not to say that if you're dating an aggressive partner or somebody who has or is prone to aggression or just has red flags is a problem. Somebody who's just not a good person. Not to say that you've done anything to initiate their bad behavior, but a lot of times, I mean, if you've been in a relationship, we can all be honest enough and say there is two sides to it. You might have not personally pushed them into the decision or whatever they did, the bad thing that they did, but there is a degree of give and take, something that maybe initiated that or something that maybe would have caused that. Not all the time, right? Again, if you're with an abuser, that's an abusive person, and you don't really have to say or do anything for them to be abusive. But if you guys are always arguing, the relationship is, prone to argument. You guys argue daily, and he just said something one time after a week long of arguing. Is that really all his fault, or did we kind of both play into that?
The other side from the other individual. Does that make sense, chat? Because remember, when girls gossip with each other, they don't sit there and fucking say all the dumb shit they did or all the fuck shit they did to that, led to that conclusion. They only talk about the fuck shit that the guy did, and they absolve themselves of responsibility. So when they come and talk to us, and I'm actually asking them like, hey, well, let's be honest here. What did you do wrong? It's like a deer in headlights.
Like I said, that's that female solipsism on a display right there. Like, oh, I didn't do anything. What do you mean? I was a perfect angel. He was just the worst. Like, and again, I'm trying to play devil's advocate here by admitting that there are people who are just prone to bad behavior. There are abusive people. There are aggressive people who, you don't have to do anything for these people to be that way. They just are that way. But a lot of times we, those of us who have been in long-term relationships understand that there's a, like I said, there's a balance, there's a give and a take. Like, I might have done something earlier that played a part into what she did later, or vice versa. It's only a part of, taking that degree of responsibility in a relationship. But that female solipsism, I tell you, I didn't do anything. I was perfect. He was just the devil. He was the worst. Oh yeah, why were you with him so long then?
Because they're never asked that ever. Their female friends aren't going to ask it, and then the guys that they're trying to date or see aren't going to ask because that dude's trying to get laid. So women rarely, if ever, have to have a difficult conversation about their exes, because the target group that they communicate with when they talk about this shit typically has zero incentive or zero motivation to call the woman out on it. Does that make sense? Give me ones that makes sense. This is how women are able to operate with impunity when it comes to talking about their past relationships. Give me ones that make sense, chat. All right, we got ones. All right, awesome. All right.
Well, yeah, he makes a great point. Like, I do like to kind of pose that question to females. Obviously in the preliminary stages or the talking phase, I'll say you get to asking about previous relationships. At a certain point, and while you might not divulge everything or tell them every single detail, it is funny to ask somebody like, so yeah, like yeah, I know he was a bad guy, but if you were honest, what was one of the things that you maybe did in the relationship that didn't help, that didn't progress the relationship? And it is funny to see, not every time, not 10 out of 10, but it is funny to see most times, or generally, I'll say a lot of females, and I'm speaking in generalizations here, right? But it's funny to see a lot of times them just in that moment be like, oh, I didn't do anything. It wasn't me. I was the perfect little angel sweetheart. I'm innocent. I swear, the more I hear somebody say they're innocent or proclaim their innocence, the less I believe them. But shout out James Foley, $2. Warning, warning, children support imminent. Hey, bro, I ain't got it. I ain't got it. You gonna have to rob Peter to pay Paul because I do not have it, bro. I'm ass out.
Cool.
Meet you in the middle. Next time you want inappropriate pictures, just find someone else and leave me alone next time. He said, yeah, that definitely works for me. So there's him admitting that. Anyways, here's also more creepy text regarding inappropriate photos.
Whenever girls say creepy, translation, that means like, I don't like the guy. But if they like the guy, it's not creepy anymore. Remember that, guys. When girls say that stupid shit, that crazy, creepy, that's creepy. That means that she doesn't like you, or she's trying to conceal the fact that she likes you, because this is how girls, the way they react to, because here's the thing, the behavior is almost always the same. Okay? Guys do the same shit. We all do the same shit. It just comes down to whether she likes you or not. That reflects how she's going to respond to your advances. But the advance is going to be the same. It just depends on who makes the advancement.
I don't remember the context of some of these. So now when the creepy texts and threats come in, this is my favorite part. All of these are all screenshots of threatening text sent. But it doesn't end there. I have an audio.
With the great lengths. So like I said, screenshot all these pages. I think she said 50 plus pages. Screenshot them, blow them up, and print them out. Went to great lengths to hop on the internet and vilify this man. Hop on here, get on her platform, and tell everybody that he wasn't shit, trying to cancel him, quote unquote, in an attempt to smear him as well. Like, I don't know. I'm definitely on the side of innocent until proven guilty, and we've seen this all too many times, and we've seen what happens when we are quick to judge and we're quick to jump to a conclusion in the court of public appeal. We've seen what happens. And a lot of times these men are proven guilty. Proven innocent a lot of times. Vindicated after at first being completely vilified. Again, their name and brand image being completely smeared by the accusations. A lot of time, as time plays out, we've seen these men a lot of times be vindicated. Not every time, but it has happened a number of times. Enough for us to low-key maybe look at this with a degree of patience. Let's wait this one out. I'm willing to hear her out. What are the claims? Let's wait this one out before we jump to any conclusions. And if he is guilty, man, throw him under the jail.
I was home in California. My sister recorded this, and this is kind of what happened. Don't post it.
Again, shout out James, another $2. My screenshots aren't big enough to share. LMFA, yo. I can only imagine it. What you mean right there, James? I can only imagine.
Thinking about who? Who's Camille? I was lying.
Maroon.
Oh, Camille Maroon. Or what? Or what?
Or I'll fucking kill you.
Oh shit.
Wait, what? Whoa.
There's an example.
Oh, shit.
So when Harry and I kind of went dark, like we stopped talking to each other altogether, it was because he found out that I was still talking.
That's wild.
I'll fucking kill you.
Oh shit.
Oh, that was my.
There's an example. So when Harry and I kind of went dark, like we stopped talking to each other altogether, it was because he found out that I was still talking to this guy I used to talk to. And he called me and told me to go fuck myself.
Look at that, bro. He's like, good. He got rid of you for being a thought.
I was just super fucking pissed that was happening. So maybe he thought I owed something to him, but I didn't. And I didn't think he thought I did. I don't fucking know. Also the end all was the loss of my now regrettable friendship with my old friend Melina, whom I have a screenshot on that. This is her essentially
discombobulated in every way, shape, and form, even with how she deal with men. It's like you was dealing with Harry, then dealing with this other guy, and now this man Harry's mad at you and stuff. It's like
he was out here, sweetheart.
He was out here doing some wild stuff, liberal women.
Where's the accountability here?
I mean,
you play thought games and you win thought prizes.
Yeah,
like you out here messaging multiple men. You don't think he knew that? And bro was like, man, she easy. Let me get some news, baby. Like I hate to sound like crude again, but I mean, isn't that how it works, fellas and ladies out there? I mean, nobody's silly. We've all messed with a promiscuous woman.
Hey man, if you put that energy out there, is what you're gonna get back.
Ending the friendship with me because I was posting shit about Harry. So I mean, who knows? I definitely, I don't know if
He would ask you that if you weren't out there like
no,
that.
it doesn't make sense because you're fucking retarded. I'm gonna be honest. This girl's a fucking moron, chat. I ain't gonna lie. This bitch is stupid.
Hey, yo.
This
I said it
honestly, she was absolutely trash at telling this story.
Well, this is backwards in regards to the screenshots. I will be kind of breaking it down in parts, but this is just kind of the full account.
You're a fucking retard, bro. Yo, these girls are stupid as fuck, man. That was a really disconjointed and very difficult story to fucking follow, man. This bitch is retarded. Now, anyway, the takeaway is this, right? And this comes from a tweet here. Harry says to convince 11 different women that he had no roster and respected them for more than their bodies while persuading them to send explicit photos of themselves through Snapchat, including one from a domestic abuse survivor. When the women discovered each other one by one, he called them all insane and attempted to coerce one of them into telling the public that the photos were fake. Requested the reader set political differences to the side. I believe both sides of the aisle could agree that this unacceptable behavior from man-child would collect the over 2 billion followers.
Bruh.
Falcon punch. Yo, and then look, the niggas, damn, you're sexy. Then she goes, pish stop. And then this nigga says, I'd fuck you raw after wine tasting, but that's just me.
Hey, nah, he was on that type
Damn, you
of
sexy.
time.
Oh, she said stop with the smiley face. So it wasn't even a rejection. He's
Like, stop.
Raw after wine tasting, but that's just me though. With the exclamation point. Woo! He said, "I'm sticking that bit raw, baby girl."
He said, "But that's just me." Now that I ain't gonna lie, that's Riz.
Man, it really is. I mean, hey, bro, I would just say, bro, women could choose, a family and a husband and family, or they could choose raw dick on the weekend. Ooh, she getting raw dick on the weekend.
Shout out James Foley. Another two. WWBBD. What would Bill Belichick do?
I'm done.
What the hell?
Yo.
Bruh.
All out blitz. Hail Mary.
This nigga a dog. Yo, respect.
Live, don't read on live. Yeah, I saw about this. Like actually lunatics. Like, genuinely, they are.
Hey, what's up, Don?
This individual in question is insane.
Wait, who is that?
And so, I'll say, yeah, I can share with Chris. I'll send a screenshot. Yeah, no, like legitimately, Chris and I have been talking about this for days now.
Uh-oh.
This individual
Wait,
is
who?
fucking crazy.
Wait,
bro.
what?
If you want to support the live,
Bro,
makes
that
incredible
bro.
mentions. I'm saying, dude. I am saying.
No. You be good out there, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
Look at these fucking soy boys. Now, here's what makes this shit even funnier, right? What makes this shit funny is if you go to this nigga's profile, right? Harry Sisson, right? Go to his profile. What's his pin post? November 6th, 2024, right?
The goal.
You guys see this? Let's look at that.
But I'm pretty sure we got a pretty much, we got the idea of what's been going on with Harry.
Man, he wild. And that boy wild.
I mean, who'd have knew? Who'd have knew? And it is wild that America failed women tonight. Trump bullied, assaulted, and stripped reproductive rights away from women all across the country. And instead of standing against it, many voted for it. We have failed our daughters, mothers, and sisters. I mean,
nah, I'm sorry, but the craziest line from that video was, "I'd fuck you raw after a wine tasting, but that's just me, though." With the exclamation point.
I'm weak. And shout out James Boy says, "I'm sober now. No more super chats." Oh, man, don't say that. Just give us some sober super chats.
PG. Maybe not rated R, but PG.
Oh God, just tone it down just a little.
Right, Mr. Anti-Toxic Masculinity is doing all the toxically masculine shit that the bitches fucking complain about. And this is what I mean when I say that these soy boys, right? These guys that be out here caping for women, they're all frauds, chat. They're all frauds. At least with me, I openly admit that I'm a womanizer. I openly admit that I think that they're unfair. I openly admit that we got to be the guy.
I mean, and that's respectable. That's what I'm saying. It's like, bro, don't sit here and play in these girls' face like you just this like Prince Charming ass dude. When you're low key, you're like dog. Yeah, you dog. You a dog. You got that dog in you. Like, but don't sit here and play like you're different. It's disingenuous. Women ain't gonna respect you for it.
What that man, boss man D-Lo say? She don't want no puppy. She want that big dog.
Her story was trash. We don't even know what the fuck. No timeline, no cohesiveness, no coherency.
Fields alleges that one of these women was a domestic abuse survivor, although, again, what the relevance of that is anyone's guess. Fields writes, a request to the reader set political differences to the side. I believe both sides of the aisle can agree that this is unacceptable behavior from a man-child with collective...
Oh, and shout out Daniel Castro. He said, her, no, don't. All he heard was no, don't.
Wait.
It's kind of like that Family Guy joke where it was James Bond. He was like, 10 no's means yes.
You what?
Hey. Shout out, bro. Hey, shout out James Foley. He said rated D for dog.
I'm done. Nah, that was actually
over 2 million followers.
And I love how they call it like a man-child. See, this is what women do, right?
He said, no, James.
When they lose the game or the guy has an advantage, they'll sit there and they'll try to attack you. They'll say you're toxic. They'll say you're an asshole. They'll, say you're a man-child. Like they'll name call you because they lost. Now, you guys got to understand something when it comes to women, right? Females rarely, if ever, take L's against men. I'm going to say this again. Women rarely, if ever, take L's against men.
True.
Okay? Most women run circles around men. Absolutely run circles around men. Whether it's sexually, extracting resources, extracting time, most women run circles around men. So if you're able to get one over on a girl,
bro,
whether you finesse sex,
I mean, bro, you hand a girl an L, bro. She's breaking windows out your car, slashing tires.
I mean, they made songs about this shit.
Yeah, on God. I mean, egging your crib. Yeah, they're doing it all. If you hand a girl an L, expect some damages to personal property. I mean, it sucks, but this is where we at.
It comes at a price, literally.
Actually, you gotta discover the art of letting a girl think.
Man,
sometimes you gotta let her call you that bitch ass dude. Wah, you ain't shit, and just don't say nothing back.
Concede the battles and win the war.
Pretty much, because if you hand her an L or you give her a slick saying, you never know what might happen to your personal property.
Oh, I know. It won't be there.
Yeah.
We're in the same condition.
Yeah, exactly. Might be on brick.
So you finesse something out of them, money, whatever. They're not going to forget that shit. They're going to be very angry. Okay? The whole term, hell has no fear like a woman scorned. Since women rarely take L's, they don't know how to act and behave when they do get an L. Okay? So I think you guys are a perfect example. A lot of you guys like to make fun of Fresh, right?
All right. No, wait, what?
Let's not...
Crazy segue.
Okay, but let's take it to Piers Morgan real quick. The ultimate grifter, Christopher Steele, under fire over lies in Trump.
Dossier?
Dossier. Really? No, I didn't expect it. I didn't really read the title. I didn't know it said
obviously
that.
When it came out, the Russians,
like the video,
your dossier caused a firestorm. Obviously, when it came out, the Russians may have held blackmail video of Trump engaged in very unsavory activity with prostitutes and so on, which he's emphatically denied and for which no other evidence has ever emerged.
If it hadn't have been for Mr. Steele, then Trump would have been able to solve the problem in Ukraine then. This liar framed him essentially for treason. I'm amazed that this guy is willing to show his face in public right now.
But I really think that you represent probably the ultimate grifter in the American political space. Shame on you for the last decade trying to inject the idea that smearing President Trump as a Russian agent or a Russian asset is somehow going to tank the MAGA movement.
Elon Musk SpaceX rescues stricken astronauts from outer space as protesters attack Teslas and the courts battle Doge here on planet Earth. Israel launches a brutal assault on Gaza as the US brokered ceasefire collapses. So plenty to debate, but we begin with a fragile breakthrough in Ukraine. You may not have enjoyed the way President Trump has gone about forcing an end to the war. You may not think it's fair that Ukraine will lose whole chunks of its country in any final settlement, although Putin has been brought to the table without any repercussions for his war crimes. I don't think any of that is fair either. But the brutal truth is that the war must end, and the president's marathon phone call with the Russian dictator, which has now been followed by another long call with President Zelensky today, has brought that one small tentative step closer to reality. The second brutal truth is that the Biden administration had no plan to end the war. Their strategy was to give Ukraine just enough to
I mean, their strategy was to honestly give Ukraine money to be able to buy weapons from us. So it was like a huge money laundering scheme ran through our weapons company. Really what it was.
Survive, but never enough to win. The obvious result was a forever war costing billions of dollars and thousands of lives. Something had to break the deadlock. Trump said he would, and now he appears to be doing just that. You can give credit for that while reserving judgment on what happens next. But Trump's critics can't see past the narrative that he is Putin's puppet. For the vast majority of his first presidency, the biggest story in US politics was Russiagate, the story that Trump colluded with the Kremlin to win power. As claim after claim was disproven, critics shifted to the argument that Trump just likes Putin more. It came up again in his interview with Laura Ingraham on Fox News last night.
Doubling down on the
criticism that you've heard since really 2015 is that you have.
And guys, let's make sure to like the video, man. Go ahead and double tap that screen for me to like the video, or hit the 3 dots up there in the corner, and you can also subscribe to the channel while you're at it. We do this every night, guys.
More in common with Vladimir Putin than you do with globalist leaders, maybe some NATO leaders, and in this case, with Zelensky. You're both nationalists. Zelensky's more of a globalist. How do you respond to that criticism?
Well, I am a nationalist, but I'm a nationalist for the United States, not for anybody else. And it's interesting because there's nobody been tougher on Russia than me. I'm the one that pointed out Nord Stream 2, and I stopped it. Nord Stream is the biggest pipeline, I guess, in the world, taking care of all of Europe. And it was being built from before I got there. And they were on the way. It was going to be, and I stopped it. It was just stone cold dead. I stopped it in its tracks.
Well, that is true. It's also true that Russia's invasion of Georgia, Russia's first occupation of eastern Ukraine, Russia's annexing of Crimea, and Russia's full-scale invasion all took place with a Democrat in the White House.
Yep.
And what about the whole big idea that Russia is Europe's problem to solve? This apparently dramatic shift in US foreign policy, but has torched historic alliances. Well, that all began with this guy.
Because a few months ago, when you were asked what's the biggest geopolitical threat facing America, you said Russia. Not Al-Qaeda, you said Russia. In the 1980s are now calling to ask for their foreign policy back because, the Cold War has been over for 20 years.
Well, to be fair, that was before Russian troops invaded and seized Crimea. So here's President Obama speaking a few weeks after that.
The point is that there are always going to be bad things that happen around the world. With respect to Mr. Romney's assertion that Russia is our number one geopolitical foe, the truth of the matter is that America's got a whole lot of challenges. Russia is a regional power. Russia's actions are a problem. They don't pose the number one national security threat to the United States.
A regional European.
So where did this idea come from? I'm like, Obama did kind of intensify things in Ukraine. Even he said, I'm like, bro, trust me, we got bigger problems than that. Even Obama had to sit there and look off to the side like, bro, you over here talking about Russia, and I could think about 5 other fucking things that are bothering us or threatening us other than Russia. That's how Obama looked, low-key. He looked like he was about tired of hearing that shit, his damn stuff. Like, what are you talking about, bro? You not see what the Chinese is doing right now?
God damn.
European problem, not America's biggest concern. Sounds an awful lot like America First to me. Well, joining me now, the co-host of The Rest is Politics and former communication director under Donald Trump, Anthony Scaramucci, the host of Social Contract with Joe Walsh and former presidential candidate Joe Walsh, the co-host of Steve Bannon's War Room, Natalie Winters, and the author of Provoked, How Washington Started the New Cold War with Russia and the Catastrophe in Ukraine, Scott Horton, and the former MI6 officer and author of The Steele Dossier, Christopher Steele, also joins us. So thank you to all of you for joining today. Anthony Scaramucci, great to have you back on Uncensored. I've just written a column for The Spectator magazine here in the UK. And I've said that amid all the mayhem, the squealing, the banshee shrieking that goes around whenever Trump opens his mouth, the hysteria in many ways, I do see a certain cold, calculated method to the madness. I see somebody who campaigned that he would end these 2 wars, who is, it seems to me, edging nearer to doing that than his predecessor. Somebody who said he sought the problem out on the southern border, seems to have done that almost immediately. Somebody who said he'd fix America's structural economic problems. And although it's obviously very turbulent right now, when the country is so riddled with debt, something has to be done. And my bet is this might, over time, work better than doing nothing. My point being that sometimes you have to cut through all the hysteria with Donald Trump, and you know him as well as anyone, and just focus on what he actually does and give it a bit of time to see if it works. Am I being naive?
Listen, you're being very generous. I guess what I would say to you is that Russia does not want to feel like a regional power, even if it is a regional power. And I was with President Trump in December of 2016 when Dr. Kissinger was in the room with him, and he told Dr. Kissinger told President Trump to treat Putin like a superpower, and you'll get more out of him. So I'll continue your line of generosity with the president, but
I mean, treat him with respect and get more compliance. It sounds like.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real.
That's the most sensible approach.
Actually, it's kind of like saying, "Yo, treat him for what he is." It's like saying treat him like a superpower, bro, is a superpower.
I mean, dignify him with the respect that he deserves.
Yeah. It's like y'all may not. It's kind of crazy because y'all may not want to, should go give Putin his respect. And I mean,
You may not like Putin,
but I mean, at the end of the day, he is a superpower. He do got nukes.
Come on now, and to disrespect him is, I mean, I don't even like the implications of that.
Here's the thing: if Russia was so weak and not like a threat, then why do they got all of Europe shaking in their boots right now?
Why are they talking to town?
Right, literally.
We have Christopher Steele on. I've read his book Unredacted. There's evidence that suggests that there's a tie there. And so we couldn't figure it out in the White House. McMaster couldn't figure it out. If you bring him on, he can't answer for it. But General McMaster went on Fox News yesterday and because he knows President Trump watches Fox News. And he says, look, he's going to do whatever Putin wants him to do. And I find that hard for me. We still live in a very powerful country with the most powerful military. And the Russian economy is crippled. And the flex on President Trump, I don't get. He's showing naked pictures on state television the evening of President Trump's reascent to the presidency. He blows them off for an hour. It puts them on hold basically for the call. And so I guess I would push back to you and the other panelists. And I would say, what is all of that about? Because when the windows open, Pierce, and you hear clippity clop, it's a horse. It's not a zebra. There's something going on. I don't know exactly what it is. Maybe Christopher Steele does, but there's something going on. I would like you as a great journalist and an investigative reporter. Let's get to the bottom of it.
Well, you know what I think? I think the first 2 years of his first term, everybody tried to get to the bottom of it. And ultimately, the official conclusion was that it was pretty much a gigantic nothing burger. And I will come to Christopher Steele in a moment, but certainly there was no hard evidence that was established beyond any reasonable doubt that the Kremlin had helped Trump fix that election win. And the problem with that, it seemed to me, was that because the Russia collusion narrative was taken by the mainstream media and run so aggressively for 2 years, pretty much 24/7, that when it turned out not to be as they had said, I think there was a huge breach of trust with the American people and outside of America, but with the American people, where people were like, you know what, if that isn't true, after all you've been saying for 2 years, if that just isn't fundamentally true, then what else can I believe? So we're now in a position where it's all
Pierce, you got to give me a chance to respond though, before the other panelists.
Yeah.
See, there was no collusion. Listen, I sat in those things. By the way, I told people in the Congress we weren't even colluding with ourselves on the campaign.
The funniest thing though, this guy don't like Trump. He's saying that there is no Russia collusion. I don't like the man. The man did I guess he calls wife a name, and he's been angry with them ever since. Understandable, but this man don't like Trump. He's even saying, yeah, but Russian collusion, he's not. Asshole for sure. Disrespectful, why not? A Russian collusionist.
How the hell were we colluding with the Russians? So there was no collusion, and that was a specious, wrong rabbit hole to go down. I'm more talking about the tie between President Putin and President Trump, the oligarch tie, the fact that the boys, Don Jr., Eric Trump, they said that their money came from Russia. They said that in 2013, 14, and 15. They then changed the tune when their dad was running for president. So I'm not talking about the collusion issue. You're right about that. And they ran down the wrong rabbit hole. And I think that put up a bigger smoke screen about the underlying Putin
Trump drama. Okay, I've said enough. I apologize for overspeaking.
No. I think it's very interesting
because something there to me.
Look, you were there. Look, Christopher Steele, I'll bring you in here. I just think that argument, there's something there, but we don't know what it is, but it must be there by implication. I don't really buy that. I just think if there was something there with Trump and Putin that was genuinely incriminating, and, you were one of the main incriminators with that dossier.
Would have surfaced by now.
If there was something genuinely...
Think about how much they tried to hide or cover up the story of the Biden laptop, and it still surfaced.
Yeah.
Up until the point where they couldn't deny it anymore.
So to have a story that was coming out in full force, they're trying to put all the stories behind it, and it had nothing to it, kind of let you know it was a lie.
So if there was any Trump collusion, then they wouldn't be able to conceal it. Not this deep into the timeline.
Yeah, and bro, not how much they really wanted it to be true.
Right.
Because think about it, bro. They didn't look into Hunter Biden. You're right. We found something still. The fact that they did so much investigation into this and found nothing, it does speak a lot. It does speak to its validity.
It's what you call a nothing burger.
There that have been established beyond any doubt, we would know about it by now, wouldn't we?
Yep.
Here's Organized Censored. It's proudly independent.
You would expect so, but the way these libs work is it's only a matter of time. I'm like, bro, but it still hasn't came out yet. And you're still preaching the same lies if it has not been disproven already.
Y'all sound like the same conspiracy theorists you call us.
/peers and use code peers at checkout. That's shop beam peers at checkout. Now, on with the show.
I think you have to look beyond just Trump. I mean, the dossier itself covered not just Trump, but also other figures around him, particularly Manafort, who was the head of his campaign. And I think the idea that Manafort and Kilimnik, if you remember the Russian intelligence officer who he worked with in Ukraine, weren't involved in some kind of cooperation or collusion in 2016 is for the birds. I mean, I think it's very clear that Manafort was probably trading campaign data and so on with Kilimnik, and in fact came back soon after the election, I think in the transition period, with a very sort of pro-Russian Ukrainian peace plan, as he called it, which he presented to Trump. There was also, of course, all the links between Mike Flynn and the Russian ambassador in the transitional period. And if you go back before that, way back to 2008, when Trump sold one of his properties in Sunny Isles, Florida, to a Russian oligarch, for assessed to be double the money that it was worth. And that got Trump out of a difficulty in paying back and avoiding bankruptcy.
Hold on.
I believe at the time.
So you telling me because he sold his house to a Russian oligarch, he's a Russian collusionist? Here's the thing. I mean, wouldn't you want to sell your house to somebody who most likely got the money?
I was about to say, he had a buyer, and it just so happened to be a Russian oligarch. I don't think that was intentful.
Yeah. And here's the thing, though. I mean, there's other people who sold stuff to Russian oligarchs. There's other people who would work with like foreign nationals. So why aren't we pulling their card? And we're talking about government officials as well.
So just because of a coincidence, we want to call him a Russian collusionist.
Because he sold a house to an oligarch. I mean, wow.
Isn't that a stretch? Isn't that a reach?
And then he said for double the property worth. I'm just like, bro, y'all the same one that try to call Mar-a-Lago $18 million property value. Y'all the same one we try to say it's only worth $18 million. When there's a house down the street that's worth $24 million, that's smaller than Mar-a-Lago.
Get the hell out of here. Me and I believe it was No Reply. We're in here last night, kind of joking over the fact that there's probably $18 million worth of art alone inside of Mar-a-Lago.
Oh God, like bro, the chandelier is worth $18 million. Get out of here. Come on, bro.
Time, Michael Cohen said that Trump had commented to him that he was indebted to Putin for getting him off that hook. So I think there's a lot there. And it doesn't just involve Trump. It involves a whole range of different actors around him at the time.
Right. But look, let's be blunt. Your dossier caused a firestorm, obviously, when it came out. It was funded by Hillary Clinton Democrats and other political opponents of Trump. Leaked by BuzzFeed News just before he was sworn in as president for maximum potential damage. And, as you know, because you penned it, it contained a number of incendiary allegations, not least of which the one that the Russians may have held blackmail video of Trump engaged in, very unsavory activity with prostitutes and so on, which he's emphatically denied and for which no other evidence has ever emerged. Do you accept, Christopher Steele, that you're part of the problem here in the credibility that people attach to anything linking Trump and Putin? Because so much of that dossier to this day remains unproven and much of it has been widely discredited.
I don't believe it has been widely discredited. I would agree that some of it's been unproven. I mean, when you dig into the real detail of this, if you look at the Mueller report, for example, and we're going to go down into the detail a little bit here, there was an exchange of emails between somebody called Rusteladze, who was working in Moscow for Agalarov, and Michael Cohen in, I think, October 2016, in which they talked about
the same Michael Cohen that stole 30,000 from Trump, and then turned his back on him during that case. That Michael Cohen,
switched up on him. Pooh Shiesty backdoored him.
Like,
sold him out to the feds.
I don't know if you want to try to speak on that man as a Trump loyalist. May not be the right
sex tapes, frankly, and about the need to suppress
running
them.
out of names.
So I think there's more to this, Piers. If you actually look down into all the detail of the Senate report that was published, which deals particularly with Manafort and Kalimnik, and the Mueller report, as I say, which contains details, and you go back into things like the Sunny Isles deal and the Trump Tower deal and so on, there's a lot of here that isn't really understood and isn't played up. And one of the issues with the whole collusion thing is that collusion is not a criminal offense. And many of the investigations, particularly the Mueller investigation, were simply looking for criminal evidence, for criminal prosecutions, and not at the wider intelligence picture.
All right, Scott Horton, I can see you shaking your head, and I think I saw a bit of eye rolling. So your response to that?
Well, there's a few things. First of all, the reason for Trump's policy goes to what Mr. Scaramucci said. It was Henry Kissinger's advice to recreate the Russian Sino split. If they're getting too close together, we want to split the weaker off from the stronger, just the way Kissinger did with Nixon in the early 70s, making a treaty with China. So Trump even had said that, yeah, Henry Kissinger told me I'm so smart because that's what I think that we ought to do. So this was a recognition that Russia is part of Europe and part of, greater Christendom and the West, even if the eastern frontier of it, and that we want to keep them moving towards us, which had nominally been American policy since the end of the Cold War, even if very badly practiced. That's what they said that they were trying to do. And so that is Trump's motive here. And if it hadn't have been for Mr. Steele and his cohorts that pushed the Russiagate hoax back in 2016, then Trump would have been able to solve the problem in Ukraine then. Remember, the FBI told CNN after the plan to depose Trump through the 25th Amendment had fallen through, if you could believe that, they said, well, at least we can still rein him in on Russia policy by launching this special counsel investigation, keeping the hoax going, preventing him from implementing his policy. To this day, he brags, I'm the one who sent the Javelin missiles, as he did then, because this is his body armor against the accusation that he's kowtowing to Putin. And his son even said, oh yeah, how come we bomb Assad?
I sent javelins, Obama did nothing.
Yep, Biden did nothing either. But hey, bro, do we see the way Obama was talking? Obama wasn't even really trying to get involved. He's like, bro, we already screwed that situation up enough. He's like, look, we switched out a pro-Russian leader for an anti-Russian leader, and now the situation is all effed up. Obama sound like, you know what, bro, we got bigger things to worry about, and here we are creating more problems. Oops,
whoopsies, my bad.
Then
like
in
that.
Syria, if we're in the thrall of Vladimir Putin, this kind of thing. So it affected Donald Trump's foreign policy in his first term absolutely for the worst, because as you said, Pierce, the conflict had started back in 2014 after the loss of Crimea and then the launch of the war in the Donbass. And so there was a Minsk II peace deal, but it had not been implemented. And Trump's government, I don't know if Trump knows this or not, but his ambassador, Adam Taylor, told Ukraine not to implement the German proposal to try again to implement the Minsk II deal and put an end to the conflict in 2019. And so there's that part of it. On the details of the Steele dossier and all this stuff, I mean, you got to be kidding me. I have 75 pages in my book. I hope you're enjoying it, Pierce.
I am. I've got it here. Provoked.
Oh,
here it is. There's a little plug for you. How Washington started the new Cold War with Russia and the catastrophe in Ukraine by Scott Horton. A big, meaty tome.
Yes. Well, I hope you're enjoying it. I do have 75 pages on Russiagate. in the end, including a section on the Steele dossier there. And everything that he said about Manafort and Page and all of these people in the Trump campaign were absolute lies. In fact, an FBI lawyer even was convicted for censoring the CIA memo to the FBI saying Page works for us as not an agent, but an asset, a loyal American patriot who always debriefed the CIA anytime he met with an important Russian businessman or government official. And this liar framed him essentially for treason. And by the way, his primary sources were a Russian named Danchenko, who had been under investigation for being a Russian spy in the past. And the only reason they had dropped is because they mistakenly thought he left the country. And then his partner, an American named Dolan, who actually was a registered agent of Russia. And they were the two primary sources who made up all those lies that you and I just recited, Pierce, that made it into Steele's dossier that they used. And none of it was true. Not the hacking of the DNC, not the Alpha Bank, not any of the Steele dossier. I'm amazed that this guy is willing to
complete fabrication, complete lie,
phony,
and there's still people willing to try to sell it to you. Wow. Because let's be real though, if this goes away, all this Trump collusion and stuff got to go out with it. And here's the thing: the fact that it hasn't is only because of people like this guy right here who's willing to say anything to make it sound like it's true.
He keeps purporting this shit
because he said, "Oh it wasn't what was it? It wasn't disproven. It just wasn't looked into." He said something crazy like that.
Like, come on, bro, you're fueling the narrative literally in real time
with no proof. No proof that he's a Russian collusion.
Isn't that what they call libel, like slander to a brand and character?
Yeah, I mean defamation for real. But it's kind of crazy though how the libs can do defamation all they want and nobody pulls their coattail on it. I mean, they like you remember what they did to that one family? They were like, okay, look, they sued Alex Jones for $1 billion for denying the Sandy Hook thing, hurting those families, right?
Right.
So what about the Trump shooting where the libs were denying that man's death pretty much, or the whole event?
They never got sued.
Exactly. It's just like, there's always that double side to it where it's like, all right, well, I guarantee you, if Biden was caught working with Putin, y'all had nothing to say.
You even had a prominent social media influencer with blue hair, who I'm sure everybody knows who I'm referencing, say something like, oh, well, he deserved it for showing up at a Trump rally.
Man.
No litigation, no civil court.
Crazy. Show his face in public right now when he was nothing but a washed up spy who hadn't had contacts in Russia for years by the time that he published that pile of lies. It's incredible.
Well, I think out of fairness, I should go back to you, Christopher Steele, briefly. What's your response? Nothing but a pile of lies. I don't always pick the...
Damn, he said nothing but a pile of lies. And that's really what it is. It's like, anybody who's still spewing the Russiagate stuff, I'm not even gonna lie, but just stop the cap. You ain't done no real research into it. Just calm down. Because think about it. The FBI did research into it and they couldn't even find nothing. What makes you think you can?
Any of this, of course, and it's been tested in court many times. As you'll be aware, I've been involved in several high court trials involved in this and have won them all. So I don't think there's any basis upon which to think that we were deliberately lying or misleading anybody. And in fact, of course, the dossier wasn't meant to be made public at all. So I think that is going down the wrong path. In terms of our source base in Russia, obviously we don't talk about that, but I've made a successful business over the last 15 years over running sources in Russia and China and other places, producing intelligence to meet high standards of corporate requirements. So I think the idea that, I'm out there lying and making stuff up is ludicrous. Of course, intelligence isn't always entirely accurate. Intelligence reflects the sources, reflects their motivations, reflects their access. And of course, even in a system like Russia, you have people being dishonest with each other. If you sat in a room when Putin was talking to Shoigu about the situation on the battlefield in Ukraine, you may well not be listening to the truth, but you're listening to a truth, which is upon which Putin makes his policy decisions. And a lot of the conflict in Ukraine as it's unfolded and Putin's conduct of it has been based, I would argue, on distorted information being passed up the command chain to him.
Now, I'd have to back him down on that. All right, distorted information like what? Like what? Because constantly, like, what's the distorted information that Putin's making his policies on or making his commands on? Because they're working. Like, I don't know how the hell he has distorted information when, I'm gonna be real with you, the man's winning the war. And bro, as soon as we backed off, as soon as we stopped giving them money and intelligence for one day, he doubled down. So what? I'd have to really ask him, like, bro, what was it that was being reported that was giving, I guess, Putin this, I guess, false, I don't know what would I really call it, but this, I guess, false courage to do this stuff, false courage to actually go into Ukraine and all that. I'm wondering what he's. Well, I'm sorry, but false courage to actually get involved with American politics. Can he honestly explain that? Because
nah, there's no explanation to it. And I hear him, but again, it's unfounded.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, bro, what you're saying sounds very elaborate, sounds crazy as hell.
Pure speculation.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, bro, can you prove this?
No. Again, it's unfounded, and it just is baseless claims almost.
Crazy.
And telling him things he wants to hear.
What?
Joe Walsh.
I'd say this is a variation of TDS.
Like, all right, well, what was
a variation, a variant?
Yeah, but like, what was he getting told though? So what? Oh, you're winning on the battlefield? Well, he is. What is he getting told? Like, what is Putin getting told that it's a lie? Oh, or that what is Trump getting told that's a lie?
Right.
About the Ukrainian war.
Are their advisors lying to him, or the military strategists making shit up? Like, where are you getting this from?
Honestly, the only public lie I've heard is that Ukraine has a chance of winning.
Now we all know there's propaganda, but I would imagine that the world leaders are getting the raw facts.
Yeah. So you sit here and say that no, Trump was getting, or Putin was getting manipulated by misinformation. I'm like, bro,
come on now. You don't tell that man facts and statistics. You can't tell that man a story.
We're talking about people who run intelligence agencies. What are you talking about?
Come on.
It seems to me that Trump's issued a statement saying he had a very good call with President Zelensky today. Just completed a very good telephone call, lasted more than an hour apparently. Much of a discussion was based on the call yesterday with President Putin in order to align both Russia and Ukraine in terms of their requests and needs. We are very much on track, and said he'd instructed Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz to give an accurate description of the points discussed. And that statement will come out shortly. I mean, this seems like real progress to me. You know, you can hate Trump as much as you like. You can think he's in bed with Putin, whatever. But the fact he's spoken to both the leaders at length in the last 24 hours and is giving very positive noises about the way this is going, isn't that where we all want to get to?
Pierce, good to be with you. Look, I generally don't pay attention to or believe anything Trump says. And that's principally where you and I differ, because I do believe he generally lies every time he opens his mouth. But Pierce, I've just got to go, and I loved your open, and I respect your open, but we talk about the Russiagate hoax.
Keeping an eye on.
I don't know what we're referring to. Everybody knows, all of our intelligence people know, all of Trump's people knew at the time that Russia, in an unprecedented way, tried to impact the 2016 election.
But that wasn't the allegation. Yeah, but hang on. That wasn't that. I didn't call it a hoax, by the way. But secondly, that wasn't the central charge. The central charge was that the Kremlin had directly colluded with Donald Trump to get him to win the election, and there was no evidence for that. It turned out to be bullshit.
Pierce, I'm getting to that, and I'll quickly get to that. But the central thesis that Putin and Russia interfered in our election to help get Trump elected, that was accepted by all of our intelligence people, Trump's intelligence people, and Obama's. That's when Trump stood up in 2018 in Helsinki, and Trump said, I don't believe my own people. I stand with Putin. As far as collusion, Pierce, the Mueller report is littered with collusion. But
not the conclusion. Not the conclusion.
Hold on. But what
it went through all the stuff that was there, and ultimately it did not conclude that Trump had colluded with Russia to fix the election. And people could keep talking about it, but the bottom line is that was the whole purpose of the investigation.
It proved Mueller and the Mueller report showed and proved collusion. Mueller himself said it didn't rise to the level of a crime, to a conspiracy. I accept that. But there was, don't say the Mueller report denied collusion. It said the collusion we found, we couldn't prove it rose to the level of a conspiracy.
Right.
But there was collusion.
Right. Okay,
That
Natalie.
is such nonsense. That is not true at all. Anyone can read the Mueller report for themselves and see where they come up with absolutely nothing. They don't even have a chain of custody of the DNC leak to WikiLeaks or anything at all. And then the Durham report is 10 times worse. The Durham report is the investigation into the investigation and the start of it all, where John Durham, the special agent, absolutely, or special prosecutor, absolutely debunks every shred of this hoax to the bones.
All right.
Everyone should.
Hang on.
read the
I
Durham.
want to bring in Natalie. You've been waiting very patiently.
Look,
I mean,
I know-
Natalie, what is your reaction to all this?
Well, I know Christopher Steele probably wanted to go down in history as someone that colluded with the Clinton campaign to take down President Donald J. Trump, but I really think that you represent probably the ultimate grifter in the American political space. For you to even come on here, obviously you're trying to sabotage what President Trump is doing when it comes to Russia and Ukraine, but to sit here, what is it, nearly a decade after you tried to smear President Trump as a Russian asset, to then say, well, I think he's a Russian asset, but even though I'm really good at my job and create all these intelligence reports, it's just sort of a feeling that I have. I'm sorry, what stones do you even have left to turn over to try to corroborate your claim that President Trump is a Russian asset? You what? Weaponized FISA courts, surveillance, warrants, not just domestic spy agencies, international spy agencies too, the entire DNC apparatus, a bunch of political operatives and registered foreign agents here in the United States. The American people would really appreciate it if you would stop injecting your efforts to curtail and totally tank the America First movement by smearing anyone who doesn't want to get involved in forever wars or continue the needless and ceaseless dying of Ukraine and in Russia, just so you can sit there from your nice perch and just continue to defend the globalist world order by continuing to fan the flames of conflict in Russia and Ukraine. And you know what? The same people that you ally yourself with here in the United States, you think you're so good at gathering intelligence. Last time I checked, it was the 51 intel agency officers, spies, who said that the Hunter Biden hard drive, which I've reported on firsthand, it's legitimate. You want to talk about president's sons who are involved in businesses with foreign countries? Well, I'd like to introduce you to Hunter Biden, right? When those 51 people that I'm sure that you know all too well, you were probably likely involved with the drafting of that letter, said that was Russian disinformation. Well, it turned out that that was true, and shame on you for the last.
Yeah, and I would just say, like, the Dems, come on now. You can't talk to us about Russian misinformation, but y'all did not believe anything about Hunter Biden. And then it took for us to literally come out and with the whole laptop. Yes, the Hunter Biden laptop is real. You can literally go look up the pictures on it. But you want to know what you can't look up? Facts about this Trump dossier, talking about he's a Russian colluder. You can't find nothing on that, but you can definitely find proof that Hunter Biden was out there making business deals and, you know, abusing crack cocaine with hookers. Like you can prove that.
Decade trying to inject the idea that smearing President Trump as a Russian agent or a Russian asset is somehow going to tank the MAGA movement. It's about putting America first, and the fact that you can still sit here and you have no actual evidence beside one random Russian meeting and, oh, we need to just continue to get more evidence. You're a complete political hack and grifter, and I wish the American political scene didn't have your voice in it.
All right. Well, Christopher Steele, you're about to leave us because you're only here for this part of the panel, but your response finally to that?
My response is that I'm a professional intelligence officer, an expert on that part of the world. I'm not a politician.
Was the Hunter Biden hard drive Russian disinformation then, if you're such an expert?
Let him finish. Let him finish.
So I've been a loyal and
question.
close ally of the United States for probably most of the last 40 years. I've worked extremely closely with officials working for administrations, both Republican and Democrat. I have a very strong US client base for which I've worked and produced information over many years, none of whom have ever made any such allegation against me. And it's palpable nonsense to claim that I'm in hock with
I'm so
politicians.
glad the Clinton campaign didn't.
Bro, what are you trying to say? Like you're saying, oh yeah, I'm so glad the people that I worked with to commit this atrocity against Trump did not sell me out. What are you saying, bro? It's like, you know, I'm so glad that the people I robbed the bank with didn't sell me out, man. Yeah, I'm so glad that we just never turned around one day and snitched on each other. I'm so glad. Like, bro, what are you saying? Huh? You really think that your co-conspirators will come out against you and be like, yeah, he's a hack. Yep, it was all a lie. We worked with him with it. It's like, nope.
Say that about you.
Well, I never worked for the Clinton campaign. I never had any contact with the Clinton campaign. That's the reality of it.
Oh, you're a subcontractor.
I think Fusion
It's the same
GPS
thing.
would beg to
I
differ.
produced a report for a partner firm in Washington, and the results of that report made me, as an ally of the United States, as I would have expected an American counterpart to do, to report back in what I had found to the contacts I had in the FBI at the time.
Okay.
That was the right thing to do, and I'm proud that I
Well,
did.
was the Hunter Biden hard drive Russian
leave it. We're going to leave it
disinformation if
there.
you're
No, I think
such an
everyone's had their
expert?
say about
I'd love
Christopher
his
Steele.
expert opinion.
Let's leave it there. I want to move on to other subjects. Christopher Steele, thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. I'm going to let you go. Anthony Scaramucci, I want to talk to you about Elon Musk. You're a very successful business guy. Elon Musk runs some of the biggest, most successful businesses in the history of planet Earth, from SpaceX to Tesla to all these things. And he's taken a sort of leave of absence from running these companies to immerse himself completely into trying to slash federal waste through the Doge campaign that he's launched. And the backlash against him is getting increasingly ferocious, particularly with Tesla, where people have started popping up all over America, torching Tesla cars. People are boycotting buying Teslas now. The very people, ironically, that used to love Elon Musk, the liberals, are now saying, we don't want to touch him. He's a neo-Nazi and so on and so on. In Germany, where he backed the far right in an election there, they literally, Tesla sales are collapsing. There's now word that Tesla sales generally are going to be way down in the next report. And the share price has halved, I think, in the last 10 days. So he's got real problems here. What does he do?
Yeah, but it's Elon Musk, though. I mean, if you really think that, remember, he got two other companies that make an astounding amount of money. So, yeah, Tesla may, and not like Tesla's making no money. Remember that. It's just taking a plunge in earnings. Not like it's still profiting. It just ain't profiting as well as it was like last year. So, yeah, y'all got to remember that part. And remember, he has other companies. So, honestly, even though I kind of knew that one of his companies was going to take a hit. And I knew it was going to be Tesla because I was like, oh, that's your most public company. Like SpaceX and whatever, his little wireless service. Yeah, those, I ain't gonna lie. Big businesses buy those and rich people buy that stuff. So he's good on that. But your average consumer can buy a Tesla. And due to that fact, that means it's prone to, I guess, well, political opinion. So if you don't like the creator of Tesla, that means you don't like Tesla now. And it's kind of funny because all these environmentalists or these climate change goons got themselves a Tesla. And now they hate Elon Musk. And doesn't that suck? Because what, you spend like 50,000 for nothing. I mean, joke's on you for real.
Dude, if you're Elon Musk right now, do you carry on in the political arena, given the damage to your businesses, or do you get out?
Listen, Piers, I got in trouble. I was on CNN and I said they're going to hurt Elon Musk, and I like Elon Musk. I think he's a brilliant guy. I'll quote Jamie Dimon and tell you that what Jamie said, he's the Thomas Edison of our time. Full disclosure, I'm an investor in X privately. I'm an investor in SpaceX. I don't own any Tesla, but I think Elon Musk is a brilliant entrepreneur. But all I was saying, if he goes into politics because of the 360-degree firing squad, which I experienced, and I was only there for 11 days, it's going to hurt his businesses. And people said, oh, I was threatening him. So I'm not threatening him. I'm just pointing out as an observer of the political system that this would be harmful to him. And now it has been harmful to him. But I would submit to the other people listening in, what does he do? Does he retreat?
Right.
Is that permanent damage done to his brand, or is it repairable? I don't actually know the answer to that, but I can tell you this.
I mean, it's not a good idea to retreat, because once you retreat, you let them know that all they got to do is just F with your money, and you'll kill and they'll be able to destroy any ideology that you stand on. If you let them, if you show them that money, if they take your money, that you will low-key not stand on anything, that you will low-key bend the knees to anything, trust me, man, you might as well just like whatever you think you are, you're not at that point. Yeah, you think you're a man, you're not. You think you're a person of principle, you're not, because That's what honestly, this shows more to his character. They're taking this man's money, which you guys claim that, oh, that's all these people care about. He's losing money and he's still in the fight. He's still in the fight trying to save us dollars. And he's not even from our fucking country. That's the wildest part about it. He's not even from our country. He wasn't even born here, but he's fighting harder than most Americans are for our country. Like literally. He's losing money about it, but he's cutting the debt. Something that people that we've elected aren't even doing, he's doing. I mean, shoot, bro. You can say a lot of things about Elon Musk, but about the money, some type of selfish billionaire, he is not.
If the shares keep dropping, he's going to get faced with a margin call because he put up those shares as collateral to borrow debt to purchase X, Pierce. And so there's an entangled web there, and I know he's upset about it, which is why we had the car dealership on the south portico of the White House. And so I get it, but I'm just saying, when you are a business person and you stray into politics, and to quote Michael Jordan, Republicans buy my sneakers too, I'm staying out of it. I don't see how he can go back, though, sir, from where he is right at this moment.
I mean, Joe Walsh, can we all agree the attacks on Tesla cars and showrooms and so on is despicable? Can we just start from that?
Despicable.
Yeah.
I have the solution here.
Despicable.
Listen, the military industrial complex, they need that money. They have to have that tax money. They won't get real jobs. So here's what we do. We end all the wars. We put all the money into a one-way mission to Mars, and we send all of the military industrial complex there. And Musk can lead the way. And then we could be a free country.
Well,
again.
he does. I mean, Elon Musk has said, I'll come back to you, Joe. I mean, Elon Musk has said that I think he said within 20 years, there could be 20 million humans up on Mars. I think that's probably a bit of a stretch, but certainly it's an indication of just how big picture he thinks. But has he overstretched himself here? We can all condemn any acts of violence, of damage, the arson and so on is all despicable. But he has been very deliberately and very provocatively poking his way into UK politics, demanding that the Prime Minister be put in prison. He directly involved himself in the German election, aligning himself with what many believe there to be the far right, etc., etc. And he, of course, he remains an unelected official.
So it does seem like he's backing all conservatives. Backing all conservatives and bucking against every liberal, no matter what country you're in. Because, I mean, think about it like this. They called us the far right. And think about it. What Germany got going on there is kind of like the same thing we got going on here. Now, my guest dude would disagree because he's saying they're full-on Nazis and all this wild stuff. And who knows? They just might be. But the fact that they're gaining traction, I mean, they're speaking to the voice of the people in some way, shape, or form. And I mean, it's the only thing I've only heard is that lady talk about, and we're talking about the German lady who's running that party, talk about closing the border. And I mean, like, come on, ain't nothing wrong with that.
Official who seems to have open access to the White House. A lot of people don't like this. Trump is a lot more popular than Elon Musk is right now.
Well, Pierce, look, and again, I say this as someone who's in the public eye. Elon's got to grow up. He made this decision, as Anthony said, to get into politics. That's not all, though, Pierce. He chose a side, and he's free to do that. And he chose to join Trump and MAGA, and he chose to attack the left, and he chose to get involved, as you said, in European elections. He's free to make those decisions, but because he chose to be partisan, absolutely, then he's going to take the protests, the boycotts. He's going to take the hate because he's jumped into the arena and he's chosen a side, and now he's got to live with that. Having said that, Pierce, political violence is always wrong.
Yeah,
and unacceptable.
Right. So, Natalie, I mean, it seems to me, look, there's no doubt that I kind of get the big picture here that Trump and Musk are trying to do. I do. And it may well turn out to work. But there's no doubt in the short term, in the first 8 weeks, Trump's popularity has dramatically reduced, as has Elon Musk's even more dramatically. People want quick results. They're not getting them. They're seeing the stock market tanking. They're seeing, prices for most products still very high, et cetera, et cetera. How careful do they have to be here? because they got a big win, Trump and the Republicans at the election. How careful have they got to be right now?
Well, I don't necessarily know if President Trump and Elon Musk are hemorrhaging support. I think there's been some recent poll numbers coming out showing that it's really the Democratic Party who's having a real identity crisis.
Well, they're far worse. I agree. They're far worse, but there's no doubt. All the polling I've seen shows Trump's polling and Musk's in particular are significantly lower than from election day.
Well,
so
I think the American people
Democrats,
support
except
the
the Democrats are completely in the I mean, the Democrats are shot to pieces. I think we can all agree with that. Worst polling in recorded history and thoroughly.
I mean, like I said, every Trump supporter kind of had their thing they wanted Trump to hardline on. So there are Trump supporters who honestly do not like the fact that Trump's pro-Israel. That's like myself. Like myself. There's people who do not like the fact that Trump's pro-Israel. There's people who do not like the fact that Trump do not want Ukraine just to win. I mean, they're still MAGA, and they still gonna vote for him. But there's just certain things that they wanted Trump to do that he didn't make the priority of his list. So yeah, they're gonna have lower disapproval reading. They're gonna have some disapprovers. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, it's not like the Dems where they don't even have nobody they can look towards. Like Trump, man, look, this is last year, he's on the way out. After that, we got Vivek, JD, and others. But they're still scrambling for a candidate. We have a candidate. We just want to know what direction we're going with certain, I guess, ideals.
He deserves for the shambolic way they behaved in the last year. But let's focus just on Trump and Musk. You know, they're all in on what they're doing. But at the moment, the public, I would describe it as they're wary. They're like, we're nervous about this.
Well, I think the way that the media has depicted what they're doing is contributing to that. I think overwhelmingly the American people support the idea of cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. Be my guest if you want to find me a Democrat or an American citizen who wants to send millions and at the end of the day, billions of taxpayer dollars, not just to fund the weird transgender musicals in foreign countries, but, really weird, perverse bioweapon research in countries like China. I don't think that that's something that the American people support. I do think there is overwhelmingly a lot of support for the Doge efforts. I think there's sort of this maniacal focus on these protests against Elon Musk. I don't necessarily share your victim blaming idea that just because someone wades into the political space, that therefore their companies should be attacked. There should be brutal demonstrations, cars set on fire. I think people can oppose Tesla by choosing not to buy those cars. But what you're seeing is extremely well-funded and coordinated demonstrations targeting really him from the vantage point where I think Democrats for the last 4 years, they used lawfare. They used overregulation. Frankly, they used censorship because they had all the levers of the government to do so. And now that they don't, they're desperate. They're flailing, like the polling we were just talking about. So they're acting out like petulant children and trying to burn down.
And shout out to my man AJ, man. He said Putin is the richest. I thought it was the Saudis, but if he really is on submission impossible, what if the TV billionaire is the perfect Manchurian candidate, LOL. French has a dude for first lady. I mean, okay, hold on. I'm about to read that one back. Sorry, but yeah, Putin is the richest. I thought it was the Saudis. Yeah, me too. But Putin, I ain't gonna lie, he holds a solid, Putin probably holds like a solid $40 to $60 billion. But he said, but if he really is on some Mission Impossible, what if the TV billionaire is the perfect Manchurian candidate? French has a dude for a first lady. And shout out Candace Holmes for breaking that one. Shout out my man AJ. Shout out. And guys, remember, this is a political show, not a cooking one. Let's stay on topic.
Down cars and attack not just Elon Musk, but attack his supporters. But I just reject your premise that Doge is something that is not popular with the American people. You can have nuanced debates about the Medicaid, Medicare.
Yeah. Listen, don't. I think you slightly mischaracterized what I said. I don't think Doge is particularly unpopular. I think what's happened, I'll come to Scott for this, it's just the personal approval ratings for Trump and Musk in particular have fallen significantly and are continuing to fall. What do you make of this? Because it's a very unusual way they're going about a presidency. Like I said, my gut feeling is they're onto the right thing, but it may take a significant amount of time to realize itself, and they may not get enough time.
Well, I don't know about his poll numbers and what's really behind all that. I hope it's because a huge part of the MAGA right is trying to hold him to his word about America first. not Israel instead. And I guess that goes to our next topic, or one of our topics today, is the horrible war there, and Donald Trump acting just like Joe Biden, just like Kamala Harris would in his position, giving Netanyahu a blank check to cancel the peace deal and bomb whoever he feels like, including a hell of a lot of children. If you look at x.com in the feed there at the horrific pictures coming out of Palestine there. And it's the most obvious contradiction. You can't be America first and Israel instead. It's got to be one or the other. And I know the American right is almost solidly on the side of Israel in almost all cases, but everybody's got.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's like, and he's not lying. He's not lying when he's saying, yeah, like we're mostly all for Israel. There's some facts there, because, and I don't know why. I just not know why. Like, here's the thing. Usually it's because most of the MAGA is like Christian, and the whole belief that Israel is the homeland and all that good stuff. I believe that's usually it. Some of us is, Israel's our ally. And then then there's the Zionists who just is pro-Israel all the way. They can do nothing wrong. We must protect Israel at all costs. There's many ideologies that in the MAGA camp that are low-key for Israel. But there are very few ideologies in the MAGA camp that are pro-Palestinian. Why? Well, because, like I said, usually people take that religious perspective or it's Israel. It's our greatest ally.
At their limit. And, the American right used to really believe in George W. Bush in the Iraq War until they decided they didn't anymore. And I think there's a big crack up coming on the right, because what we're supporting there is just absolutely horrific. I mean, they're talking about, oh, well, maybe we'll just transfer the population to Syria so they can go live under the rule of Al-Qaeda that America and Turkey just helped install in power there, and Israel helped install in power there. I mean, this is completely insane, what they're talking about and what they seem to have in mind. I don't know if they have an idea of how they mean to accomplish it. But I was having a good time watching Elon Musk fire government employees. And I'm angry at the judges every time that they turn back these firings. And I don't extend that to the immigration thing. That's different. But I mean, specifically those guys who were just deported to El Salvador, whether they'd ever been there before in their lives. But a lot of these judge rulings drive me crazy. I love seeing the death of U.S. aid, or at least, its massive diminishment, and a lot of the rest of this stuff.
Yeah, and I would also say, Joe, I will come to you, Joe. I would say just in Elon Musk's, to his credit, we're seeing the best of him as well this week with the return of the NASA astronauts from the International, space station situation they got themselves into. That is Elon Musk at his absolute best, doing what he does best. Yeah, Joe.
No, Pierce, to what Scott just said, these judges drive me crazy. Well, I'm sorry, that's our constitutional system that's driving you crazy. And this is part of Elon's and Trump's problem, is that the vast majority of what they're doing is unconstitutional. A judge just came out yesterday and said everything they've been doing with USAID is not constitutional. That matters. That doesn't mean Trump and Musk don't have recourse. They can appeal that judge's rulings, but you don't do what Musk and Trump do and just scream that, oh, these judges must be impeached. Excuse me. That's part of the system, this constitutional system.
I mean, look, if they're stopping what we need to happen, like I said, the fact that there is wasteful spending and fraud in our government is honestly, it doesn't make any sense to me, because we have people who's supposed to be looking over this budget and they're not looking over it. They're letting this stuff happen, or it's happening unbeknownst to them. And the crazy thing is, it's Congress who's kicking and screaming about this, but it was also Congress who's supposed to be looking into this stuff before Elon came around. So I always do say that some of y'all need to sit the hell down, because the people's job who was supposed to be to look over this wasn't doing it. So since they don't want to do it and we found somebody who do want to do it, y'all kind of just need to shut the hell up.
Look, I agree with that. And really, they should be going to Congress for as much of this as they possibly can. On the other hand, you notice that the president can do anything he wants. Obama can announce the launch of a war against Libya while he's on vacation in Brazil. He announced the war in Yemen in 2015 by having a State Department spokeswoman just put out a press release So the American president is the emperor of the world who can do just about anything except fire government employees and stop executive branch employees from abusing their power and wasting our money. The moment he tries to do that, the whole government acts like, antibodies fighting a germ against their own president, just the same as last time when they framed him for treason with Russia to keep him from exercising power of his own government. You know what they said? They said, Trump is like the captain of a ship. He's holding the wheel, but it's not attached to anything because his whole government is in rebellion against him, even though he's the one who stood for election and won the right to sit in that chair behind that desk, not them.
Okay, let me, Anthony, I think you've got a slight hard out today, but I just wanted to talk to you about what's happening with Israel. The IDF, as we've been talking, says it's launched a new limited ground invasion in Gaza. The Israeli government says it's to retake part of a key corridor into Gaza. Obviously, this follows extensive airstrikes in the last 2 days. We have to go on the the health authority, which is Hamas run, on the death toll, but it's believed up to 1,000 people may have been killed in the last 2 days in this new offensive, which has obviously shattered the ceasefire. Now, I get the argument from the Israeli side that if Hamas is suspending the process of releasing the hostages, there's still nearly 60 who are being held, they believe, who are still alive. But if it is doing that, then obviously at some point, Israel's going to have to do something to try and force them to release them. Is it, though, the right course of action to go out and create 1,000 more deaths, whatever it may be, including God knows how many children, because half the population is under 18? I just think the optics of this for Israel are terrible. And I also,
bro, the optics of the whole Palestinian war with Hamas was terrible. It's like, all right, cool. They took out 15 of yours, you took out 40,000 of theirs. It's like, bro, and then you're framing under, Hamas is hiding behind them. Then why don't you do a surgical strike then? Why you gotta go from the air and just start bombing these people? So yeah, when you all look at the optics, it does, bro, Israel does not have a good image, no matter how you try to paint it. Defending themselves, the right to defend themselves or whatever. They did not give themselves a good image with this conflict. Actually, they gave themselves the worst image through the way they just kind of bombarded the Palestinians.
I think that their central point, which is the whole war is about eliminating Hamas. At the moment, there's no sign they've done that at all. In fact, by releasing hundreds and hundreds of Palestinian prisoners as part of this hostage deal, they're running back, presumably many of them aligned ideologically with Hamas. We're seeing with the release of the hostages so much support for Hamas on the ground in Gaza still. So they don't seem to be achieving the central aim of the war. What they're doing is just killing more and more people, which I have always felt at some stage will just start to fuel rather than kill off the ideology.
Yep.
Well, listen, this is going to be a controversial statement. I'm sure I'm going to inflame everybody that's on the panel with me. But I always thought that they needed to create a buffer zone there, and they should have done that with some level of cooperation in the Arab world. I think that the president actually hurt the situation by saying he was.
That's the problem, though. When people speak about it, they act as if they haven't already tried that. The problem is Israel don't give a fuck. They will continue to bomb these Palestinians. They've been mowing the Palestinians down for the past 40 years. So to sit there and say we just need a buffer zone and keep them apart is like, nah, because Israel keeps jumping the fence.
Is going to, I guess, move 1.8 million people out of the region. Obviously, his allies in the Gulf rejected that out of hand, and he had a reverse course last week by saying, of course, he's not going to do that. But to me, I think what they're doing is actually hardening opposition against Israel. And I'm obviously a strong proponent for Israel, and I'm a supporter of Israel, but I don't think we can support indiscriminate death. I think it's just something that, imagine if Winston Churchill guys or any of our allies during the war, we killed 400,000 German civilians through the bombings. And the bombing of Dresden, Piers, I know you know a lot about it. Yep. Curtis LeMay is obviously a war criminal based on what he did in Dresden, but it wasn't well reported. Just imagine if these people had this type of reporting or your show going on during the Second World War. So to me, the
but that
obvious
was one
thing
of the
to have done
reasons
there
why
was
we created things like the Geneva Convention. I mean, there was a widespread acceptance that there were
100%.
horrific
So
crimes committed during the war, which should not be allowed to happen again. I thought Dresden was appalling, and should not be allowed to have happened. But that was why they set up the Geneva Convention and other instruments to avoid
I just want to make this point then. So why didn't we have an international coalition of people? There's a lot of willing people to create a strategic buffer zone in the Gaza Strip between Israel and the Gaza. And then, the issue related to the political support around Hamas, we could address that by taking the security concern away from Israel. And so what Israel's saying right now is that we're threatened by Hamas. Hamas has lots of political support. We're going to continue to bomb them until morale improves. And that has never worked.
I can answer that.
Okay. Go ahead.
First of
Go ahead,
all,
Joe.
I think it's important, and everyone on this panel and in this audience has heard Israeli officials invoke Dresden and Tokyo and Hiroshima and Nagasaki as the precedent for why they can bomb this Indian reservation the way America took it out on Hitler and Tojo, which is completely insane and, as noted, completely illegal, because that's why they wrote the Geneva Conventions in the first place. Secondly, Mr. Scaramucci,
we agree.
The thing is, there is a buffer zone around Gaza. There has been for a very long time. That's why we call October 7th, not the second week of October or, the autumn of 2023. It lasted one day because what happened essentially was people broke out of their pen because the Israeli security forces were completely negligent in their so-called duty to keep those people locked in there. They literally had automatic machine guns like Idiocracy on remote control, and they got caught with their pants down on a Saturday morning, but the whole thing was over by midnight. Okay, so there is a buffer zone. In other words, they don't have to do this at all. They never did. And when it comes to the entire history of Israel-Palestine, since the creation of the state, their special operations forces and spies have shown that they can reach out and touch someone one at a time. They do it all the time when that's what they want to do. Instead, what they've done here is level the place, invoking Dresden, level the place to make it uninhabitable because they want to steal it. They want to drive the Palestinians out of there. If they can't push them into Egypt, now they're pushing them into Syria. The Wall Street Journal even let a couple of Israeli officials run an article in our paper saying, you take them, you love the Palestinians so much. And this is their plan. And what's worse is they don't even really care that much about the Gaza Strip. It's the West Bank that they want. But they're going to go ahead and try to take care of this while they can. And that's why they broke the ceasefire. They don't want a ceasefire.
Okay.
They gave Trump.
Hey, people saying they want a ceasefire and it's all going for a land grab. And we're not going to pretend like, Israel does not have ambitions or expansion ambitions. Like, they do want to expand and create greater Israel. Like, this is something that's widely known. So here's the thing. Are we going to let them get it off at the detriment of, one, our tax dollars, and two, the fact that we might have to put boots on the ground just in case, one of these Arab countries really don't want to go?
I want to give Anthony the chance to respond before we
probably don't have
Anthony.
time for me to respond to that, but that does deserve a response.
Yeah.
But you go ahead.
Sure.
Pierce.
No, Anthony, but before you go, just respond to that.
Listen, you could go back to 9/11. The way the Americans responded was very aggressive in 9/11, and it was an overreach to go into Iraq. So we're in agreement that there's an overreach going on right now. But if you're telling me you're in a seat of political leadership and there's an attack like that, and I've seen the 47-minute IDF film, and I just ask you to put yourself in the shoes of an Israeli political leader, you're in a very, very tough spot in terms of how you're going to protect your country. You're right about the dereliction of duty at the border on that Sunday morning, but I'm just telling you, they were in a tough spot.
What I'm saying is
they had to respond.
I would add this point, which is, Scott, I would say this. I would say this, the scale of what Hamas did that day, 3,000 of them in 3 waves, coming over the border, committing mass horrific acts of terrorism against anyone that could get their hands on. 1,200 were murdered, at least. 250 odd were kidnapped, including babies, Holocaust survivors, and so on. Nearly 7,000 more were wounded. The idea that Hamas launched such an enormous attack on Israel without knowing for an absolute certainty as they did so, the scale of Israel's response was going to be equally enormous, if not a lot more so, I think is for the birds. And listen, you can go back in any.
Nobody ever said
It would have been
that.
politically.
I agree with you, by the
irresponsible
way,
not
about
to.
the argument they broke out of the pen. I get all this. I get the argument that the Palestinians have been oppressed for a long period of time, that they should have equal rights. I agree with all this. There should be a two-state solution. Everything.
But sadly, the Palestinians do not have that power backing them to get that. I mean, if they had somebody like maybe I don't know, Russia or China, maybe they could go to toe with Israel because Israel got us. So yeah, as much as we want to sit here and have a fair solution, Israel has the power to create an unfair solution in their favor. Like it or not. Like it or not.
Anyone that tries to in any way mitigate or downplay the scale of what Hamas did, and that is why it runs so deep, I think, on the Israeli side.
Look,
I think that is part of the problem here.
I didn't say anything to diminish.
No, I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying that some.
Okay, well,
we got to let the mooch go. Anthony, I really appreciate you joining us. I know
Anthony.
Appreciate.
I've stolen 6 more minutes than I was supposed to from you, Anthony. Every minute is gold. You know that.
So I just had a radio.
I know you do.
Pierce,
and I really appreciate.
Thank you for having me on, guys.
Really appreciate joining you. And I'm loving your show. Thank you very much. Great to see you. Let's just pick up with the rest of the panel. I mean, Natalie, it seems to me that Israel is not achieving its aim. It can level as much of Gaza as it wants, but ultimately it is not, according to all independent studies of what's happening there, it is not eliminating Hamas or its ideology. In fact, if anything, it might be fueling even more hate towards Israel.
Like, to be honest, I look thought Israel was going to play the smart ploy of trying to turn the Palestinians against Hamas. Pretty much speak to the Palestinians, be like, yo, this is what they're doing to you. They're the reason why this and that's happened to you. Not bombing them, but trying to get them to turn against Hamas and trying to get them to work for the Israelis. I mean, it'd have been so easy to turn them against them if you're bombing them for, I don't know, good, 3-4 days. And then there you go. You try to talk to them nice. That would have worked out better than you just continuously bombing their ass and then expecting them to be less Hamas? No, you created more Hamas. And what you're going to do? You think you're going to kick them out and they're not going to come back? Trust me. That is why if we did turn Gaza into a vacation spot, I would not be going. Nope, because the paragliders will be back one day.
No, exactly. I mean, it looks like it's shaping up to be another forever war. And I really take the viewpoint that I care about this from the America First perspective. I don't think the United States should be continuing to fan the flames of war anywhere, let alone when you look at the atrocities that have been committed on both sides. Obviously, it's a very heated issue. But to that point, I think when you look at the college campus demonstrations that we had, or even the advocacy of people like Mahmoud Khalil, right? That's a case that's really in the forefront of everyone's mind right now. He hates Israel and by extension the United States of America because of a conflict that's going on very, very, very far away from us that we're entangled in because of, I would argue, along with, political influence and stuff, but also it has to do with energy dominance and oil. That's also what's going on in Russia and Ukraine. And when I see conflicts like this, my first and foremost priority obviously is putting America first, but it's also the importance, I think, of American energy independence and frankly, American energy dominance. So we're not so embedded with whatever country it may be, Ukraine, or in this case, it's Israel, and having to support countries for reasons that are not explicitly or demonstrably beneficial to Americans that lead us to essentially importing a bunch of people, if not homegrown Americans, who sort of have an affinity or an allegiance to Hamas because they really dislike what Israel's doing.
Yeah, it's very interesting, Joe. I think the way a lot of Republicans view Ukraine as a very different situation to Israel and Hamas. I had a big argument with Tucker Carlson about this because I said, well, I don't understand. If the reason for getting out of Ukraine and not helping Ukraine is America first, you don't want to get involved in foreign wars many, many thousands of miles away from America's border. It's not in American national interest. Okay, it's a perfectly reasonable argument you can have, particularly as America's been involved in so many wars that you cannot point to much victory in the last 70, 80 years.
Right.
But what is the distinction then ideologically between then getting involved.
Yeah, we've gotten into a lot of wars with little reward. Very little reward, I'll tell you. A whole lot of wars, very little reward. And we're tired of that. I'll be honest. We're very, very tired of that. The heck? Man, what the hell going on with the soundboard today?
In helping Israel in a war over in the Middle East. And they sort of they go through a real set of hoops trying to explain to me why one is okay and the other one isn't, when it seems to me you're either against both of it or you probably instinctively support both.
Pierce, that's a great point. And look, I say this as someone who is, most everybody on this panel would think I'm idiotically pro-Israel. I am. But the Israel caucus, Israel has great influence on my former party, the Republican Party. Israel also, Pierce, though, is a great, great long ally of ours. You beautifully, Pierce, described what October 7th was. And again, I know we have to find a solution, but October 7th changed everything for Israel. The days of them living next door to a terrorist group like Hamas, not acknowledging Israel's right to exist, those days are done. So yeah, there needs to be some sort of big, broad solution here, and the moderate Arab world needs to get involved damn quickly. But we're never going back to the world where Hamas is ruling Gaza. Those days are done.
No, but I mean, I think the concern is that the ideology behind Hamas, that the American intelligence seems to suggest for every Hamas terrorist who's been killed, they've already replaced them with somebody that shares that ideology. If that is true,
I mean, yeah, it'd be pretty easy to. I'm pretty sure these people had brothers, sisters, I don't know, friends and family that if you took that guy out and he was a Hamas, I'm pretty sure their friends or family would be pretty upset about him, be ready to be Hamas themselves. And I know what you're thinking. Why would they want to be part of that losing team? I mean, I don't know, bro. I don't know, but hey, these are people who are radicalized by the suffering that's been imposed on them. So, hey, back against the wall. Who knows what you're gonna do at that point?
and you add all the hundreds of prisoners being released, many of whom will, I'm sure, be sympathetic, if not active supporters of Hamas. It's hard to see how the mission statement of this war is going to be achieved. We've got to end it there. But Scott, I'll give you a chance to plug your book, this meaty tome, as I said earlier. For those who are not familiar with you or your work, just very quickly summarize the book and why.
And all right, now let's get into the next video. This is going to be, and shout out, we get an Ian Carroll breakdown. So if you like Ian Carroll, you're going to love the breakdown. And you're going to like this video because the Daily Wire is going under. If you're a liberal, you're really going to like this video because the Daily Wire is going under. Yeah, my bad, guys. My bad. I don't know what type of bullshit was that, but hey, man. Hey. It be like that. It be like that. All right. Let's get right to it, though. My bad, guys. My bad. I don't know what the hell was that.
Nice job, team.
What's up, guys? It's Betty. American novelist Nathaniel Hawthorne once wrote that families are always.
And guys, man, make sure to support the stream, man. Any questions, comments, disagreements, super chat $2 and up. Go ahead and read it out loud, react to it, and post to the top of the chat. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
Always rising and falling in America. It's what makes this country so fun. It's dynamic. There are fortunes and fates to be had here, and, well, things move quickly. So you better not blink. Like, for instance, there's a fall going on right now at the Daily Wire. The Daily Wire's longtime self-styled God King CEO, Jeremy Boring, is being forced out. The reason we can say that is because there's a lot of reporting that says that a lot of insiders that are saying that this was not an amicable split. Ben Shapiro hasn't posted anything about it, and it seems to come kind of out of nowhere. But if you've been paying attention, you've been sort of reading the tea leaves that there are some real problems at that company. Now, this is a no-hate video. I'm not here to try and dunk on people who I've worked with professionally or be nasty. We're just trying to establish.
To be honest, I think they're kicking him off because, well, I don't know, due to maybe his ideology. Like, bro, you done kicked off some of your best people. Candace Owens and Brett Cooper. Like, yeah, y'all hurting right now. And because y'all best political pundits are gone.
Bruh.
Y'all had Candace Owens, bro. Y'all had Candace Owens. You screwed that up. You had Brett Cooper. Y'all screwed that up. Like, all y'all got left is Matt Walsh. Everybody else, no offense, but y'all kind of nobodies. Like Michael Knowles, Ben Shapiro losing popularity. It's all that. It's bad out. Yeah, Matt Walsh is y'all only guy, and that's because he's really good at making documentaries.
What's going on inside of the ecosystem, because we live here too, right? And what the Daily Wire does in negotiations with Steven Crowder or Candace Owens or Brett Cooper, that kind of affects all of us, actually. And so it's a very interesting landscape. It's always changing. And the departure of Jeremy Boring sent shockwaves through the industry one day ago when it was announced in this press release. That is exactly what this is. This is a press release by Axios. Very sanitized, very crisp, very clean, giving virtually zero details, just saying that he's going to stay on as an advisor. That's not how this works when you are a high-level executive like this and you are the co-founder and CEO of the company. You don't just vanish in the dark of night. You don't just step away from something that's so incredibly profitable like the Daily Wire, or that's your brainchild, and something has to happen. It also, the article gives absolutely no explanation of where Jeremy Boring's going inside of the company, what led to his stepping away, why it's happening, or what's next. So it's leading to a lot of speculation. So let me get to what we know and what we don't know, because we have some new information. What we know is that Brett Cooper and Candace Owens both celebrated this very publicly. Brett Cooper posted this knowing GIF, a smiling Jimmy Fallon winking knowingly, and Candace Owens reposted it and then gleefully talked about it on her show. Jeremy Boring posted simply a new chapter, which sort of seems like a indication that perhaps it's time to start over and do something else. Now, they have said that there have been a series of failures at the Daily Wire surrounding some major personality and talent problems, the relaunch of the comment section that has been, again,
atrocious. It's like the fact that y'all literally try to copy and paste Brett Cooper's personality and then gave her producer. Wild. Yeah, minus 26K. Damn. Last 14 day minus 20K, 2.2. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie now. With Candace Owens, they was doing way more. Brett Cooper and Candace Owens combined, they was doing way more. Would prove that Brett Cooper and Candace Owens was damn near kind of I ain't gonna lie, they was kind of putting up all the numbers for the Daily Wire.
But based on the numbers, it's just been a catastrophe, right? I mean, hundreds of thousands of people unsubscribing, maybe millions at this point. And they're losing, you're losing like 10 to 20,000 subs every couple days. It's not healthy. Apparently, according to Ian Carroll, unhealthy things have been going on at the Daily Wire, potentially leading to its insolvency. We'll see what Ian has to say here, but this is a video that has gone viral now. It's been seen by millions. And Ian Carroll does say allegedly a bunch of times in this video. So we're just going to simply state for our purposes that we find this interesting. We'll let Ian's reporting stand for itself. Here we go.
Is going bankrupt, allegedly, and Jeremy Boring is officially out as CEO. That's right. The self-proclaimed God King of the Daily Wire is at the heart of so many scandals. And yes, he is self-described as the God King. And the email just went out today internally that he is stepping down, and now Axios is covering the story. It has not yet broken, as far as I'm aware, that private equity is moving in and looking to buy up the Daily Wire. I heard, rumor mill, that Silver Lake Capital is looking to buy them up. And Silver Lake, you guys might want to watch this video before you think too hard about it, because there's a lot that is not in the public square right now.
I'm telling you, I wouldn't have bought them after like I said, as soon as they let go of Candace Owens and Brett Cooper, I'd be like, yeah, I'm not buying this. Like, I know what, how about this? I'll take Matt Walsh. You can keep the rest of them.
To get into stuff like canceled credit cards, lying to the press, trying to trick Tim Pool. As far as I can tell from my sources, even people inside of the Daily Wire only know part of the story, and they're all kind of getting played against each other. It's a whole mess. And the most important part of this mess is that the Daily Wire has a long history of treating their employees like and so I've had numerous sources inside the Daily Wire for quite some time because everyone hates them, even their own people. That's not to mention the numerous sources outside of the Daily Wire that did not take the NDA money on the way out.
Well,
like
can you imagine working somewhere where you're supposed to have this, freedom of speech, right? And they're firing people for having different opposing ideas. Like, yeah, that's where I'm pretty sure they lost them. I'm pretty sure Brett Cooper was like dumbfounded when they fired Candace Owens. Be like, yo, why'd you fire her? Because she had difference of opinion. Like, I sound like a bunch of liberals. Like, what's going on here? I'm pretty sure Matt Walsh and them all had their gripe because even Candace to say it all the time, man. I think of Matt Walsh, Brett, they all say they love Candace. They rock with her. It kind of sounds like they were the triple threat of the Daily Wire. And now the Daily Wire is only down to one of their threats, and that's Matt Walsh. And it seems like that man might be out the door. They might give that man, I don't know, like a movie deal or something, or a director's deal. Because, hey, he's doing pretty well in that area. Give it to him.
I had people literally in my comments on Instagram offering to give me dirt on the Daily Wire because they hated the Daily Wire so much. It's out of control. And it all centers around the God King and his massive ego and his lifelong desire to be a famous actor and make it in Hollywood, which he failed at originally years and years and years ago. And so once the Daily Wire was off the ground, he just couldn't help but try to turn the Daily Wire into a Hollywood movie studio and produce the Pendragon series. Note that this article is from 2023. And he said that he had dreamt of bringing this book to the screen for 25 years. It was due to stream exclusively on Daily Wire Plus in 2024. Why didn't that happen? That's a good question. And that leads to us talking about all the Daily Wire's employees' credit cards getting frozen, allegedly. Just to first set the stage, though, producing a Hollywood movie is like a huge...
How the hell did you freeze all of their Wait, what? What, did you give them like business credit cards and you just froze their ass? Like, damn. I'm about to say, how the hell y'all freezing a personal credit card? Maybe a business credit card for sure, but personal?
You what? Huge multi-million dollar undertaking. It is not the same as filming Ben Shapiro talking really fast at liberals. So I've actually been collecting information on this story for quite some time here. And now that it has officially broken in the news, I think my sources are a little safer to talk about this. Because they're portraying it as though Jeremy Boring is willingly stepping back to work on creative projects like the Pendragon cycle, and that he'll remain with the company in an advisory role. My sources are telling me that the Pendragon cycle is being moved off-site and out of the Daily Wire's physical purview because they're not letting Jeremy Boring back in the building right now, apparently. Jeremy Boring was 100% allegedly forced out. not a willing leave. And that's because this financial problem has been going on for years. They had recently had to table all projects and do a hiring freeze because there was no money in the bank, allegedly. All the way back in 2023, Jeremy and Ben Shapiro apparently had to put money into the Daily Wire, their own personal money, to rescue it. That money has not been reimbursed and it is all gone. The Pendragon cycle is over budget by like $50 million or something, allegedly. And at the end of 2024, this problem got so bad that Jeremy Boring apparently started lying to the press to try to drum up interest for a sale. This is when conveniently it leaked that Fox News was considering buying the Daily Wire. That was never in the works. That was just to try to drum up interest so that hopefully someone else would rescue their asses. I've heard that the Murdochs actually personally hate Jeremy Boring, allegedly, just like pretty much everyone else. Like even Ben Shapiro and Jeremy Boring, it sounds like there's a huge rift between them from what I'm hearing. There's even rumors that I can't confirm quite yet that Ben Shapiro hired his own PR person like months ago. Brett Cooper was basically like their last profitable endeavor right now. I assume they make a little bit off Matt Walsh, but I'm not quite sure and I can't confirm. Their election coverage during the 2024 election absolutely bombed. Sounds like just like most Daily Wire products, they dropped a shitload of money into production and did not nearly recoup the costs. So then you remember when Tim Pool was like kind of like rearranging his business and all sorts of weird stuff was happening there? I don't even know if Tim knows this yet directly, but it sounds like the Daily Wire was trying to manipulate him into buying the Daily Wire and trying to present it as super profitable. The rumors
and that'd have been a huge loss for my man. And yeah, yo, if you're liking the video, go ahead and double tap that screen for me real quick. Thank you very much. Or the 3 dots up there. Make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel because there's half a million of y'all that watch the channel every month that are not subscribed. And that's crazy. So go ahead and end this cycle today and just subscribe to the channel, my friend. Welcome to the fam. And if you have any questions, comments, disagreements, you can super chat it in $2 and up. I'll go ahead and read it out loud, react to it, and post it to the top of the screen. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's go.
I'm here.
Okay, so I want to just step in here and say that Ian Carroll has said that this was a mistake in his video, and he's publicly announced this, saying that this wasn't Tim buying the Daily Wire, it was Daily Wire buying Tim, and they were going to do this in an all-stock deal. Now, I know about this, and it is true. That's all I can say. This is good reporting. This is a correction. It wasn't about Tim Pool buying the Daily Wire. It was the other way around. I don't know anything more than that, but those details are correct.
Is that Jeremy Boring thought Tim Pool would be dumb enough to fall for it, and he was the exact kind of guy they could sell to. I heard that they allegedly offered him an all-stock deal, which would be worth shit because their stock is worthless because they're bankrupt, allegedly. So props Tim for not taking that deal. That would have been a huge mistake because now my sources told me like a month or two ago that the Daily Wire froze all the credit cards of all the Daily Wire producers. And they were like pretending it was a new accounting system trying to cover up what was going on, allegedly. But it sounds like apparently the Jeremy Boring's entire net worth is a smokescreen and that he's trying to renegotiate contracts with people like the Petersons to try to leech as much money out as he can to just keep the books looking balanced. It sounds like Jordan Peterson, Michaela Peterson, their whole team has been really weirded out by this and is not stoked. I haven't talked to them directly, but it doesn't sound like they like him at all. So anyways, rumor is that Silver Lake is one of the primary private equity firms coming in looking to buy them up. And Ken, Mike, Egon, Greg, Joe, you might want to do a little more due diligence about the books before you make that purchase. Looks like your last investment, according to Wikipedia, was in 2022. This would not be a good way to come back onto the scene. That is just my opinion based upon what I'm hearing from the inside. Based on the chatter on the, shall we say, wire, it sounds like there's no money in the bank, so to speak, and they're not making profits. There's a difference between revenue and profits, and Jeremy has been doing a lot of finagling over the years to try to make it.
Taking YouTube revenue and kind of selling these guys short. And so that means some of these people are going out paying, they're being silent about it. So it's making me wonder, like, hey, yo, somebody go check on Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, and them. I know Ben Shapiro and Ben Shapiro and Bourne are good, but Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh, though, I don't know about them. Because what? These are guys with whole families.
They look really good. And realistically, do we even want the Daily Wire to be saved? Like opinion time? don't we want to see Matt Walsh break out of the Daily Wire and do his own thing? And Matt, don't you think you'll do way better on your own than with the Daily Wire at this point? Like even Jordan Peterson, who a lot of people's perspectives have changed on over time lately, like even he would get a fresh start if he just got away from this mess. This is like enigmatic of the times we're in, where even the alternative media has been bought out by big money and played in the same big studio mindset that is just completely contrary to what the new media revolution is all about. The way Jeremy Boring thought he could just replace Brett Cooper with her producer and act like nothing had ever changed and the same audience would stay there, that is enigmatic of this old way of thinking.
And it's outright disrespectful. It's like, yo, they came there for Brett Cooper. Like, some of y'all got to realize, I mean, he forgot the whole reason why they're so good or they're so famous. It's because people personally like Candace Owens. People personally like Brett Cooper. When you try to switch out Brett Cooper from her own damn show, you're forgetting the personal fact of the matter is they only showed up there, and I'm be real with you, 95% of the time was not for the information that she shared. It was because it was her.
That the peasants just want to be entertained and you just put programming on their TV and they're guaranteed to watch it. That is not how it works. People subscribe to stories, they subscribe to people, they subscribe to authenticity, and the Daily Wire is the embodiment of an inauthentic, bad storyline that treats all of its people horribly. And I normally try to avoid breaking stories, but it is literally a colander over there. And there are so many leaks pouring information out of the Daily Wire that I cannot keep this shit out of my inbox if I try. And speaking of inboxes, rumor has it that when the Daily Wire took Brett Cooper's TikTok account, you know, a month or so ago, the rumor is that they were trying to read her DMs because they thought that she had leaked the Brett Cooper story to me directly, despite I had never talked to Brett Cooper at all in my life at that point. That shit made me giggle because that shows just how disconnected Jeremy and his people are from reality. Like, bro, if you treat everyone in your company like absolute trash, they're not going to respect you and they're not going to protect you. And when you wrong them over and over and over again, it's inevitably going to wind up on the internet. So let this be a lesson to all of us. The internet is a force that ultimately skews towards authenticity, towards honesty, and towards open discussion. And if your business is modeled on this old way of controlling information, of big money payments, of treating people like property, and of just shitting all over your audience, allegedly, you're not going to last. So anyways, tell me in the comments who you're most excited about seeing no longer at the Daily Wire, going off on their own. For me, it's Matt Walsh. Obviously, I dig Matt a lot, and I can't wait to see him break free of this. Let me know in the comments if you think the Daily Wire should get rescued and
Like, me too. That's what I said. I was like, bro, it's Candace Owens and Matt Walsh. It's like Brett, Candace Owens, Matt Walsh. And my order specifically be Candace Owens, Matt Walsh, and Brett Cooper. Those are the three titans of Daily Wire. And the fact that they lost two of them and they didn't think they was going to see a profit dip is crazy. Bro, that's like the Lakers losing their like LeBron and expecting them to keep on putting up the same average scores. Like, that's not how it happens. That's not how it goes. And they thought they was going to be able to replace her with some blonde hair girl. Thought that was going to work. Nope. Like, disrespectful, but okay.
You've amped, or if you think it's time for them to just be done. And Jeremy, I just want to remind us all, yourself included, pride goes before the fall.
Yeah.
Hot damn.
Yeah.
Ian Carroll cooking here. And he said allegedly like 400,000 times. So, I don't need to express like from the top line here that one, there was a notable error in there that the Daily Wire was trying to buy out Tim Pool, not the other way around. But then two, that this is based on his reporting. Why do I find it interesting? Am I rooting for the, destruction of any particular individual here? No. I'm rooting for more honesty, and I'm rooting for more honest dealing inside of this ecosystem. The part that really sings to me about all of that from Ian is the nature of content and content creators. This new landscape, authenticity reigns supreme, second to no one, answering to no one. People who build their own companies and their own audiences through their own hard work and grit, not through slick Hollywood productions and makeup people and makeup artists and costuming and those fancy little sets with fancy little gadgets everywhere. I mean, dude, you know, put this whole thing together for like, I don't know, $500. We're proud of it. We're like really proud of it. Okay. And you will hear nothing but my honest opinions here because I got no strings to hold me down.
Yep.
You know, we own our own shit around here.
Hey, shout out.
And I think that that's refreshing. I don't like the old way. The old model was control.
Yeah, the old model was some I mean, corporation like Fox, I mean, MSNBC would take interest in you and take your voice and put it on their platform because, you know, you had that magnetism, you had that charisma, you was that guy now or that girl. So that's the old way of doing it. Now, here's the thing, though. The fact that these companies or corporations took advantage of these very political pundits, and we've seen it for ourselves. Those of us who now have that talent ourselves are going like, you know what? I'm just going to keep it independent. Yeah, I don't trust y'all no more, dude, because I've been seeing how y'all been doing some of my favorite speakers. Y'all ain't been doing them too well. I'm good. Like, trust me, I'm really good. And here's the thing, though, it's like, trust me, there's a lot of guys who probably started out in this political sphere or in any type of sphere was like, yo, I wish I could get a deal with Daily Wire. I'm pretty sure back in the day that when they was paying them millions of dollars and all that good stuff. I mean, it changed Candace Owens' life for sure. It changed Brett's life, but you know, they became bigger than their company at a certain point.
Controlling with an iron fist every single thing that every person said. This is exactly what got Tucker in the end at Fox News, right? I know that as a matter of fact. Heard it straight from Tucker. The lack of control leads to the corporation to snap and then obviously just try and destroy their best talent. Candace, Brett, and so on. They suffer the consequences of this. And the ecosystem doesn't need that any longer. You can build on your own. And the audience will, if you put in enough hard work and if you are honest enough with them, and if you show up, then they'll show up for you. And so you just don't need big hedge fund money and you don't need big corporate money lavished down upon you. You've seen how well that's worked for lib media.
Yep.
And now they're like 10 years behind when it comes to independent media.
That's what I'm saying. Like when you get that big corporate money and people are painting or giving you talking points, you don't go out there and research yourself and do your own research. Yeah, that's what that's where corporations kind of got these guys. Like they hand them the studies that they want them to read. They need to talk about they want them to talk to a certain point where you are no longer your own person. You are no longer your own free thinker or independent thinker. You let the corporation think for you and choose what you're going to say. Like people are no longer interested in that. Like he said, bro, authenticity is key
because they lived inside that bubble. Anyway, what's the point? What do I know? I've never worked for the Daily Wire. I've gone to a couple of their parties, right? Like the Gina Carano. I met Jeremy Boring one time. Gina Carano premiere. They did like a movie with Gina Carano. I went to that. It was 2022. I don't have anything personally against these people. You know, the Reagan girl that took over the comment section, Jeremy Boring. Like I don't know them, right? I don't know these people. I haven't even been around to like have an opinion one way or the other. Meaning this is nothing personal. It's just business. So I've stated the business part of it, but there is somebody who has business and personal connected with Jeremy Boring, and that's Candace Owens. And Candace Owens responded to the video that I just played you last night and her live show. And so I'll let Candace speak for herself, somebody who knows way more than I ever could about what's going on here.
Actually,
and we'll leave it at that.
What's interesting is I was awaiting kind of Ben's statement. These two are best friends, refreshing to see what Ben had to say about this on his X feed. He has said nothing across his social media channels. That strikes me as odd. That's a very loud silence. And rather, he went very corporate. He gave a statement, which is exactly the sort of a statement that I would have had expected him to give to the Daily Wire on the Daily Wire website. This is where you can actually find a statement from Ben Shapiro and Caleb Robinson. Now, of course, Ben Shapiro is not becoming the CEO, but he is very much considered the face of the Daily Wire. And so it would have been incumbent upon him to say something. And he handled that in an extraordinarily professional manner. That's what I want to point out. This is a corporate proper announcement, which he should do. I want to be clear. This is exactly what Ben should do. And this is the way it should happen. And these things shouldn't happen on Twitter. But again, for your best friend, and many times
I'm weak though. It's like, you know what? I know Candace is sitting there like, damn, I wish I got that treatment my damn self. Like, shit. Like, man, where's the professionalism for me?
that Jeremy has said, I'm his only friend. It feels like there's something more than that, that's meeting the eye, right? So here is a statement from Ben Shapiro. Again, can be found on the Daily Wire website. Jeremy's hard work and brilliant leadership have been indispensable to the growth of this company from an idea to the largest conservative digital media company in the country, said Shapiro. Jeremy is a tremendous talent, and we're thrilled to get even more of his creative focus in the business as we head into the next phase of expansion. We can't wait to see what he does next. Whoa, that's quite the last sentence there. We can't wait to see what he does next. Pull it back up again. I just want to show what we're not hearing, right? He's a tremendous talent. We're thrilled to get even more of his creative focus in the business. In what capacity? As we head into the next phase of expansion, what has he become now that he is not the CEO? And then you say we can't wait to see what he does next. Again, this feels like we're moving on. That's what it feels like to me, and I could be wrong. And of course, we will update this if suddenly they're like, he is going to be the chief, but you get a title or you don't. And I'm not hearing a title here.
I mean, shout out Candace Owens. She's not wrong. She do not be wrong. And all right, guys, let's take over to the last video of Political Hour, man. Then we're going to go ahead and get into Social Hour, man. Let's shout out to Miss Levitt. Press Secretary Levitt, let's go.
Were only supposed to be up there for 8 days. But because of the Biden administration's lack of urgency, they ended up spending 9 months in space. Joe Biden's lack of courage to act boldly and decisively was a big reason why Butch and Sonny did not make it back until yesterday. But President Trump doesn't waste time. Immediately after taking office, President Trump directed Elon Musk and SpaceX to rescue these brave astronauts alongside NASA. The president also called the acting administrator of NASA and told her to bring the astronauts home as soon as possible. As acting administrator Janet Petro said herself yesterday, per President Trump's direction, NASA and SpaceX worked diligently to pull the schedule a month earlier. The president looks forward to welcoming Butch and Sonny to the Oval Office when they are recovered. This historic mission brings new meaning to President Trump's promise to always look out for the forgotten man and woman. On another important matter, yesterday, President Trump and President Putin spoke about the need for peace and a ceasefire in the Ukraine war. Both leaders agreed this conflict needs to end with a lasting peace and also stressed the need for improved bilateral relations between the United States and Russia. President Trump also spoke with President Zelensky this morning to align both Russia and Ukraine in terms of their needs and requests. As President Trump has said repeatedly, the precious lives and money that both Ukraine and Russia have been spending in this war would be better spent on the needs of their people. This terrible conflict would have never started with President Trump in charge, but he's determined to end it once and for all. President Trump also promised maximum transparency and a commitment to rebuild the trust of the American people and our intelligence community. Part of that promise was to fully release previously classified records related to the assassination of former President John F. Kennedy, and he made that happen yesterday. This historic release consisted of approximately 80,000 pages of previously classified records that are now published. The records are available to access either online at archives.gov/JFK or in person, accessible to the American people at the National Archives in College Park, Maryland. Records that are currently only available for in-person viewing are being digitized and will be uploaded in the coming days. On another note, positive economic data continues to pour in, showing the immediate impact of President Trump's pro-growth agenda. After suffering a steep decline in the final year of the Biden administration, the manufacturing sector came roaring back in February.
Yeah, they did say, man, like, I mean, in our last a press meeting, she did say, like, hey, yo, I ain't gonna lie, we're up 10K in manufacturing jobs. We're returning from that deficit that Biden left us in. So that's always a good thing. And like I said, we need manufacturing. I released a couple of short clips on why manufacturing is so important here in America, because it helps. It honestly, it's the very thing that funds the middle class. Manufacturing's always been a key part of middle class living. And the fact that we let that get shipped away to other countries, I mean, this is the reason why this is the reason why we're at where we're at today. Because we took all the middle class jobs and gave it to China and in Ireland, if you want to talk about pharmaceuticals.
Industrial production surged in February. These are new numbers, 3 times at a greater 3 times rate than the expectations to its highest ever recorded level. And President Trump's laser focus on massive deregulation and unleashing our domestic energy industry is leading to stabilities for Americans' bottom lines. As Newsweek summed it up today, gas prices are plummeting under President Trump. And the Trump administration continues to make American communities safer through our ongoing mass deportation campaign of illegal alien criminals. Yesterday, FBI Director Kash Patel announced the agency captured another fugitive from its 10 most wanted list, securing the extradition of Francisco Javier Roman Bardeles, a key senior leader of the brutal MS-13 gang. And the brave men and women of ICE also arrested a number of dangerous aliens across the country in recent days. You will see them on this screen. ICE San Francisco just arrested a citizen of Guatemala convicted of sexual battery. ICE New Orleans arrested a citizen of Ecuador convicted of rape in Suffolk County, New York. ICE Atlanta arrested a citizen of Mexico convicted of assault by strangulation. ICE Dallas arrested a citizen of Mexico convicted of assault with a firearm and rape with a foreign object.
Yo,
And ICE Houston arrested.
Who the heck is she looking back at while she's saying this? Like, she's saying this is somebody's fault. Like, yeah, this is what you're doing. It's your fault. Every time she says it, she's looking back at a certain person. Like, hey, who's she looking at?
Citizen of Guatemala convicted of indecent sexual contact with a child in Texas. These are heinous criminal alien monsters who the previous administration allowed to flood into our country. And every time President Trump and this team deport one of them, our country becomes safer. Finally, before I open it up to questions, I want to tout how successful our efforts have been in filling out President Trump's administration. There have been a record number of 281 Senate confirmed nominations already, with another 280 in process. Here at the White House, OPM and GSA, we have filled 100% of the total number of slots. And this is a record number of placements in the first 58 days of any administration, and a testament to the caliber and the sheer quantity of talented people who want to work for President Trump to make America great again. Here in our new media seat today, we have Katie Pavlich. Katie is the editor of townhall.com, which is a subsidiary of Town Hall Media. It's a leading conservative news and opinion outlet based right here in Washington, D.C., with writers and journalists reporting around the country. Last year, Town Hall Media had 60 million unique users and 1.4 billion page views, with a broad reach on a number of social media platforms. With that, Katie, please kick us off.
Thank you, Caroline. Really appreciate it. Thank you. So given the back and forth with this U.S. District Judge and the administration's use of the Alien Enemies Act, does the president plan to send new and additional flights of Venezuelan gang members, now designated as foreign terrorists, from the U.S. to El Salvador or elsewhere? Can Americans expect to see those flights sometime soon?
Americans can absolutely expect to see the continuation of the mass deportation campaign that has been successfully led by this president, Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, and also our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. Since you brought up the judges, I would like to point out that the judges in this country are acting erroneously. We have judges who are acting as partisan activists from the bench. They are trying to dictate policy from the President of the United States. They are trying to clearly slow walk this administration's agenda, and it's unacceptable. As the president said last night, we will continue to comply with these court orders. We will continue to fight these battles in courts, but it's incredibly apparent that there is a concerted effort by the far left to judge shop, to pick judges who are clearly acting as partisan activists from the bench in an attempt to derail this president's agenda. We will not allow that to happen. And not only are they usurping the will of the president and the chief executive of our country, but they are undermining the will of the American public, tens of millions of Americans who duly elected this president to implement the policies that are coming out of this White House.
And then one more question. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer said yesterday that he was united with Democrats in working against Americans who, quote, their attitude is, I made my money all by myself. How dare your government take my money from me? Or I built my company with my bare hands. How dare your government tell me how to treat my customers? What is the president's response to this, given his upcoming tax agenda and need to work on Capitol Hill?
Well, we certainly hope that Democrats all of a sudden are for more money in the pockets of the American public. The president has made it incredibly clear that he is committed to tax cuts. He is committed to passing a big reconciliation package later this year, ending no taxes on tips, taxes on overtime, no taxes on Social Security for our hardworking seniors. And we encourage everybody on Capitol Hill to support that when it comes to the finish line, especially Democrats who clearly need a boost from the American public right now. Their approvals are at an all-time record low. Thanks for being with us, Katie. Garrett.
I have one other question, but I want to follow up on Katie's question. Actually, you said the mass deportation campaign would continue, but she asked about the flights specifically. Will those flights to El Salvador continue while this case is being appealed?
We don't have any flights planned specifically, but we will continue with the mass deportations. And I would just like to point out that the judge in this case is essentially trying to say that the president doesn't have the executive authority to deport foreign terrorists from our American soil.
Bro, cut the bull.
That is an egregious.
That is a wild thing to say. Like, you're telling me the American, so you're pretty much saying that that our president doesn't have the right to deport criminals. He does not have the right to enact a deportation of people who have broken our laws, who are foreigners. That's what I'm saying. It's like, yo, some of these Supreme Courts, whoever this judge is, yeah, you need to step down because you're stopping what the American people voted for. That's what I'm saying. It kind of goes to show, like, hey, all this corruption and fraud's going on, man. It kind of sounds like some of these people are stopping it, is benefiting, or else, even if they didn't like it, if they weren't benefiting, they'd at least sit back and be like, well, look, I may not believe in it. I think y'all guys are crazy. But I'm gonna sit back and let y'all look just cause.
Abuse of the
I want to
bench.
make it sound like I'm complicit.
This judge does not have that authority. It is the opinion of this White House and of this administration, and that's why we're fighting this in court. And it's very, very clear that this is an activist judge who is trying to usurp the president's authority. Under the Alien Enemies Act, the president has this power. And that's why this deportation campaign has continued. And this judge, Judge Boasberg, is a Democrat activist. He was appointed by Barack Obama. His wife has donated more than $10,000 to Democrats, and he has consistently shown his disdain for this president and his policies, and it's unacceptable.
I wanted to go about the idea that these people are all foreign terrorists, but Judge Boasberg was originally appointed by George W. Bush and then elevated by Barack Obama. I just feel like I should clear that up.
Well, let me just say something to that effect, Garrett. 67% of all of the injunctions in this century have come against which president? Donald J. Trump. Let me say that
Good
again.
point.
60% of the injunctions by partisan activists in the judicial branch have come against President Donald Trump, and 92% of those have been from Democrat-appointed judges. This is a clear, concerted effort by leftists who don't like this president and are trying to impose or slow down his agenda.
So, given that, do you think it's a good use of Congress's time and the president's political capital to try to impeach and remove a federal judge, which would take 67 votes you're unlikely to get in the Senate?
Well, look, the president has made it clear that he believes this judge in this case should be impeached. And he has also made it clear that he has great respect for the Chief Justice, John Roberts. And it's incumbent upon the Supreme Court to rein in these activist judges. These partisan activists are undermining the judicial branch by doing so. We have co-equal branches of government for a reason, and the president feels very strongly about that. Jackie.
I hope
What
so.
options does the president have to, he says he's going to follow court orders. He wouldn't defy a court order, but he's raised these concerns about these judges acting in such a partisan way. What option does he have to ensure that his agenda continues to move forward while this is ongoing and the judges appear to be trying to just block and delay and impede?
Well, you're right. They are trying to block, delay, and impede. This is lawfare. The president is no stranger to it. He faced it in his campaign, and this is a continuation of the lawfare that President Trump faced as a candidate, and he's now unfortunately facing as a president. Clearly, these partisan activists in the judicial branch didn't get the memo on November 5th when the American people overwhelmingly reelected this president to continue with mass deportations. So White House counsel and the Department of Justice are working on this. They're appealing these cases, and we will continue to use the full weight of the White House counsel's office and the president's team of lawyers to fight this in court, because we know we will win, even if we have to go all the way to the Supreme Court.
Andy McCarthy said in an interview with Hugh Hewitt, he certainly agrees with what the president is trying to do with the Alien Enemies Act, but he's not sure that the law is completely on his side. He cites some previous Supreme Court rulings dealing with enemy combatants in wartime, says that even they have a challenge or a right to challenge their detention in court. He raised concern also that while TDA has been designated as a terrorist organization, these individuals hadn't been prosecuted for terrorism. So my question is, will the president ask Congress potentially to declare war on these cartels for the invasion that he's talked about so that he's on stronger legal footing?
Well, we absolutely disagree with the legal opinion of the individual that you mentioned. We would not have moved forward with this if we didn't believe the president. This was within the president's executive authority to continue with this mass deportation effort under the authority provided to him under the Alien Enemies Act. And when you read the act, as I did last time at the podium, a predatory incursion is absolutely what has happened with Tren de Aragua. They have been sent here by the hostile Maduro regime in Venezuela, and the president, immediately upon taking office, designated TDA as a foreign terrorist organization. And under this act, it is within the president's authority to deport these terrorists. And anybody trying to defend these terrorists who have now been sent off of American soil should talk to the families of the individuals who these heinous monsters have killed and have raped. If you talk to those families, they are so heartened by the president's decision to take tough action and to use his executive authority, something that no other president has been willing to do, because President Trump does what he says he's going to do, and he is deporting these foreign terrorists.
So here's the thing, though. I don't really get what the problem is here. Like, the man's doing what he said he was going to do, deport criminals. Yes, if you came over here illegally, even if you came over here illegally and ain't do nothing else since, you still committed a crime. You're still a felon. You still need to get up out of here and come through the right way. That's just what it is. Trump is not going against the Constitution. He's not going against the people. He's not even going against the government. It's like, this is what we should have been done. We should have been round these people up and sent them out. We should have been did this. So I don't even know. I don't even understand the fear mongering on, oh, he's trying to destroy the Constitution. If anybody's trying to destroy the Constitution, it's the judge. It's the people who are denying the fact that the government is supposed to be for the people, by the people, not paid for by the people, but for the bureaucrats.
From
That's not how we
secure our homeland.
That's not how we had it set up. No.
Jennifer. Very quickly on Tesla, there's a website that's trying to dox Tesla owners across the country and saying they're only going to take down personal information when people show that they've sold their cars. What's the administration going to do about that?
I haven't seen that website, but we certainly think it's despicable, the violence that has taken place against Tesla, the company, its employees, and also just Americans who have chosen to drive an electric vehicle. Many of them are Democrats, by the way. Democrats were big supporters of Tesla and of electric.
Dog, look, bro, because this is stupid right here. You don't have to be a lawyer to know the law. You do not have to be a lawyer to know the law or to interpret the law. Because the law says that if you cross the border, you have committed a felony. I mean, Tom Homan had the school AOC on it. He even brought up the section of the law where it says, yes, if you cross over illegally, you've committed a felony. The fact that y'all try to paint it as anything else is a lie. That's why Tom Homan has the full authority to go after every immigrant that came over here illegally, because they broke the law.
Electric vehicles until Elon Musk decided to vote for Donald Trump. So we would like Democrats to also come out and condemn this heinous violence that we have seen. And I believe the Attorney General has said she's investigating these incidents as acts of domestic terrorism. Jennifer.
On Ukraine, can you say, is the White House going to pause foreign military aid or intelligence sharing with Ukraine, as Russia says it's pushing for? And then I have a follow-up on the Federal Trade Commission.
Sure. When it comes to Ukraine, I do have a statement for you from the National Security Advisor and also the Secretary of State. First, I'd like to reiterate what the president said earlier following his call with President Zelensky this morning. He said he...
Bro, are you that? So you're really about to tell me that crossing our border illegally is not a felony? Okay. Okay, bro. Hold on. I got you.
He just completed a very good telephone call with President Zelensky. It lasted approximately 1 hour. Much of the discussion was based on a call made yesterday with President Putin in order to align both Russia and Ukraine in terms of their requests and needs. We are very much on track, and I will ask Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Mike Waltz to give an accurate description of the points discussed. That statement will be put out shortly. While I have that statement for
So shout out to my people at Guzum. See, it says GUZ man law. So it's pretty much Guzman law. Yes, Guzman law. Crossing the border is not only a felony, but is a federal crime. Not just any attorney will be able to argue a complex case of this nature in front of the federal court. Federal crimes require specialized lawyers with unique set of experience taking high stake cases to trial. But yes, pretty much saying that crossing the border illegally is not only a felony, but a federal crime. What are you talking about, bro? Are you like insane? Like when is violating our border a good thing? It's not. No, it's not something that's not a misdemeanor. It's not you just getting a speeding ticket. Nah. What are you talking like, bro? You people do not know the law. And honestly, it should be common sense to understand that, yeah, crossing over here should be a serious violation of our law, which it is.
For you right here. Bear with me as I read it. Today, President Trump and Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky had a fantastic phone conversation. President Zelensky thanked President Trump for a productive start for the.
Actually, I'll even tell you, it's section, what was it? It's section 1325 and 1326 are misdemeanors and felony violations. Bruh, there's something wrong with some of you people. Like, y'all not even willing to admit that crossing our border is a felony? Well, you can look this up anywhere. You can Google this and it will tell you. You can ask ChatGPT. You can even go to AI. It will tell you.
The work of the Ukrainian and American teams in Jeddah on March 11th. The meeting of the senior officials from both nations significantly helped in moving toward ending the war. President Zelensky thanked President Trump for the support of the United States, especially the Javelin missiles that President Trump was first to provide in his efforts towards peace. The leaders agreed Ukraine and America will continue working together to bring about a real end to the war, and that.
Nah, bro. Nah. You just sat there and just said that, hey, nah, it's not a felony. Now you're trying to say, well, if it's done multiple times, no, not even if it's done multiple times. If you do it one time and you get smuggled over here, yes, you've committed a felony. See, that's what I'm saying. I do not know the law, but okay.
Lasting peace under President Trump's leadership can be achieved. President Trump fully briefed President Zelensky on his conversation with Putin and the key issues discussed. They reviewed the situation in Kursk and agreed to share information closely between their defense staffs as the battlefield situation evolved. President Zelensky asked for additional air defense systems to protect his civilians, particularly Patriot missile systems, and President Trump agreed to work with him to find what was available, particularly in Europe. The two leaders also agreed on a partial ceasefire against energy. Technical teams will meet in Saudi Arabia in the coming days to discuss broadening the ceasefire to the Black Sea on the way to a full ceasefire. They agreed this could be the first step toward.
You know, the crazy part is, though, we're not even arresting these people. We're just sending them back home. So even if so here's the thing, though, even if they have not committed a felony crossing over the first time, even if it's not a felony, here's the thing. They still have to get up out of here. It is still something where they either be removed or put in prison for. Either way, though, either way, you get over here and you get caught for either sending you back or you're getting put in jail for some months.
Toward the full end of the war and ensuring security. President Zelensky was grateful for the president's leadership in this effort and reiterated his willingness to adopt a full ceasefire. President Trump also discussed Ukraine's electrical supply and nuclear power plants. He said that the United States could be very helpful in running those plants with its electricity and utility expertise. American ownership of those plants would be the best protection for that infrastructure and support for Ukrainian energy infrastructure. President Zelensky also thanked President Trump for continuing to push humanitarian concerns, including the exchange of prisoners of war. He noted they had just had a successful exchange and thanked the president for his leadership on that. President Trump also asked President Zelensky about the children who had gone missing from Ukraine during the war, including the ones that had been abducted. And President Trump promised to work closely with both parties to help make sure those children were returned home. They agreed all parties must continue the effort to make a ceasefire work. The presidents noted the positive work of their advisors and representatives, especially Secretary Rubio, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, Special Envoy Kellogg, and others. The presidents instructed their teams to move ahead with the technical issues related to implementing and broadening the partial ceasefire. The presidents instructed their advisors and representatives to carry out this work as quickly as possible. The presidents emphasized that in further meetings, the teams can agree on all necessary aspects of advancing toward lasting peace and security. That is a lengthy statement that was just given to me, so thanks for bearing with me. Our office will, of course, provide this after. And as you know, as I just pointed out in the statement, the president's team of negotiators and national security experts will be heading to Saudi again later this week to continue working on and ironing out the details. But I would just like to emphasize, we have never been this close to peace, and it's only because of President Trump that we are here. I think a couple of years ago, as you all reported on the war, it was incomprehensible to have a partial ceasefire in this conflict. And today that is true because of the leadership of this president.
So they agreed to closely share information between their defense staffs. Does that mean all intelligence sharing will continue? So the White House is rejecting Russia's request.
Intelligence sharing in terms of defense for Ukraine will continue to be shared. Mary.
Thanks, Caroline.
Actually, you know what? Boom, right here. All right, here. So, yep, actually, it is true, though. You're right. Crossing the U.S. border illegally is generally not classified. Generally not. So that means it's generally most cases, the first time you do it is not considered a felony unless done in certain ways. You feel me? Unless you done hurt somebody, smuggling, you're with a minor. Those are certain things that could turn your first time crossing the border into a felony. Now, if you just came over here by yourself, you crossed over and with no drugs, no nothing, and you just get caught, you're good. You're good. But if you came over here with drugs, unaccompanied minor that ain't yours, I would say contraband of any kind, easily bump to a felony. So while generally your first time getting caught at the border, if it's just you and you're just trying to get over here, you're not trying to smuggle anything over here, yes, it'll be considered a misdemeanor. If you do have something on you and it's your first time, you trying to smuggle something, somebody or something over here, yes, you're getting hit with a felony. Now, if you come over your first time, you're just trying to get into this country, misdemeanor. We kick you out, you come over again, and then you get hit with a felony. There you go. Full context.
One on the United States Institute of Peace and then on the Supreme Court, if that's okay. Sure. So on the United States Institute of Peace, this is a little bit wild. I understand the old president refused to leave after he was removed from his position. He barricaded himself in his offices, had to be escorted out by police, left the building without Wi-Fi, telephones, elevators, and more, and is now telling media that Doge broke in and illegally removed him. So can you comment on this sequence of events and specify, did Doge illegally enter?
I'm really glad you brought this up, Mary. We were made aware of this story by individuals at Doge, at Elon Musk's team, and also at the State Department who were unable to access this building. And it became very clear that there was a concerted effort amongst the rogue bureaucrats at the United States Institute of Peace to actually physically barricade themselves essentially inside of the building to prevent political appointees of this administration who work at the direction of the President of the United States to get into the building. There was a piece in the Daily Caller, thank you for sharing the truth on this, about what happened. Staff contacted the MPD in an attempt to prevent Doge personnel from entering. They barricaded the doors. They also disabled telephone lines, internet connections, and other IT infrastructure within the building. They distributed flyers internally, encouraging each other to basically prevent these individuals from accessing the building. I use this to say this is what Doge and this administration is facing. It's a resistance from bureaucrats who don't want to see change in this city.
Yeah, it's resistant to the bureaucrats who don't want to see change in the city, who want to keep on getting those kickbacks. And look, for all you liberals who are against rich people and all this good stuff, I mean, y'all should be against the rich people who get y'all tax dollars on the low. Y'all should be against them, like, you know, Pelosi and them. But I don't ever hear liberals speak out against Pelosi. I mean, here's the thing, though. We all get that Pelosi's inside trading. I would respect any liberal who will come out and just be like, I ain't gonna lie. As much shit as we talk about the rich people on y'all side, we got some people on our side that be doing the same exact thing. actually even worse because they don't go out there and create their own products. They don't go out there and do for themselves. They don't even serve the American people. They just sit there and collect taxpayer dollars. That's it. That's it. Oh, and create policies that don't benefit us and that benefit immigrants.
President Trump was elected on an overwhelming mandate to seek change and implement change, and this is unacceptable behavior.
Thank you. I just really quick on the Supreme Court. I know it's been
You're damn
almost 3
right.
years now
You're damn
since the
right.
leak of the draft Dobbs opinion to Politico, actually. A leak which sparked protesting outside the homes of the justices and even brought on one attempted assassination attempt. I know Justice Alito said that it made the justices targets for assassination, but yet the Supreme Court has not tracked down any leaker. Does the White House have interest in finding out who that leaker was, and can you comment on that at all?
I know generally speaking, the president has an interest in finding leakers and he believes it's unacceptable. And it's the position of this administration. You've seen the Secretary of Homeland Security has taken tough action at her agency. Leaking is unacceptable to this president and to the leaders across the board in this cabinet, especially when it puts people in harm's way. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. A mom whose daughter was forced to change in a locker room with a biological male at school files a complaint with the DOJ. How will the Trump DOJ deal with violations of President Trump's orders protecting women and girls like this?
I would defer you to the Department of Justice on that specific case, but the president has made it incredibly clear that it is the policy of this administration that there are only two genders, male and female, only two sexes rather, male and female.
Hold on now, I got to speak to something in the chat real quick. Now, look. First off, they did not send them all to El Salvador. No, they did not. First off, do you even know the story of why El Salvador is one of the main people we're talking about? They literally, they did the wildest things, right? They kicked in people's door, their own people's door, and locked up anybody who was a gang member or related or associated with a gang member. That means your friend could have been out there gang banging and not you, but due to the fact that you're associated with them, you're going to jail too. And once they found out that you're not one, then they let you go. That's what they did in El Salvador. And you know what they did right after that? After they realized that their prisons was overfilled, they dumped them in America. That's why we're dumping them their ass right back there. We're giving them back their trash. There you go.
And that we are not going to tolerate.
Man, why don't you send us the good ones? Why I gotta send us the criminals? So send us the good El Salvadorians. We'll take them. We ain't gonna take these bullshit ass criminals y'all trying to send over here. We refuse.
Such behavior by men pretending to be women. The president will continue to strongly stand for the rights of women and girls, not just in sports and on athletic fields, but also in private spaces like locker rooms and bathrooms. Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you. On the FTC, two quick questions. Can you explain the president's thinking in his decision to fire the two Democratic commissioners, especially given that Mark Meadow is on track to be confirmed next week and there would be a Republican majority? My biggest question is why now?
Sure. Because the time was right to let these people go, and the president absolutely has the authority to do it. And they were given ample notice in a letter that I believe your outlet reported on. So it pretty much explains exactly why this administration chose to let those individuals go.
Is the ultimate goal to get this to the Supreme Court to try to overturn the 1935 precedent?
The goal was to let these individuals go. If we have to fight it all the way to the Supreme Court, we certainly will. Rachel.
Back to those deportation flights to El Salvador, can the administration provide any more details on how authorities determined that each of those men were in fact members of a gang? And if the White House can publish images, photos, videos of those men, why can't the administration just release basic information like their identities and names?
We are not going to reveal operational details about a counterterrorism operation. But what I can assure you, as I said on Monday, we have the highest degree of confidence in our ICE agents and our Customs and Border Patrol agents who have committed their lives to targeting illegal criminals in our country, particularly foreign terrorists, and they had great evidence and indication. They have the highest degree of professionalism, and they were 100% confident in the individuals that were sent home on these flights and in the president's executive authority to do that.
Follow up, I know in the last briefing you cited privacy concerns as a reason why the administration may not be able to reveal the identities. What exactly are the privacy rights of immigrants who were deported that the administration says were dangerous enough to be sent to El Salvador and sit in a prison?
Again, as I just said, we're not going to reveal the operational details of a counterterrorism operation for quite obvious reasons. We're trying to combat terrorism here in the United States of America. Jeff.
I could ask something else about the phone call yesterday. There was a couple different readouts from
Man,
the
not like they
Kremlin
care.
and the U.S. on a couple different points.
I mean, shoot, not like these Dems care. I mean, what you mean? They were trying to import terrorism into this country.
Was energy and infrastructure.
The U.S. statement said energy and infrastructure. The Kremlin said energy infrastructure. What is your understanding of what the actual substance of that disagreement was? Then I have one other question on that.
I would defer you to the readout that was provided by the White House. That's our understanding, and that's the truth.
And if I could ask a question about the judge as well. How does a president define a bad judge? Is it just someone who disagrees with him? And is that a dangerous precedent in this case? Because this is a temporary ruling from Judge Boasberg that he could ultimately rule in your favor. Is he setting up a standard here for calling for the impeachment of a judge who may ultimately rule on your side?
No, it has nothing to do with disagreeing with the president on policy. It's with disagreeing with the Constitution and the law. And it's trying to usurp the authority of the executive branch of this country. It's having baseless reasoning for these injunctions. And it's a clear effort by these judges to slow roll this president's agenda. And if you just look at the injunctions that this president has faced, deporting foreign terrorists from our homeland, hiring and firing of executive branch employees, which when the president is the executive of the executive branch. You also see an injunction by a partisan activist judge when it comes to the Secretary of Defense trying to determine the readiness of our troops and the qualifications of our troops in our armed forces. Does a single district court judge really have more authority over the commander-in-chief and the Secretary of Defense?
Well, he's not even a Supreme Court judge. He's just a single district court judge. Trying to overpower the president. It's like, dog, sit down. That's what I'm saying. It's like, there's something going on where people are really trying to have an argument where some district judge is able to challenge the authority of the president. Like, where are we at? What's going on?
Defense to determine who should serve in our United States Armed Forces? Absolutely not. Anyone who has taken a basic civics lesson can understand that. And it's ridiculous lawfare that we are witnessing. And it's
I'm sorry, the president said he respects the Chief Justice here. Does he respect him specifically on this case and this opinion, or respects him overall? And has he spoken to any other Supreme Court justices?
The president respects Chief Justice Roberts overall. He just expressed that to me in the Oval Office. But it's also quite clear that the Supreme Court needs to rein in these judges who are acting as partisan activists, and they are undermining the judicial branch. And it's a dereliction of duty on their behalf. Deanna,
How did we let them get off with that?
On the call with Zelensky, did they discuss the minerals deal at all? Is that back on the table? And what do the Ukrainians have to do to get that back on the table? And then one on the Russia call as well.
Again, I just provided a very lengthy readout of the call that was provided by the Secretary of State and the National Security Advisor. And now we have moved beyond the economic minerals deal. We are at a place of peace. We're at a partial ceasefire, and we're moving towards a full ceasefire and a long-standing peace in this conflict. And that's great news for the American public.
Kremlin readout mentioned that Trump and Putin spoke about potential U.S.-Russia hockey games. And the Kremlin readout also said that Russia wanted the U.S. to stop U.S. intelligence and U.S. funding to Ukraine. The president has said that that conversation did not happen. Just wondering if you can get us any more clarity on that. And also, again, if it's energy infrastructure or if it's energy and infrastructure, because I think there is a big difference between that.
Again, as for the readouts of the call, I would defer you to ours. And when it comes to the topic of hockey, it did come up. However, we're more interested in securing a peace deal than scheduling hockey games right now. Sean.
Yep.
Hey, about the deportation flight. So was it the president himself who directed the planes to stay in the air after the judge ordered them to turn back?
The president invoked the Aliens Enemies Act with a proclamation, which then directed the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of State to move forward with the plan of action. And as I said yesterday, all of the planes.
Oh God, Tonya, me too. I want to see bro's bank account. Like on that very day too. Like on the day you signed to try to turn these people around. On the day you signed to stop these immigrants from being deported. What money went into your bank account? I'm interested. Like, please tell us. Because it had to been something for you to just portray the American people like just like this. And then you're gonna frame it under what? Oh, he's going against democracy. No, he's low-key trying to save the American people from I'm gonna be real with you, being invaded by immigrants. Which is not, I'm gonna be real with you here, guys. I do not blame the immigrants. The immigrants aren't the bad guys here. This is our government. It's our government for low-key kind of swinging this nice-ass place called America in their face while they're living in a not-so-prosperous country, leaving the door open, telling them, hey, yo, if you hate your situation, come over here. Who wouldn't do it? Who wouldn't do it? Who wouldn't want to come to this country? I don't blame the immigrants. I blame our government for allowing the immigrants to put themselves in this situation.
That were subject to
I
the
had
judge's
no hatred
written
towards
order
them.
took off before.
Main thing, I have a hatred toward the administration that allowed them to come over here like this, to allow them to be trafficked, to allow children to be smuggled. I mean, allow women to be raped and hurt in the most horrendous ways, and allow men and children alike to die in the back of cars. I mean, who would want this for anybody?
For the order was submitted in court. I was asked and answered that question multiple times yesterday. Kate, go ahead.
Is the president still considering pressuring Russia with sanctions or tariffs
Oh.
to try to get a
I said on my man Castro, he said Ukraine built a ski resort near Poland recently. Wait, Ukraine? Wait, what? Y'all supposed to be struggling. Y'all supposed to be going through a war. The hell y'all out here creating ski resorts? Well, we see how serious they're taking it. Like I'm saying, it's like, why are we throwing in billions of dollars when they're over here living and we're over here like stressed out about it, in arms, going like Russia is a problem, and these guys are kicking back building ski resorts. We're over here panicking about a problem that they should be panicking about as well, but they're over here kicking back building ski resorts. It's like, yeah, okay.
full ceasefire? And is there any kind of deadline or timeline that the White House has in mind for when that pressure might ramp up?
Again, the president had a nearly 2-hour-long call with President Putin yesterday. We provided a readout of that call, and we have his negotiating team heading to the Middle East this week to continue these discussions in regards to sanctions and any other details. I'm not going to give a readout of those from this podium.
And on TikTok, is Oracle the leading contender for a deal? And would the U.S. back a deal that keeps TikTok's algorithm and the underlying technology still in Chinese hands?
As President Trump does so well, we don't get ahead of ourselves when we are in the midst of the art of the deal. So when the president and this team are ready to announce a deal on TikTok, which is a high priority for the president, we will make that known. I've seen that reporting, but I'm not going to comment on it just yet. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Press Secretary Leavitt. Some prominent Trump supporters have been making the case that Derek Chauvin deserves a pardon. They argue that he did not receive a fair trial. Joe Biden and other Democrats actually implied that he was guilty while the trial was going on. BLM rioters had these jurors under immense threat and pressure. Mainstream media, frankly, many news outlets here today are complicit here. They chose to ignore the autopsy report. They chose to ignore the full body camera footage. They decided to slander Derek Chauvin as a racist cop instead. Does the administration believe Derek Chauvin received a fair trial, and will they consider a pardon moving forward?
The president has been asked and answered this question. He said it's not something he's considering at this time. Philip.
Thank you. Two questions. First, just a follow-up on the readouts from those calls. When it comes to the discrepancies between the U.S. and Russian readout of that call between President Trump and Putin, is it the president's assessment that something is getting lost in translation, or does he believe that the Russians are trying to play games here?
No, the president believes in his team that put the readout out, and he also put his own out on Truth Social. We've been incredibly transparent about all of the president's calls with foreign leaders, and again, I would defer you to the readout.
And today we're hearing from the families of 3 of the hundreds of migrants deported to El Salvador by the Trump administration in defiance of a court order. They say their loved ones are being wrongfully detained, and they only found out they were sent overseas by seeing them in a video posted online by El Salvador's president. It shows some of the 238 men accused of being members of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua. But family members of these 3 men tell NBC News they are innocent, that they're unaffiliated with the gang.
Bruh.
but were targeted because of their tattoos. NBC's Julia Ainsley is behind this reporting. What more did the families tell you, Julia?
Well, it was interesting, Chris, and I have to tell you that this.
Appreciate you guys. Appreciate y'all. So what I was pretty much saying right here is that, look, pretty much she was saying, all right, yeah, but they're not gang members. Yeah, but guess what? They don't got to be gang members. They just got to be illegals. It does not matter that they're gang members. Them being a gang member is a plus to the fact that we're deporting them. You know that, right? It is a whole plus. Like, it does. They don't have to be a gang member for them to be deported. They just got to be an illegal from Venezuela and to get their ass on a plane to get deported back to Venezuela. That's all they got to be. So this isn't them being wrongfully deported. This is them just being wrongfully characterized. Oh, we thought y'all was gang members. We thought you was illegal gang members. Oh, you're just illegals? Well, still, same thing. You got to go. It does not matter.
Because of their tattoos.
Appreciate
NBC's Julia Ainsley is behind this reporting. What more did the families tell you, Julia?
Well, it was interesting, Chris, and I have to tell you that this comes as we're seeing a federal court filing in that case that we've been talking about, where an ICE official said that many of those deported to El Salvador don't have criminal records, but that he thinks that's just because they haven't spent enough time in the United States to commit a crime, but that they could later because of these alleged gang affiliations. The families we spoke to said,
what is wrong with y'all? Y'all acting like we're deporting them because they're gang members. We're deporting them because they're illegal immigrants. They're illegal Venezuelans who came over here in our country illegally. That's why they're getting deported. It has nothing to do with the fact that they're gang men, or it has nothing to do with the if or the and or the yes or the no, if that they're a gang member or not. It doesn't matter.
not only were their loved ones not criminals who had no criminal record, they also think that they've been falsely connected to this gang, Tren de Aragua. Take a listen to what one mother told us.
De que ellos me están enseñando, mami, sí es él. Y en realidad es él porque le vimos sus tatuajes en su brazo. Que lo chequeen en Interpol, que lo chequeen donde sea. Y que él va a parecer que no es ningún delincuente.
Great, that's cool. Your son's not a criminal, but guess what he is? He's an illegal. And I'm gonna have to skip this because, well, I ain't gonna lie, I can't read her the captions for her.
And we should say the other mothers that we spoke to as well said that they didn't know where their sons were. In one case, I spoke to a woman or heard from a woman whose son.
Yeah, your son ran away trying to live the American dream. That's what happened, and they sent his ass back. And then they told you he was a gang member. Now y'all offended? Like, bro, it don't matter. They was here illegally. That's why they're back home. Even if they weren't a gang member, even if they weren't, they just got sent back home. And then here's the thing. Like, look, I ain't gonna lie. I tell black guys the same thing. I tell my black young brothers the same thing, bro. Stop with these damn gang looking ass tattoos. If you don't want to get treated like a gang member, stop wearing the damn uniform. Like, what's wrong with y'all?
Was taken in Irving, Texas. She thought he was going to be deported back to Venezuela. The last she heard from him, he was in an ICE detention center in Texas, saying he expected to go to Venezuela, where she lived. She thought she'd be seeing him again soon. When she didn't hear from him, she finally saw his picture surface through these videos. So we've been playing on repeat that came from the El Salvadoran president, who's trying to show these videos. Now you have mothers identifying those people as their children, who they say have not committed crimes. I will say a DHS spokeswoman said that they trust the DHS intelligence assessments on these individuals, Chris.
Man, all right then. All right, let's go back down. Now, actually, no, I think it's a good time to head into conspiracy hour. Well, not conspiracy, but social hour. And it's like, let me see, about 19 super chats away from conspiracy hour.
Thank you, Caroline. White House said yesterday that gas prices across the U.S. have fallen for the fourth straight week. 34 states now seeing gas under $3 a gallon. This limited ceasefire with Ukraine regarding oil refineries, energy, will that affect gas prices here in the U.S.?
Well, it's certainly the president's hope that gas prices will continue to fall, and he's working every single day to ensure that we do. As you just mentioned, there's been very encouraging data. Inflation is cooling and gas prices are falling. The president has established a National Energy Dominance Council, and it's ultimately the president's goal. And this administration is working hard on it every single day to increase our energy production right here in the United States of America, to have it Trump energy boom like we saw in our first term, which will not only lead to lower fuel prices here at home, but also lessen the rate of inflation that was created by the previous administration.
One more on Tesla, Caroline. Tim Waltz, Governor Waltz, saying last night he frequently checks Tesla stock. In doing so, to quote, give me a little boost during the day. How should Americans view politicians who take pride in the downfall of an American car company?
I think that's quite sad, but I think Governor Walz, unfortunately, is living a sad existence after his devastating defeat on November 5th.
Damn. I mean, they ain't had to do my man like that. He's like, what you mean, man? Look, he's part of the crying Kamala team, okay? He'll be okay. He want to look at somebody else's failure because he's such a failure himself. That is true. Like, those of you who like to see other people fail, it's only because you want to kumbaya and failure because you are a failure yourself. I'm telling you, man. Hey, you gotta watch y'all energy, man. Watch how y'all express yourselves, because you guys having hatred for these rich people is low-key keeping you away from your own riches.
Reagan.
That be monetarily, like family-wise, all that good stuff.
Reagan, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Across the country,
Spiritually,
Tesla, cars are being lit on fire, dealerships are being shot up, Molotov cocktails are being used. There was a website posted yesterday that shared the addresses of private Tesla owners and reportedly had Kash Patel's information on it. AG Gandhi has called this acts of domestic terrorism. Does the White House have any indication that this is some sort of coordinated movement or that it's being funded by some out?
Bro, look, G, you ever heard the term, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here? That's my attitude towards this. You ain't got to go to Venezuela, but you cannot stay in America. I don't care where we put them, okay? I'll be quite honest with you. I don't care where we put them. If we put them in El Salvador with the crazies, or we put them back in Venezuela, it don't matter. They just cannot be here, okay? That's it. I don't care.
Outside group? And do you know if the
When it comes to, they're sending them to the wrong places, we do not care. Okay.
investigation by the DOJ is being investigated as incidents of organized terror?
I believe.
Like, chat, do y'all care? Do y'all care? Am I just being an asshole here? Am I being heartless? Do y'all care? Because I only care about the fact that they out of here. Like I say, you don't got to go home. You just can't stay here.
I believe the Attorney General has made her comments clear on that. She is investigating these events as acts of domestic terrorism, and we fully condemn them. And as I said earlier to Jackie's question, we think it's despicable what is happening to not just this American company, but also their innocent employees. And again, innocent Americans who drive these vehicles. We condemn it wholeheartedly. Sure.
More than 24,000 workers in 18 agencies are in the process of being
What it
reinstated.
is.
What is your message
Is
to
what it
these
is.
workers, and can you assure them they won't be fired again as the administration directs agencies to do more layoffs?
Well, the
How?
administration.
How is it? What? That's the point. It's illegal. And how is it against our Constitution? You know, our Constitution only works for American citizens, right? You know that only works for us. Yes, it only works for American citizens. You can't apply it to non-citizens, my friend. So what are you talking about? What? Like, bro, what? You trying to give these dudes like free citizenship, bro? That's not how it works. I'm sorry.
Administration is complying with the court's order again, as
And
I have.
yes, it's the prison for the worst of the worst. That's their problem. That's their problem. They didn't want to experience that. They shouldn't mess with us. All right. Actually, that's their country's problem. If their country didn't want them to go through that, they'd have told them that's not to go to America, or their country would have accepted them back with open arms, but they're not. Some of these countries are kind of playing hardball right now. Okay, cool. We'll just dump them off in Venezuela, in El Salvador. We'll see what happens to them then. Since y'all don't want to take them, don't blame us. Blame Venezuela. Y'all always want to blame us for what other countries put themselves into. It's like, man, get out of here with that.
I've spoken about repeatedly. We think it's despicable that we have judges acting as judicial activists, partisan activists, trying to dictate who the president of the United States, the executive of the executive
Which
branch,
one?
can.
Please tell me which amendments? Which amendments are we breaking by sending illegal immigrants out of our country? Which amendment are we breaking, please? Because I doubt you can't name one. Which amendment? Which one? Like, can't be the first, the second, or the third, fourth, or the fifth. Which amendment?
Hire and fire. We have never seen anything like this. We are fighting this in court.
Due process. They're an illegal they're an illegal immigrant. Due process? That's for citizens, dog. Due process. They're an illegal immigrant who's been proven to cross the border, bro. Proven. Due process? I mean, okay, bro. Okay. You know what? Let me further research that for you.
We will continue to fight it all the way to the Supreme Court if we have to. And as for federal employees, it's been the very common sense position of this president and the administration.
I'm sorry. That was too funny, bro. This man literally tried to apply the Constitution that only applies for American citizens to illegal immigrants. Bro, where are we at when we got Americans thinking that the Constitution can be applied to immigrants? Where are we at in America right now, man? No way.
That bureaucrats here in Washington, D.C. need to show up to the office just like the rest of America.
Bro, there's like a whole bunch of illegals like invading our country and being like, you know what? They get the First and Second Amendment, so we can go ahead and give them guns as well. Like, bro, what?
Middle-class Americans, from doctors to business owners to teachers to law enforcement officers, have to show up to their offices every single day. And the president has made it a clear priority that people in this city have to do the same. And we are also continue to be committed to reducing the scale of our workforce and to reducing the size of our federal bureaucracy here in Washington, D.C. to save taxpayers' money. Annie, go ahead.
Thanks so much. In the statement that you read, you referenced the president's interest in helping return Ukrainian children to their parents, to their families. There's an organization that provides intel and information about those children that their aid has been cut. It's a Yale University program that used foreign aid. And I'm curious if, as part of this new thinking with Ukraine, that aid might be unfrozen.
I have no updates about that or that specific program at this time. Karen.
Follow up on your answer to the question on the minerals deal. You said that the White House has moved beyond the minerals deal. What does that mean? Is that no longer on the table?
Nope. It means the minerals deal was that first set of framework that you all saw in that very public meeting with President Zelensky and President Trump in the Oval Office. We are now focused on a long-term peace agreement. As you know, on that deal or that meeting between President Zelensky and President Trump, the Ukrainian president at the time wasn't talking about a greater peace deal. We are now at that place where we are talking about that. So we've moved beyond just the economic minerals deal framework, and we're looking at a lasting ceasefire. Right now, we're at a partial ceasefire. But again, the president is sending his highly skilled, intelligent, and experienced team to Saudi Arabia later this week to continue fighting for peace in this conflict. And I would just reiterate one more time, we have never been closer to peace than we are today. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll see you later.
And all right, now let's go ahead and move it into the political hour, man. Let's get into it. And emotional FBA calls in and threatens this man Myron. Off an argument, I know, right? Oh, how the research going? Let's see here. I have a show to run, but I'll tell you later on.
5897, you're up.
Hello, guys. Myron.
5897, you're up.
Hello, guys. Myron. On behalf of the FBA, my nigga, I just want to know one thing. Why do you never come at white people? You always come at every race under the sun. You never come at your white slave masters, nigga. What's up with that, Myron?
You follow me on Twitter? You follow me on Twitter?
I follow you on everything, and don't count. Don't count, nigga. You come at every other race except white people, nigga.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact?
I get your hate towards blacks, but what's up with that? What's up with that?
If you'll be quiet, I can answer the question. If you recall, I went viral a couple weeks ago for making fun of Pamela Anderson and how she aged very poorly, and I was critical of how white women age poorly, especially blondes. And a bunch of the far right, Aryan came at me pretty hard for that. Also, I got in multiple spaces where I've had fights with these wignats and said that they're idiots because they don't understand that they're never going to be able to go ahead and topple the narrative working by themselves because they're so fringe and nobody gives a fuck about their
Nah,
opinions.
fuck that nigga.
So-
You a house nigga,
Okay,
man.
see,
You a house
see,
nigga.
see,
While
now,
we was
now
in
that
the
I'm
field
disproving
picking
your
cotton,
point,
you want to serve
see, now
peas
that
and slave
I'm
masters,
disproving
nigga.
your point,
Fuck you, nigga.
point this, mute this
Damn.
dumbass. See, see, here's the thing with you FBA, right? You fucking, you guys think that you know what you know, but you don't really know anything because
and if you don't know the plot of the FBA community, these are the people who did the section of the black community who believes we deserve reparations, who believe that the white people should just tax themselves to death for reparations or give up land for reparations. This is their whole argument. This is where it stands on. But all right, though, let's get on to this one argument here because let's see here. All right, here. So actually, shout out to the contrarians. They said yes, undocumented immigrants, including those who entered or stayed in the country illegally, are protected by the right to due process under the 5th and 14th Amendment of the United States, ensuring a fair legal proceeding and protection against arbitrary actions. Now, I looked up some of these cases, right? And I was like, oh, okay, well, did they get a fair trial? And they did, actually. They did get a fair trial. And the trial was, did you come in here illegally? And they did. And they actually got sentenced off that. So no, they didn't violate their 14th Amendment, actually, or their 5th. They actually got a fair trial. Their trial was to be taken through immigration court, and they're illegals. Boom, out the door. I mean, there you go. Fair due process. But you were right, though. You guys were right. When they are protected under the 5th and 14th Amendment, which, hey, it is what it is. I mean, it is what it is. But I did also look up most of their cases, and yeah, they got a trial. Doesn't say when and where. That is also true, though. Does not say when and where. Shout out to my man Castro. So let's go ahead and round this all in here. One of the claims in there is that they are protected under due process, right? And my claim was that, well, that's only for U.S. citizens. And it looks like I was wrong on that note. Undocumented immigrants or undocumented, illegal, however you want to frame it, are protected under the 14th Amendment. But here's the thing, though, or in the 5th. But here's the thing. It wasn't violated because all of them got a court. All of them got process. They all got their day in court. It just was a quick ass day in court for them because, well, how do you defend the fact that you kind of cross over illegally? You don't got no papers. Everything is pointing to the fact that you're an illegal immigrant. It's kind of hard to have I'm gonna be real with you, a kind of longed out trial, a pulled out trial, and then you're an illegal immigrant. So most likely you don't got the money to be fighting this stuff. Like, you don't got, like, unless you're like one of these cartel members who got caught up, you got money to fight the government for days. Yeah, but most of these guys, they just got the up and through because you brought them to court. They ain't got the money for no lawyers, so they're just like, yeah, just go ahead and send me back home. So yeah, just because these trials are happening fast, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. But they are getting their immigration courts. There are a lot of immigration courts going on right now, actually. So yes, these immigrants are getting their day in court, but they don't have the money to actually fight the system or to get a lengthy trial. Like, think about it. You got to spend money to drag out a criminal court. You got to have money to do that, or you're just going to go for whatever they give you.
Reality is I fought with almost every single class of people.
And that's U.S. citizen and illegal immigrant alike.
Critical of white people. I've been critical of Hispanics. I've been critical of Arabs. I've been critical of literally every group of people, to include my own, by the way. But you guys only cry when I talk about y'all niggas, as if I don't roast everybody else. So let me tell you something, you dumb. I've literally gone to war with a lot of these stupid ass wignats that are low IQ and say, oh, well, we got to protect the white race.
Does it matter?
I have my criticism of them too, right? We're on YouTube, so I'm not going to go into much more detail than that. But what I will say is, for you to sit there and say, oh, you don't talk shit about white people. Well, bro, you're clearly only seeing what you want to see. All right? Literally getting arguments with these niggas all the time. You just don't fucking see it. Because you FBAs, you're only looking at, you talk about blacks? Blacks only. Because you guys are fucking narrow-minded, stupid. We can unmute him and let.
Now, like I said, big dog, see, this is why the judge's injunction is not going to fall through because, well, we're not going against their rights. Think about it like this. They went through immigration court and they did not pass. That's the problem. They went through immigration court and they cannot provide proper documentation that they're a citizen or that they've even been trying to become a citizen. That's why they got sent back. The judge is just upholding proceedings because I don't know why. I don't know why they're doing it. They always do this to Trump. And this is not just me making excuses. It's just me knowing the pattern of the administration or of the government whenever Trump tries to do something for the people. It kind of seems like they do everything in their power to stop it. I mean, we're trying to get these criminals up out of here. Even if they're not criminals, they came over here illegally. We're trying to get them going. Now y'all want to create stories of saying that, oh, well, we're not giving them their day in court. We did. We give them their day in court. And what we're going to do, turn their ass around just to give them their day in court again, just so they can get the same verdict again? You think the verdict going to be different? Yeah, they're still illegal. They're still going to get sent out the country. And if y'all want to cry about which country they get sent into, and I don't know what to tell y'all, that's just a mute point to me. Wherever they go, they go. They just cannot stay here.
Let him get his last word in. What does he got to say?
Keep knocking on your door, nigga. You a bitch, Amu.
What did you say?
You a bitch.
No, actually, no, I wasn't wrong. Actually, I have not been. Well, no, I was wrong on the last thing, but the last two things I was right on. So no, my friend, no. Just because you get one thing right doesn't mean you get to act like you were right the whole time. No, my friend. But congratulations on being right one time and being wrong twice.
That one dude that came knocking on your door, you ain't do nothing to him. You know who I'm talking about? He called you by your real name, Amu. Amu, whatever your name is, you stupid Sudani piece of shit. Go back to Khartoum, nigga.
Because
go back.
Here's the thing. You still haven't proved that they're sending Venezuelans to prison in El Salvador. Never proved that. I told you that it was about them being gang members. Like I said, you're wrong about that. So please, God, do not come out here like you were just right the whole time. Calm down, my friend. Don't be such a baby.
Back to crap tomb, nigga, you Sudan piece of shit. Turn the volume off.
So let me get this straight, bro. You wait on the line all this time to do that? And you follow me on everything. Are you sure you're not a fan?
Damn.
Listen, I ain't no fan of Walter simping ass, and I ain't no fan of you. Walter got
so why'd you call into the show?
Paying big money
why'd you call into the show, dude? If you don't fuck with us and you say all this shit, why are you?
Because I'm a hater, and I'm gonna catch y'all slipping at that Miami address. I'm gonna pull up.
What was I wrong about, my friend? Tell me all three things I was wrong about. Because it wasn't the Venezuelan thing. You can't say that. So what was the other thing?
Nigga, I'm gonna finish the job what that other nigga did. I'm gonna finish the job what that other nigga was doing.
See, and this is a problem with the FBA community. It's like y'all get too aggressive. Y'all cannot make a point and y'all just get emotional. When you can't argue why the government should give you a handout, y'all get emotional. Y'all start disrespecting people, telling us we're for white supremacy and all this wild stuff. When no, it's just you can't you can't give us a reason why this so-called white supremacy should give y'all free money. You can't give us a good reason.
Florida?
Nigga, I'm a real deal hater, nigga.
Are you in Florida?
I'm a real deal hater, nigga. I'm in New York, but I'm driving down there and I'm gonna catch you slipping, nigga.
All right,
Both of y'all niggas.
Hold on. Are you in Florida? Where are you at?
I'm in New York City, but I'm gonna come down there next week catching y'all stupid, silly niggas.
How about this?
I'm gonna come with all my goons, nigga. It's
How
gonna
about
be
this?
a movie, nigga.
We're having a meetup February 22nd. How about you show up then?
I'll be there, nigga. I'll be there. Yo, tweet it out and I'm gonna be there, nigga.
All right, February 22nd.
I'm gonna be there and I'm gonna knock your silly ass out. You ain't even got time to grab your Glock, you silly ass nigga.
Okay.
Yep, and this is, I'm gonna be real with you. I've dealt with these types before, and the energy that Myron's getting is kind of the same energy that I be getting. I'll be quite honest with you. These are not rational black people. I'll tell you that right now. But let's move on to more nicer sounding people. Hey, let's get right into it, man. Let's get right into it. And let me see here. What did he say? Illegal immigration. Bro, I've been proved you wrong on that. I did say, bro, they said generally. So I already explained the point of, bro, the immigrants that are coming over here were trafficking with minors and stuff. So they did not get due process. I mean, they didn't get that misdemeanor. I've been told you that. We've been actually, hold on. We've been explaining how these immigrants are getting over here and being smuggled through the cartel. That's a felony. So, bro, being involved in human smuggling is a felony. You know that, right? So when you want to say that, oh, it's bro, that's a mute point. I'm going to tell you why it's a mute point, because you're not speaking to the immigrants of today. You're not speaking about how the immigrants are coming over today. We're not talking about the immigrant that just came over here by themselves without the cartel or nothing. No, sorry. I'm sorry, bro. He's an illegal immigration. It's a misdemeanor. Dog. Generally, So when you use the word generally, they say, yeah, in most cases, but there is cases where your first time can be a felony. So no, you're not right. Because then it would say, yeah, in all cases, if you were right, it would say in all cases, yes, crossing over the first time would be a misdemeanor, but it's not, because there's things you can do in your first crossover that can easily make it a felony. So no, you were not right. I mean, brother man. Look, you're over here being a keyboard warrior, and I'm talking to you face to face, and you want to throw ad hominems. I've already won the debate since the first ad hominem. Okay, bro, dog. I'm just humoring you at this point. Now, let's get back to the show here, because I can't be entertaining the trolls, man. They don't really making too much sense. But how about this, bro? You come in on a call-in show and we can have that. But it is a felony, bro. If yes, you crossing over on your first time can become a felony. That was already established. We already established that. We said generally, in most cases, it wouldn't be. It's like speeding. Generally, speeding will just be a misdemeanor, but you can easily turn into a felony if you hit something. Generally, so generally, when you cross the border, you're usually just doing it by yourself. You know, all right, cool, misdemeanor. But when you're doing it with drugs, children, you got over here through the cartel, yeah, that's gonna be a felony your first time over, my friend.
To respect women.
Okay, how should you go about doing it? I'll send him this clip. How should you go about?
No, you're wrong, because you said it is a misdemeanor in all cases. That's why you're wrong. You said it was a misdemeanor no matter what, and I brought to you cases that where it wouldn't be. So you're wrong.
Respecting women more.
Because,
man. All right, dog. I'm gonna have to get you up out of here. You can come back another day, G, but I gotta get back to the show. I can't do it with people who just can't be wrong. Bro literally said, what you mean, bro? If they come over here the first time, it's not a crime. And I'm just like, all right, let's look it up. I humored you. I said, all right, cool. I'll give you this. You're wrong because they said generally, and you said in all cases. And I'm like, okay, then you're wrong. That means because there are cases we can come over here your first time and it be a felony. There you go. It's as simple as that. Now we're going to get back to this FBA debate because I want to have a deeper dive into it. All right, let's get into it.
Hello, guys. Myron, on behalf of the FBA, my nigga, I just want to know one thing. Why do you never come at white people? You always come at every race under the sun. You never come at your white slave masters, nigga. What's up with that, Myron?
You follow me on Twitter? Do you follow me on Twitter?
I follow you on everything, and I don't count. Don't count, nigga. You come at every other race except white people, nigga.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact?
I get your hate towards blacks, but what's up with that? What's up?
I do hate that complaining. Oh, all you ever do is come at black people. And I'm just like, bro, here's the thing. And if y'all ever come at me like that, I'm going to grill you. And I'm going to tell you why, because it's my community. I'll talk whatever the hell I want about my community, my people. And guess what? You telling me I ain't black ain't making no difference. It's still my community, my people. What you going to do about it? I thought so. So when they say that stuff, I just be looking at them just like, bro, I'm gonna be real with you. The only reason I talk about it because I'm affected by it. When y'all do that degenerate stuff, I'm affected by it. When my community is doing bad, I'm affected by it. So why would I not talk about something that I'm affected by? Like, that makes no sense. And just because you want to, why don't talk about the white people? Because I'm gonna be real with you. Most of what the white people do don't affect our community no more. Really, it don't. Most of our community suffering is self-imposed.
Okay, if you'll be quiet, I can answer the question. If you recall, I went viral a couple weeks ago for making fun of Pamela Anderson and how she aged very poorly, and I was critical of how white women age poorly, especially blondes. And a bunch of the far right, Aryan came at me pretty hard for that. Also, I got in multiple spaces where I've had fights with these wignats and said that they're idiots because they don't understand that they're never going to be able to go ahead and topple the narrative working by themselves because they're so fringe and nobody gives a fuck about their opinions.
Fuck that, nigga. So, you a house nigga,
okay,
man. You a house nigga.
See, now that I'm disproving your point.
You want to serve
see, now that I'm disproving your point.
You, nigga.
Mute this dumbass. See, here's the thing with you, FBA.
And that's what they do. Like, oh, you're bootlicking, you're tap dancing, like white supremacists. And I'm be real with you, it's because they can't substantiate the reason why they're begging the very white man that they hate for money. Once you point that out to them, they just lose their mind. I'm telling you, like, once you pointed out that the white man that they disrespect on a daily basis is the same one they're begging for money, they just kind of lose it. Oh, this is a talking point of white supremacy. I'm like, dog, I ain't asking the white man for nothing. I think you're the biggest white supremacist since you expect the white man to give you something.
Right? You guys think that you know what you know, but you don't really know anything. Because the reality is I fought with almost every single class of people. I've been critical of white people. I've been critical of Hispanics. I've been critical of Arabs. I've been critical of literally every group of people, to include my own, by the way. But you guys only cry when I talk about y'all niggas, as if I don't roast everybody else. So let me tell you something, you dumb. I've literally gone to war with a lot of these stupid ass wignats that are low IQ and say, oh, well, we gotta protect the white race. I have my criticism of them too, right? We're on YouTube, so I'm not going to go into much more detail than that. But what I will say is, for you to sit there and say, oh, you don't talk shit about white people. Well, bro, you're clearly only seeing what you want to see. All right? Literally getting arguments with these niggas all the time. You just don't fucking see it because you FBAs, you're only looking at,
hey, Castro, man. Hey, I'm surprised you didn't send that in a super chat. Because hey, that I ain't gonna lie, that has solidified my point, bro. Castro, where were you, my brother? But anyway, though, so shout out to Castro. He did put in the chat the Alien Enemies Act, and the Aliens Enemies Act of 1778 pretty much gives the president the power, the absolute power to detain or deport illegals, immigrants at leisure. At leisure. So here's the thing about our government is actually pretty funny. We have acts and amendments that kind of go against each other. Because at this point, are they protected by due process? And can the president invoke the Aliens Enemies Act? Like, can he do that? And here's the thing, because if he can, he has every right to low-key take these people out, to send them out the country during war times. So, and here's the thing, he can use the excuse of, oh, we're funding a Ukrainian war, or Israel's in war, or, oh, what you mean? We're being invaded by immigrants. It's like a war. He can use those excuses. And that gives him the validity to send these people out whenever he wants. So, yeah, I think a lot of y'all need to look into that. The Aliens Act. Shout out my man Castro, man. So, yeah. Man, Castro out here saving lives.
Blacks only. Because you guys are fucking narrow-minded, stupid. We can unmute him and let him get his last word in. What does he got to say?
He knocking on your door, nigga. You a bitch, Amu.
What did you say?
You a bitch.
What'd you say?
That one dude that came knocking on your door, you ain't do nothing to him. You know who I'm talking about? He called you by your real name, Amu. Amu, whatever your name is, you stupid Sudani piece of shit. Go back to Khartoum, nigga.
Okay.
Go back to Craptoum, nigga, you Sudan piece of shit.
Yeah, and this is what they get to. They start, I always did hate this about the FBI. They literally start disrespecting cultures. They'll disrespect African countries, but they disrespected the country that my people came from. They say, oh, your country Guyana's a shithole. Bro literally showed a video of the worst part of Guyana. Like, I couldn't show a video of the hood. And how I could literally show them, like, dog, tell me like this. How are y'all struggling like this? And you're in the best country in the world. And best country in the world, and some African Americans are struggling worse than third world countries sometimes, bro. It'd be wild. So I do like to point that out when y'all like to disrespect other people's cultures. Like, bro, look, if you don't have a good argument for why the white man is supposed to give you money, there's no need to insult other people's cultures or call us race betrayers. Oh, you're African. Oh, you're Caribbean. It doesn't matter. You don't have a good argument. Y'all should just let it go and actually work on y'all community instead of sitting there crying, begging for other people's money.
Turn the volume up.
So let me get this straight, bro. You waited on the line all this time to do that?
Nah, for real.
And you follow me on everything. Are you sure you're not a fan?
Listen, I ain't no fan of Walter simping ass, and I ain't no fan of you. Walter got
so why'd you call into the show?
Paying big money
so why'd you call into the show, dude? If you don't fuck with us and you say all this shit, why are you?
Because I'm a hater, and I'm gonna catch y'all slipping at that Miami address. I'm gonna pull up, nigga. I'm gonna finish the job what that other nigga did. I'm gonna finish the job what that other nigga was
Are you
gonna
in
do,
Florida?
nigga. I'm a real deal hater, nigga.
Are you in Florida?
I'm a real deal hater, nigga. I'm in New York, but I'm driving down there and I'm gonna catch you slipping, nigga.
All right,
Both
hold
of
on.
y'all niggas.
Hold on.
Damn, bro, gonna drive from Florida to, I mean, I'm sorry, but New York to Florida to catch a fade? I mean, I'd never. Like, dog, but I ain't gonna lie, 5 hours into that trip, bro, I probably already, like, my feelings of contempt are probably already dissipated at that point.
Hold on. Are you in Florida? Where you at?
I'm in New York City, but I'm gonna come down there next week catching y'all stupid, silly niggas.
How about this?
slipping.
How
I'm
about
gonna
this?
come with all my goons, nigga. It's
How
gonna
about
be
this?
a movie, nigga.
We're having a meetup
Oh, my
February
God.
22nd. How about you show up then?
I'll be there, nigga.
I'll be there, nigga. Just all my goons, bro. Cause all my goons gonna tear your shit up, cuz. Like, bro. Okay, man.
I'll be there. Yo, tweet it out, and I'm gonna be there, nigga.
All right, February
I'm gonna
22nd.
be there, and I'm gonna knock your silly ass out. You ain't even got time to grab your Glock, you silly ass nigga.
Okay.
And fresh, I'm gonna slap the shit out your pug CEO ass.
All right. So hey, so since
Pug
you're such a
CEO to
tough
my
guy,
dick, nigga.
look, you're a tough guy. Fine. What's your Instagram?
You don't need to know my shit. I'm an anonymous ninja, nigga.
Okay.
When you see
All
me,
right.
you gonna see me.
Who's the real coward, bro? Who's the real coward? You don't even want to
Listen,
say who
Pug
you are.
CEO
Can't show their
Davey
face.
Chen,
You can't
knocked up
stand.
that
You
whole
can't show who
Davey
you
Chen
are.
Pug
Can't
CEO.
show
I don't know
his
why
face.
you
Show his
laughing,
face.
nigga.
Can't show his
Pug
face. All
CEO, why
tough.
you
I'm gonna
laughing,
come
nigga?
find you, nigga. Ugh. But then as soon as I say,
Stupid ass bitch.
hey, drop your Instagram so we know who we're talking to, you get all scared.
Listen, drive down in
How
your.
about this? How about this? How about this?
So I'm
How
coming
about
with my
this?
Brooklyn goons and we gonna knock
Okay,
you out.
okay, bring your Brooklyn goons, but I do got one
Please.
thing for you, okay? How about this? How about you come down?
Bro, I'd have told him this, bro. Meet me at the boxing gym, you bitch ass nigga. I'd have been on bullshit with him. I'm like, bro, meet me at the boxing gym. I'll tweet that out to you. I'll tweet that out. Make sure you can bring your own gloves. If not, I'll give you your own gloves. But I'm gonna knock your ass out. Like, bro, I'd have been on bullshit. Cause what? I don't know. I just can't take that aggressive energy and me not just do nothing. I don't know. That's just me. That's why I choose to stay out of those situations. I just walk away.
To Miami this weekend. How about that? How about you send me a fucking DM right now? You come to fucking Miami.
Like, guys, for real though. Like, walk away, cover your ears, or put an earbud. Well, don't put an earbud in because you never know. They might try to walk up on you. But man, try to cover your ears and ignore what they saying because, whoo, man, I'll tell you how much times I could have got out of a really bad situation if I'd have just ignored what the fuck they were saying. They said that one right thing and I turned around and now I'm back in the bullshit.
If you could read one page from Count the Hat without stuttering, nigga, we could go ahead and box
Nigga,
and
you
fight,
wanna
whatever
do
it is.
this academic
Here's the
bullshit.
thing.
We're not
Here's the
gonna
thing.
do
Pause
that,
the shit.
bro. We're
Pause the
not
shit.
gonna do no
Pause the shit.
academia
Here's the
bullshit,
thing,
nigga. We
dummy.
here to shoot the
Here's
fair,
the thing,
nigga.
right? No, we can shoot the fair
We
one,
here
but
to
if I
shoot the
beat you
fair.
up, right? If I beat you up, they might put
Nigga,
me in
this ain't
jail
no reading.
for
This ain't
animal
no book
abuse
club,
or
nigga. This is the
abuse of
streets,
the
nigga. This is
disabled.
the streets. It ain't
All
no
right?
book club, nigga.
Pause this guy. Pause it. Mute this idiot. See, you got to understand that there's laws in Florida. I had to look this shit up. If I beat up a disabled person or an animal, because you would classify as, what would end up happening is I might go to jail for that shit. I can't beat up our animals. So you, my friend, have to understand that if you want to come down,
bring back dueling, bro. Like, bro, I challenge you to a duel, bro, with my glove ass. Slap him in the face with cross of a glove, throw that bitch on the ground, tell me a bitch, and be like, meet me outside. There you go. Old school.
on here throughout my life, I need to make sure that you're
Good old
eligible for combat. So I need you to read one page from Cat in the Hat without stuttering, and we can do it. All right? But until then, nigga, my name is Lord Frieza, and you're a stupid because you're an idiot. Anyone that has the fucking gall to call into a show, like, I'm gonna fight you, nigga. I'm gonna come kill you. Yeah, your head ain't all there. Sounds off with you. Sounds wrong with you.
Yeah, low key.
All right? So
Okay.
you go ahead. You have my my ex, it's Myron Gaines' ex. Feel free to send me a DM right now. I'll look for you, right? So I know who the fuck you are, and we can figure this out. But you got to read one page from Cat in the Hat. There's no way around it.
I'm weak.
Okay? No stuttering, no sounding out. You can't cheat. All right? I got a copy of the book. I'll give it to you. If you can read it,
Lead dreams.
be good. Let's unmute him.
You and Fresh.
No, we didn't hear that last part.
Yeah, what'd you say? Something about me and Fresh?
Could you say it again?
I said I'll read that stupid ass book, but I want the fair with you and Fresh, the one-on-one with you and Pug CEO, stupid ass. I hate how he looks. I hate that nigga, bro.
Nigga, I hate how he looks. I just hate that nigga.
Bruh.
You know what, bro? I hope I have haters like. No, I kind of do. I already do have haters like that. I don't even like how he looks, man. I just hate him, bro. I don't like how he, bro. I don't even like him, bro. He just has political differences, man. Fuck that nigga. It's like, okay, I get it.
Good thing you're not a female. Because that's really.
All right, man. Anything else you got, caller? You don't want to drop your Instagram?
Nah, I just want to tell Pug CEO why he bought that Asian bitch a Van Cleef 16K bracelet, you stupid ass simp. Talking all this, I'm a alpha male, I get bitches. Nigga, you a fucking ugly ass sugar daddy.
That's all you got, bro? That's all you got, bro?
What you got, nigga? You the one that's a fucking simp. I don't know why these Castle Club niggas really pay money for y'all stupid ass scammers, nigga.
Well, all right, yo, can you come to Miami this weekend, bro?
No.
Yes, I will be there, you silly ass.
I got an
nigga,
address for you.
And your stupid ass yacht.
All right, meet me here at 9 a.m. All right, nigga. I need you to meet me right here. I got the Addy. You got a pen and paper ready?
Time for the duel.
I'll read whatever stupid Shakespeare shit you want me to read.
No, but I just need. Yo, here's the address. Are you ready?
The fact that he says Shakespeare Cat in the Hat, bro. The fact that he related Shakespeare and Cat in the Hat is, I'm damn near offended. I'm offended as a fan of Shakespeare. I'm personally.
Yeah. Drop the Addy, nigga. I'm gonna slide with my goons, nigga. We in there, nigga. We in there.
I need you. You got a pen and paper ready?
I got my Apple Notes, nigga. Send that shit.
Apple
Say
Notes?
that shit, nigga.
Okay. 3515.
3515.
Northwest. NW. 7th Avenue.
Stupid.
Yo, shut the fuck up, Walter. I'm gonna slap dog shit out you, Pug CEO ass nigga. Send you the fuck back to Haiti, coconuts in Barbados looking ass.
Miami,
nigga.
Florida.
I'm not from Haiti, you dumbass.
You got that.
You're stupid,
yo, bro. The address one more time. It's 3515 Northwest 7th Avenue, Miami, Florida. You got that?
Yeah, I got that, nigga. I'm gonna slap dog shit out you niggas next week. I'm there, nigga.
Breathe air,
I'm
wait.
breathe air.
Let me make sure you got the right address.
I'm booking my Greyhound right now, nigga.
No. I need to make sure that you got the right address. Can you Google it real quick and tell me where it says?
I ain't doing none of that shit, nigga.
I know it's tough for you to spell. I could go line by line.
That's a job application stuff. You think I'm stupid, nigga? You think I'm stupid? I don't want a job, nigga. I sell drugs, nigga. I sell work, nigga.
Breathe air, nigga.
None of that dumbass
Breathe
shit.
air.
I don't need no W-2 salary, nigga. I'll slap dog shit out you, fed boy, and coconuts in Barbados, head ass.
I mean, dog, you're talking to a person who used to work for Homeland Security, bro. Shut up. Yo, did this guy just snitch on himself? Bro, he just snitched on himself. Like, bro, this man could get your number tracked. Homeland Security, dog. What is wrong with you? Hey, you're going to jail, bro. I mean,
FBI, open up!
Nigga,
Come pull up, bro.
Nigga.
Come pull up and slap us, bro.
Yo, I can't wait to put hands on you, Fresh. I really can't. I really hate Myron, but Fresh is the one I really
That is
want.
gay, bro. Don't put hands on a man. That's gay.
Smack that nigga.
That's gay, bro. You sure you're not Bati, man?
I ain't no Bati boy, but I'll fuck you in the ass, Fresh.
Yeah, you are Bati, man, bro. That's what I thought.
All right, bro. Well, thanks for calling into the show. I'll meet you there at that address tomorrow if you want.
Come on down, buddy.
9 a.m. I know that you don't normally wake up that early. But
Fresh, I'm gonna pull up with Daisy Chen too. I'm a supervillain, nigga. I'm gonna have your ex bitch by my side. I'm gonna be like, yo, Daisy, that nigga Fresh must have been ass in bed, right? I'm gonna get that bitch with me, you heard? I'm gonna pull up with that sexy China bitch Daisy, nigga. She couldn't even bag
she was
her,
hooked,
nigga.
so
she used you for the bag, nigga.
It couldn't be that bad.
Yo, this nigga's a super fan, bro. This nigga knows her name and everything, bro. This nigga, yo, what the fuck, bro?
like, dang, I didn't even know that. Damn, I low-key forgot that young lady's name at this point.
And also, all the homies hit, so you be last.
I'm in New York with Daisy. I don't care. I'm gonna tell Daisy, yo, we gonna turn up on this nigga Fresh. She wants to be there, nigga. Me and Daisy gonna slide, nigga. And Myron,
nigga. Alrighty. Let's get to some professional debates here. That was funny though. That was fun. That was actually funny to listen to. But let's get to some actual debate. Oh man.
I have another question.
Okay.
So, how many phases are in the menstrual cycle? Do you know?
Well, I'm not a woman, so enlighten me.
Please.
So there's 4 stages of the menstrual cycle. Okay.
Okay.
Ovulation, I'm going to go in order. Menstruation, follicular, ovulation, and the luteal phase.
Okay.
During which of those phases can a woman be pregnant? When can she get pregnant? Which of those phases?
During ovulation.
And luteal, yes. So I already
could
know
tell
the
you
answer
from
to this
experience,
question.
but yeah.
So I know the answer to this question. Have you ever had a menstrual cycle before?
No.
Okay, great.
Okay.
So knowing that, and you just saying, I don't know the phases of the menstrual cycle, which I don't blame you for being, you don't have that. So then knowing this, you don't know everything about the female reproductive system. How are
Okay.
you going to make legislation to hurt women and women's rights?
I'm like, damn, you acting like we're telling women they can't get pads and tampons. Like, last time I checked, y'all still have full reign on that. I mean, whoa. What does your menstrual cycle have to do with abortion? I'm a bit confused. And then, I mean, let's be real. There are men who do know all about that stuff. So, I mean, you could ask a doctor. I'm pretty sure a doctor would have named it off for you. Would he be allowed to go ahead and make that, decision? I mean, shoot, a doctor can go ahead and educate all of us on y'all cycles. Not that hard not that hard to understand what y'all go through. Trust me. So, now, let's say we do take the time to understand. What does that have to do with abortion? Like, what does me knowing about how your period works have to do with abortion? If anything, I only care about that when it's time to get down to the business. And then I care about what's going on down there and, in your whole period and stuff. Because if that's the case, we got to stop things. And, that sucks.
Are men allowed to have opinions on abortion?
You can have opinions on abortion, but what I'm saying is, how are these men going to create this legislation?
Got it. So, men are allowed to have opinion on moral matters too, right?
Right.
Yep.
Got it. So if
abortion is a moral matter, it doesn't have. I'm gonna be real with you. You can literally separate it from females. Like it doesn't. Like here's the problem. Like y'all like to hard pin it on. Oh, well, it's our body and all this. I'm like, whoa, sweetheart. I get that. Like we're not trying to take away your rights. I don't know. Take care of yourself. But we're talking about a human life here, right? We're talking about a human life that y'all try to dehumanize as a clump of cells, but that's our argument with y'all. It's like, bro, we could take y'all out the argument and just talk about the kid. It's not about you no more. I mean, hey, what you mean? A guy shot it in there. You're shooting the kid out. Hey, both of y'all doing some shooting, so fair is fair. So if you want to talk about, abortion and if guys should have a stance on that, hey, I do believe so. I believe we should have a stance on it. Why? Because we're halfway part of making the damn baby. Like, bro, and then it's also a moral argument because why the hell do you want to take out a kid's life, a potential human life? I just don't get it. I don't get it.
If I was a male OBGYN, is it okay for that person to make issues of legislation?
Well, they're educated. They understand. They are educated on the female reproductive system, so they can.
So if I don't know everything intimately about the female reproductive system, sit down and shut up. You're a man.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You can have an opinion.
That's kind of what
it's
you're
all right if you have an opinion. I'm saying it's not all right if you don't understand how the female reproductive system works.
Let's pop quiz. When does heartbeats begin for babies?
I think we all understand how the female reproductive work. It's like, well, if I slip up and I inseminate in you, you get pregnant. Like that's all I need to know. To be honest with you, that's all I need to know. My IF around and shoot in there, I end up with a kid. Boom. That's all I need to know. Possibilities. Okay. Anything else? I really kind of don't care. I mean, of course, like I said, when it's that time of the month, I care about that. Like what I can do with it and the fact that it's used for human production. Like I care about that part, but I ain't gonna lie, all that extra stuff y'all be trying to talk about is like I'm not hearing it. I'll be real with you. I don't care. I do not care.
In utero.
Have you ever eaten an egg before?
No.
That's yes or no. Have you ever eaten an egg before?
I'm sorry, she's confusing me. She confused me with that one. Hey, yo.
Is it okay for that person to make issues of legislation?
Well, they're educated. They understand. They are educated on the female reproductive system, so they can.
So what? So to vote on abortion, we should all take a test. Before you can vote on any type of legislative that affect females, guys, we got to take a female test, right? We got to be able to name their menstrual cycles. We got to be able to name their body parts before we're able to vote on any type of female affecting legislation. You know what? I mean, you know what? I'm not opposed to it. I'm not opposed to it. I'm really not. But if we're talking about abortion, this is more of a moral argument, sweetheart. It's a moral argument of you women need to wait then if you're not ready to accept the responsibilities of opening your legs. A child should not have to die because you are irresponsible. Okay? Okay. It should be easy to understand.
If I don't know everything intimately about the female reproductive system, sit down and shut up. You're a man.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You can have an opinion.
That's
I
kinda
don't.
what
It's
you're
all right if you have an opinion. I'm saying it's not all right if you don't understand how the female reproductive
Okay,
system
let's
works.
pop quiz. When does heartbeats begin for babies in utero?
Have you ever eaten an egg before?
Nigga. Huh?
That's yes or no. Have you ever eaten an egg before?
Scrambled, yeah.
Okay, so would that be you scrambled a full chicken?
Well, hold on. You understand that it takes an egg to be fertilized?
Right.
Yeah.
But Your
Yeah.
point,
So,
the whole
so
point you're making
well,
is
hold
that
on. So,
a
but no.
baby.
Since we're doing pop quiz on like human development, so when exactly do heart waves begin in utero?
You know that, but you don't know the four.
Hold on, no, so tell me when. Tell me when
I
heartbeat.
don't know.
Okay, you don't know.
No.
So wait, hold on. So you're trying to say I know more about the woman reproductive system than you do?
I am a woman, so yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, that's wild. So you pretty much tell me, how does he know more about the the female reproductive system? Or I wouldn't even say he knows more about the female reproductive. I'll say he just knows more about the stages of life. Well, within a female body. He knows more about the stages of that process. Now, the fact that you don't know, it kind of lets y'all know that, bro, y'all women need to educate yourselves on this a little bit more. Because if y'all do not know when the heart stop, when the wavelengths, when consciousness is developed, why are y'all even having these arguments with us? Why are y'all trying to tell us that we have no moral right when we're over here telling y'all, trying to give y'all the argument of, look, man, when y'all want to take out this baby's already a person. It's already living. And y'all want to take it out, calling it a clump of cells, like y'all tripping.
Okay, well, but the point being is we could both go back and forth of like independent trivial facts when it comes to the woman's reproductive system. But here's something we all know, because God wrote this on the human heart of every individual, as it says in the book of Romans. We know deep down it's wrong to murder a baby.
You're not murdering a baby. It's not a baby.
Okay, well let's play this out. What is it then?
It is an embryo, which is not a baby.
Well, okay, so it's a fertilized embryo.
Correct, which is not a baby.
So at what point does it become a baby?
When it is born.
Oh.
Wow. Yo, I mean, sweetheart, that's what I'm saying. Do you know what you're saying here? Now you're saying that we can abort kids up to 9 months. You're saying it's not a baby until it shoots out into this world? Yeah, I don't think you want to test that thinking out, sweetheart. I really don't. I don't think she knows what she just said. I'm gonna give her that grace. I really don't think she knows what she just said.
I don't agree with abortions up to full-term abortions.
Well, hold on, but you said it becomes a baby when it's born.
Yes.
Then why would you have abortion limits before it's born? I thought it's just an embryo. So embryo rights?
No, the embryo rights aren't a
But
thing.
then where would you draw a line for abortion then, and why, and under what moral standard?
There are medical reasons not to have an abortion.
No, that's not the question. That's not the question.
You just asked me, why would I not have an abortion full-term? For medical reasons.
Okay, so at 29 weeks, the baby is nearly fully developed, can recognize the mother's voice, has a heartbeat, has brain waves. Is it okay to abort that baby?
I don't it's not okay, but you're going to say it's okay to have an abortion then.
No, an embryo, that's kind of a baby. It looks a bit deformed, got the little tail on it, but that's still a baby now. Like in my eyes. I mean, it got a form, it got a little eyes and everything. It's like, that's a baby to me. Zygote, you guys can get away with that. If you want to talk about the whole zygote, then y'all got me there. Fetus, ain't no goddamn way. Y'all really tripping. Baby, I mean, ungodly.
Like, I don't understand what you're trying to say. It's not okay to have an abortion ever? How
Correct.
about like 3
Yes.
weeks in?
Correct. No abortion. Correct.
Why?
Well, because your life started at conception.
It did not, though. It did not.
Well, hold on. So let's play this out. So who are you as an individual? From your skin color to your eye color to your likes, your dislikes, from your temperament to your everything.
Dang, I ain't gonna lie. According to my logic, and me not being okay with taking out an embryo, damn, man, you got about 3 weeks, sis. You got about 3 weeks until I'm in disagreement with you. Like, yeah, 3 weeks. I can get down with that. 3 weeks. I can get down with that. Me, like the first stage, the zygote stage, okay. But when it's an embryo, I'm gonna be real with you. That in my eyes is human. This says personal opinion. It got the eyes, it got the little tail that's gonna be to the feet. It's human. It's human. Okay, quit playing with me.
Everything.
I am not an embryo. I'm a person.
Hold on a second. But it started with something called deoxyribonucleic acid. And your own individual DNA started at the point of egg and sperm meeting. That's where your journey started. And so from that point in particular, life begins. Not at birth, not at first words, not at first steps, but when your DNA, which is who you actually are. You are your DNA. Every one of your DNA cells is coded XX or XY. It's coded with all of your unique characteristics and attributes that we believe God individually curated for the rest of your life. That doesn't happen at 8 weeks or 10 weeks. It happens at.
You're like, no, but let's look at this. Let's look at this real quick. Like, yeah, bro, come on, guys. It's like for real though. The fetus, like the 4 weeks. Yeah, in my eyes, that's human to me. I ain't gonna lie. Like this stage right here, the fertilized egg, 2-4 cells to this right here, this whole thing up top. You know what? We could probably go without. But this right here, I mean, I don't know, guys. It's morally, even 4 weeks in, I just can't conceive it. I just don't think it's a good thing to do. Yeah, morally. But like I said, hey, everybody's different. And this is my personal opinion on the matter. So, you know, don't take it too harshly. I'm not coming at anybody who did do an abortion. I'm just saying, in Seth's personal opinion, you're taking out a human life. Okay, my personal opinion. And shout out Daniel Castro. He says the law already set a precedent. Look up murder of a pregnant mother. It's a double homicide at any point. Good point. I mean, it is crazy when we want to emphasize the murder of a woman, which always should be emphasized, that then you want to count the life. But when a woman wants to take out her own child, okay, now it don't count. So it counts when somebody else takes out the life, but it doesn't count if the woman takes out the life. Is insane, because that's pretty much what they're telling us, Castro. I'm pretty sure you're catching it too. So the woman does it, not murder. But if somebody else does it, it's murder. Okay. Wow. I don't get that. It just don't make too much sense to me. But I guess this is where we're at in the argument. Hmm. Oh, my bad, guys. Whoops. Let me go ahead and get that right for you.
Why shouldn't, you could agree, why don't we just have the baby delivered by cesarean section? You know what a cesarean section is, right?
Yes.
What is a cesarean
A
section?
C-section?
Yeah, why wouldn't we just put the baby out by C-section instead of terminating it?
Because if the mother will die, it's not safe to do that.
You remove the baby.
I understand.
Threat removed.
I know what a C-section
But
is.
it's actually safer than an abortion. So every time they say this is for you guys, they say, oh, you need to have abortion for medical reasons. Respond, then have a C-section.
What if you're not able to have a C-section? What if you are on your deathbed? You need to have an abortion right now.
Well, again, but
and it's illegal. You
guess what?
can't, so you have to die.
First and foremost.
No, you wouldn't. You'd have a C-section. That's literally what the man just said. What are you talking about? The man literally just said, well, let me be real with you. You don't have to have an abortion. You just have a C-section. If the doctors are looking at you pretty much saying they're not just going to let you die. No doctor's going to sit there and be like, you know what? Because I'm against abortion, sis. Hey, man, it's been real. It's been real, sis. I'm sorry, but you open your legs for wrong man and you got the wrong baby. And I guess you got to sit here and die. It's like, no, we're not doing that to women. We're going to look, we're going to tell the baby, I'm sorry, but the baby ain't going to make it. And we got two choices. Or we're going to be like, hey, we got two choices. Either you or the baby. And I'm sorry, but we're choosing you. That's usually how they be. They're going to hit her with the C-section. They're not just going to be like, well, since we can't do an abortion and that's what we would need and it's illegal, I'm sorry. It's up for you, lady. You're done. You're dead. Like, no, there's never been a case of that.
Oh, C-section
Probably the most inhumane thing you can imagine. It's like, no, we're not doing that. Do you really think these doctors are doing that stuff? Like, these doctors honestly actually love their jobs. They actually sit there and want to help people. You think they're just gonna watch a woman of all people, a woman, sit there and thrive in pain, and they just sit there and not do nothing and be like, oh well, abortion's illegal. No, they're gonna hit you with the C-section. And most women can have a C-section. It's very rare that a woman cannot have a C-section. Come on now.
Safer, C-section is quicker, and a C-section saves both lives. A C-section
The
takes,
baby is already dead, you just said.
no, but even no. Hold on a second. You're saying if the baby's already dead, then it isn't even an abortion, right? Then you're talking about a removal of a carcass, which is a completely different medical
So
operation.
you're saying that's okay if you're
Well,
having
if you're if you're removing a carcass of a baby, that is not an abortion by definition.
the same process.
No, it's completely different. During an abortion, they actually inject the spinal fluid with cyanide.
And here's the thing, though. It's like, damn, I mean, bro, this what Google AI gave me. It says, while it's impossible to get an exact percentage of women who cannot have a C-section, roughly 1 in 4 women in the United States will need a C-section. And about 32% of deliveries are by C-section. So they can't even tell you. It's such a small ass number of women who can't even have C. I don't even know if it even exists. I don't even know if that number even exists, honestly, because C-section is a procedure. So most women, I ain't glad, unless it got like a steel pelvis or something, man, we can get up in there.
Cyanide poisoning as the baby squirms and tries to find its mother, and it is gasping.
Like, abs of steel so hard they break the surgical knife. Like, I don't know if anybody has abs like that, but if you don't got abs like that, girl, we can hit you with that C-section. Trust me.
For air of life. Have you ever watched an abortion? It is
Have
one of the.
you?
Yeah, actually, I have. And I encourage every human being to watch one to know what you are fighting against. Because when you see abortion, you will have your life will be changed. That we allow the massacre of 1.5 million babies.
I mean, yeah, your life will be changed because, like, bro, they do some disgusting stuff to take care of these kids. I mean, they do some very sinister things. Like, there's the pill, which is that's cool. And then there's chopping that little, man, there's just some, oh my God, there's just so many things. I mean, there's the one where they take the needle and puncture the kid's heart and pump poison into it. I mean, there's a lot of ways. There's a lot of gruesome ways they take out these kids. It don't make no sense that why anybody would support this. But because they're not knowledgeable, that's why. I already know why they're not knowledgeable on it. Because if they actually seen an actual abortion in front of their face, they'd be like, you know what? I think I'd rather just close my leg.
Babies a year.
And if not, she's a demon. That is a demon right there.
Under the guise of woman reproductive health.
What do Andrea Bocelli, Steph Curry, Justin Bieber, and Tim Tebow have in common? All of their mothers were encouraged to end their pregnancies. When a woman faces an unplanned pregnancy, she is often pressured to end her child's life. Early, sponsored by Preborn.
We are allowing babies.
I'm telling you, I mean, like, bro, there's a lot of people out here that was supposed to be aborted, but hey, they're here today and they're doing great things. Great things. So hey, sis, you never know. It could be you too. And I always do say women nowadays, because like, look, I was talking to this young female and she's a nurse. I would say this, she's like 29 to 35 years old. And she's telling me that she don't never want kids. Just don't ever want kids in her life. It's just, that's just how it is. And she's even saying if she got with a good man, she would still abort the kid. I almost had to look at her and be like, well, then what are you in this for? What are you honestly in this for? Like, because it, like, I get that you just want a man to have a companion, but most guys want a legacy. And I would always do say, like, women always say they don't want a bitch ass dude, but want a bitch ass dude, and a bitch ass dude don't care about his legacy. So I mean, like, what you looking for out here in these streets? But let's go back to the main point of the fact that she don't want no kids, and she had the most negative talk about it. She said mothers aren't truly happy. She said I haven't seen any mother that's truly happy. I was like, sis, ain't no way you said that. She said, I ain't seen any mother that's truly happy. I don't want a kid. I think it's selfish to bring a kid into the here unless you can fully support it. It's just like, bro, it's all the excuses in the world that they'll never meet. It's all the standards in the world that they'll never meet. Bro, I promise you, there'll be no way you could know that if you'll fully be able to support a kid. Your kid might come out with some goddamn disease. You could be a millionaire and your kid come out with a disease that's costing you $50K a fucking month. You never fucking know. You don't know if you're ready. You take that risk because you care about your legacy and you care about more than just your damn self. It's like, I don't get it with some of these people. But you know what? I'll just leave that point alone.
Babies every single year to just say, we're going to discard them. Why? Oh, they're smaller. They're not humans. You're using dehumanizing language saying, oh, it's an embryo. No, that's a baby made in the image of God, deserving of protection.
What do you do with those children once they're born into a bad household?
So now we've
What do you do with them children are born? That's what I'm saying. It's the most negative perspectives, and we're acting like the best people did not come from these bad households. I'm not saying that we should create more of them. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that I would actually wish that for a kid, but that's what happens. This is life. It's like, bro, it's like you trying to put your kid into the perfect situation is never gonna fucking happen, my friend. You could be a multimillionaire and you will never put your kid in the perfect situation. It just is what it is. There's always gonna be something that comes up that's gonna make it a challenge again. If you think you having money just gave you the free pass to parenting, it's just gonna be oh so easy, you're wrong. Because if that was the case, then what the fuck is Hunter Biden then? What the hell is the Bidens dealing with? If that was the case, I mean, bro, the Gettys. What the hell is the Gettys? What the hell were the Gettys dealing with if that was the case?
Transition to like, what do you do with the kids?
Right.
Glad we're past the other part of the argument. Okay. What do you do with them? There's twice as many people on the adoption waiting list than there are abortions every single year.
And they're still on the list. So you want to send a child into an orphanage? Is that what you want for a child?
I mean, it's better than killing it. At least a child has an opportunity to live in this world and to live in this reality, live in this world and have an opportunity to be something better, than the situation it grew into or it grew out of. It's like, that's the problem. It's like, y'all are just such negative people. And I can see why y'all hate rich people, because rich people are usually positive people. And I remember I had a guy who was actually wealthy tell me, it's like, bro, people who avoid kids or avoid having children, you rarely see success because they don't know how to serve anybody but themselves. They don't know how to give service to nothing outside of themselves. And it's like, I get it now. I get it. And now I see why. It's just, oh my God, it just pisses me off because it's just such the most negative experience, the most negative thing to say when it comes to like parenthood, having children. Y'all just have the most negative perspectives. I ain't saying that they're not real, but trust me, the kid could grow up in a bad situation and grow up to be the best thing ever. It's like, there's also that possibility. Hey, there's a possibility that, hey, while you have your kid, you do figure it out and you do start prospering. Your kid might put a battery in your back to make your ass work more. Yeah, I've seen it. It's like, it doesn't always have to be so fucking negative.
Is that a good life for a child?
No, I'm not advocating that. In fact,
if you frame your kid as a burden, your kid will be a burden. If you frame your kid as a blessing, it will be a blessing. But your kid will become however you see it. And that's your fault. You can never, I'm be real with you, a lot of people cannot blame their kid for what they become because they usually became that because of your parents or because of their parents. You really can't blame the kid sometimes.
Advocating to make it easier to be able to adopt, number one. Number two, there's no such thing as an unwanted child. Number three, it is never right to justify the mass elimination or termination of people under the guise of saying they're unwanted. That's how we get Auschwitz. That's how we get the greatest horrors of the 20th century. Those people are unwanted.
So you're comparing abortion to the Holocaust?
Absolutely, I am. In fact, it's worse.
Yeah.
It's worse.
Yeah.
It's really not. I don't think
it's 45 million babies.
Bro, what you mean, bro? There's a Holocaust going on in my damn community. It's through abortion. And our own women are doing it. Our own women are killing more kids than the police could ever kill, or killing more kids than white supremacy could ever kill. We're doing it to ourselves. That's what I always say. I always get mad when the black community try to point fingers at white people. And I'm like, bro, stop it. You can no longer point fingers at white people when we're killing our own kids. We're destroying our own wealth. It's like, I'm not hearing that shit no more. Y'all got me fucked up. You're going to stop blaming this white man. Y'all going to start fixing shit in our community. This imaginary
it's nearly 8
boogeyman
times
y'all like
worse
bring
than
up.
the Holocaust. What's the moral difference between a small baby in the womb and a grown Jew who was killed at Auschwitz? What's the moral difference? One is older.
Is a person.
Nigga, what? Hey, yo, this girl is standing on 10 right now. It's like, sweetheart, they're both people. They're both a person. It's like, here's the problem though. We're just killing, y'all killing defenseless kids. I'm gonna be real with you. Y'all are standing on the ground of killing defenseless kids. There you go. We're just gonna say what it is, guys. They want to kill defenseless kids.
What species is the baby in the womb?
It's a human, but it's
Therefore,
an
they should have
embryo.
human rights.
No,
They should have human rights.
I do not agree.
Oh, so small humans no human rights, grown humans
It's
human
not
rights.
a small human. It's an embryo.
That's the human.
You just said it was a
Bro, do I need to look now, guys? This is an embryo. This little guy right here is an embryo. You kind of see where it's a little small, got a little baby thing in there. Is like you could kind of see where the kid is forming from the sperm and out. Like, you feel me? You see where this kind of all works out here. So now I'm overly confused. This is where I'm overly confused. How you cannot consider this a life form is crazy to me. I just don't get it. I don't get it. But I don't know, man. Maybe they don't know what an actual fetus or an embryo looks like, because this is actually close to a fetus. I mean, this is actually close to an embryo. Like, you take it a little bit back, a little bit smaller, this would be considered an embryo. Wow.
Human species.
It's not a living human child.
Wait, it's not a what?
It's not a child.
But
it's not a living child.
It has a heartbeat. It has
That
brain
does not
waves.
make it a child.
Yo.
But
yes, it does. I mean, do I have a heartbeat? I mean, do I have brain waves? Like, shit, I do. So just because I'm out here, I can't be aborted. I'm like, yo, like I said, it don't make sense. Like, heartbeat, brain wave, but just in your stomach. That's a fucking human. That is a human being. I'm sorry if y'all want to admit that. It's okay, but that is a human being in your stomach. I'm sorry.
Tell me when it becomes.
Don't let the liberals dehumanize it.
The child then.
When it, I already told you when it is born.
Again, so under every other objective definition, you see, guys, how quickly the pro-abortion arguments fall apart with just the slightest questioning. And
Yeah.
but our position is
it's crazy how it falls apart with the slightest questioning, and they make these people look like complete lunatics. They make these people look like the worst type of people. Like, you're the most negative person. You don't have no care for human life. It's like, honestly, if you're pro-abortion, y'all might need to want to read the Bible, the Quran, a holy book, or something, because you are falling far away from God. Ain't no goddamn way you truly believe this and you're a person of God. Or this is why people who usually believe in this, I ain't gonna lie to you, man, they have no religious standing, no spiritual backing, nothing, because there's no way you're gonna sit there and tell me that, like, if you believe in sexual energy and the sexual energy creates life, I ain't gonna lie, you already believing that this kid was alive since the zygote. If you believe in spirituality wise, you believe that kid is born since the zygote. Christian wise, it's the same goddamn thing. Since the zygote, that kid is alive. But for some reason, since we've fallen so far away from God or the creator, there's people who now want to dehumanize a human, or I guess one of the stages of human life, as just a clump of cells. Due to science. I mean, this is what the scientists are doing and telling these women. And this is what they're running with. But when you put a religious or a spiritual backing on this, bro, there's no way you can exempt this.
It's one rooted not in feelings, not in personal autonomy, but one in biological consistency and reality. That your life had an agreed upon starting point, that starting point should be protected and preserved. And the excuses given for abortion is dehumanization. Oh, it's just an embryo. Guys, that's just using different language to justify the massacre of something smaller than you. That's all that it is.
Yep.
So here are the big objections. Size. It's smaller than me. Then I should be able to get rid of it. I'm 6'5". Should I be able to murder people smaller than me? Of course not. You don't believe that. Level of development. Oh, it's not as progressed as, this is your argument. It's not as progressed as we are. Therefore, we have rights over it. So my 10-month-old baby, why should I not be able to eliminate my 10-month-old baby?
Why?
I have another question for you. On the line of this, you will never be able to have an abortion, right? You will never be able to have an abortion. You will not, okay? That's a fact. Everyone knows
I mean, if it's my baby and a girl aborts my kid, I ain't gonna lie, man. Shit, man, that shit hurt me too. I ain't gonna lie.
Okay, I'm not debating that at all.
Make it quick. You can tell the audience is, yeah, but go. Yeah.
If I were to be pregnant right now and forced to have a baby, that would ruin my life.
This is an important question. Hold on.
Forced to have a baby that would ruin your life. Who's to say that? Who's to say this is gonna ruin your life? Oh, I gotta drop out of school and all this good stuff. I'm like, well, sweetheart, the baby didn't ruin your life. You ruined your life. The baby is just a product of your bad decisions. This doesn't make the baby a bad decision. It just makes you a bad decision maker. That's all. That's all. Like, hey, leave the kid out of this. Don't blame the goddamn kid for your bad decision. The fuck wrong with y'all? What? Oh, it's gonna destroy my life. No, woman, you destroyed your life already opening your legs to some dude that's not gonna take care of the kid. So at this point, you can't blame the kid. You're just a bad decision maker, and you should take responsibility. You want to why? Because it's gonna make you a better decision maker. When you're sitting there looking back at that kid, going like, "Damn, I gotta provide for it, do all this stuff, be a better person for this kid because I made bad decisions in the past." I mean, simple as that.
Hold on. Time out.
But like we don't allow people to like grow no more, like spiritually grow, mentally grow. Like we don't allow people to grow no more. And through the poisons in the food, we don't even allow them to physically grow either.
So rape and incest are less than 0.5% of all abortions.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking if I just happen to be pregnant.
Oh, you don't happen to get pregnant. It's not like getting COVID.
I know how
okay?
it works. I know how it works.
You don't get the flu.
I know.
How about
but
this?
say
You
I got
take responsibility for your orgasms and
What if
stop
that doesn't
eliminating
work?
people smaller than you.
So you're saying I should carry a baby and ruin my collegiate life?
How about this? Instead of saying ruin, first of all, babies are a blessing. Stop talking at them as if they're some sort of annoyance.
Bro, I swear to God, though, that should irritate me. It's like, stop talking about this kid as if it's a burden. That kid, bro, there are blessings. They are not burdens. You're gonna stop that thinking. I mean, and then, oh, well, I'm not put in the best situation. I'm like, sweetheart, bro. Yo, great grandma wasn't in the best situation, and you're here today. Okay. Like, bro, personally, the way my family background works, it would be almost disrespectful to have that type of view because I don't care what situation I'm in. Trust me, it wasn't as bad as the situation my mom had me in. It wasn't as bad a situation my grandma had my mom in. I'll be damned if I had that weak ass excuse of, oh, I don't know, it's the situation, because people before me done had me in a worse situation. People before done had my mom in a way worse situation. Who the fuck am I to complain about? Oh, the situation is not right. It might ruin my life. It ain't ruined theirs. I'm here.
I will have to drop out of college.
Number two, if you play certain games, you win certain prizes. If you're gonna go have sex,
So you're saying I should drop out of college to support my child and supporting my life?
I mean,
I'm saying if
that may not be the worst. I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. That might not have to happen. If you play it right and you got family members and you got friends who actually love you, then you may not have to do that. Like, hey, I'm gonna be real with you. I've taken care of a couple kids off the strength of, look, I'm just gonna be a real one. Ain't even my kid, but I'm gonna take care of it because you got to go to school, you got to go to work, you got to go out there and get it. I got you. I'm gonna help you out. There's the people like that, like me out there, that's willing to help you people out. Like, bro, don't ever think you can't lean on a friend or something.
If you're going to engage in coitus, in the practice of
Unless you're an ain't shit person who's pregnant, then sweetheart, you should have worked on your personal relationships then.
Children, you might end up with a baby. So know that. And guess what? You don't need to have sex before you get married. It's not like showering. It's not like eating.
Are you married?
Yeah.
Yes, with 2 beautiful children.
Wow, good for you.
I could tell you're not married.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
That is, see, it is why how she did try to get it. Are you married? Oh, I see why. Why I gotta go there? Why I gotta go there? Like that's an actual win or something. That's not a dub. That's not the dub y'all think it is. Especially in today's age. In today's age, trust me, a man not being married is not that, bad of a thing anymore. Especially the way the marriage laws work. I mean, if marriage was just something that was overly beneficial to us, I'd be looking at dudes too, like, bro, why aren't you married? But since it's not, I'm looking at dudes like, hey, man, hey, keep dodging that bullet, brother. Keep dodging that bullet. Women, we look at you while you not married because I'm like, bro, that's the best bet for y'all. Y'all get everything out of that shit. It's a great deal for y'all, a bad deal for us, great deal for y'all. Why aren't you married, sweetheart? Come on now, you tripping. All right, let's get to the next video. I think we're going to go ahead and run it back into social hour. All right, here and boom. Let's see. Which I want to go with. You know what? Let's go with this one. Let's go with the Fresh and Fit panel. I mean, weak as hell. It's actually kind of funny when she said it. Actually, you think about it. It's like we came out of our vagina, and then I guess he's saying guys spent all their lives trying to get back in it. Yeah, I guess. I mean, not really. If you're a man of, I guess, I don't know, substance, you're not trying to do that. Like, you see, look, you get up out the vagina and you're trying to build things in this world. You ain't too worried about getting right back into some vagina. Those are for the guys who ain't really doing too much with their life. They're worried about getting back into some vagina. every day of the week.
That's a profound
I'm
moment.
not saying I don't have my moments, but god damn it, not every day of the week. Shit, bro, I mean, sure. I do hate women that say that. Well, I just have to want to lose weight. Why don't you want to lose weight? Why are you so big? Oh, I know why. Because I ain't gonna lie, she looks like one of these girls that are built right being big. I ain't even gonna lie to you. She's one of them girls that's able to have ass and titties while being big, so it works out for her. But here's the thing: girls like her are the worst example for other women. Why? Because most women do not have ass and titties while being a fat ass. Yes, most women actually lose that. They lose shape and all that good stuff being a fat ass. Not all women can sit there and have the blessed genetics. Yes, congratulations. You are genetically blessed if you can sit there and be a fat ass and still have a shape. You are genetically blessed. I'll give you that. But you should still lose the weight. Waste the damn potential you are.
To eat. That's true.
Well, trust me, we know.
Huh?
Nothing. Sexy fish.
But she do look good, though. I ain't gonna lie, but she do look good now. I will not lie.
But you are not skinny either.
I actually am.
You know the worst part about that is that this boy Walter been saying he's gonna get this boy Walter been saying he's gonna get fit since the first year of Fresh and Fit, bro. This man, bro, it's like 4 or 5 years of Fresh and Fit. This man still ain't getting shaved. Boy, still look like he working on that double chin. Still look like he a bit pudgy. Still. That's why everybody laughing. Like nobody laugh when you call her fat because she look good. People gonna laugh when they call you fat because you don't.
I'm wearing a hoodie.
Show me.
No.
Yes.
Show me.
Come on. I want.
Take it off. Nah, I ain't gonna lie. She pulling my man's card right now. Take it off, bro. Come on, show the six pack. Show the work, bro. But I better not see a titty, bro. Because if I see a titty, man, I ain't gonna lie. She got you. G. She pulled your card. You know what though? The only arguments I would have to that is, yeah, no, that's true. If I actually do love a girl, if I'm like dating her, checking her out, I'm feeling her a little bit, I'm not gonna be quick to throw down on the rent, the light bill, whatever. I'm not paying no bills yet. I ain't gonna lie, I do actually gotta like love your dumb ass to actually throw out money to your dumb ass. I'm gonna be real with you. That's kind of how I work personally. It's like what there's girls who be thinking, oh, if you like me, you gonna spend money on me. Like, bitch, I don't even like you like that. I just want to fuck you. I don't like you like that. I don't gotta like you like that to want to smash, man. I ain't gonna lie. I think most guys in the chat can agree to what I just said. You know, Law. You know, that is wild. Money over men, huh? You know, it sounds like a good single mom mantra, low key. Like, if you're a single mom, I would go for that mantra of money over men because I ain't gonna lie, that's what you need to be on. But, you know, I honestly feel like men and women were meant to get money together, in my opinion. My opinion. But I honestly do feel like men earn money better when they are with a woman. And I do know this from experience. So, you know, that's my say. When you say money over men, I always do say it's best you just work together and we get the money together. Now, like I said, if you're a single mom, it better be money over men from now on.
Women have standards and they want certain things from men.
Chat.
And she said that she was
right.
No shade. It's just, you know, you gotta get to the money, man. You come on, look at the little one. Hey, need some diapers, needs a new fruit, needs a new fit. Come on now. Cooking with that one. It's like I do be saying the same thing. I'm like, yo, no, let me just make the whole point all together, bro. I remember back in the day when I was a kid, right? And I was you know, searching the very unnecessary parts of the internet. We'll just say it like that, right? Right. So when I was back doing that, I remember I used to see some beautiful girls in these adult entertainment videos back when I was a kid. And I sit there and I just be like, whoa. Why is she married? Wait, why did she go down this path? It don't make no sense. And then when I start seeing OnlyFans girls, I start thinking the same damn thing. I'm just like, hold on. No dude wanted to sweep you off your feet. No dude wanted to marry you. You got all this beauty in the world. You chose prostitute. I don't get it. But then once you actually dig into the history of some of these women, you uncover a whole bunch of sexual abuse and molestation. So, I mean, that plays a lot into a lot of these girls' stories. Believe me. They don't factor the number of women versus men, much less. Yeah, they really don't factor that. I'm gonna tell you this. Dossier, man, there's a lot of things they don't factor. But there is a fact. The fact of the matter is that there is enough women to go around for us, guys. This is why I always do feel like, guys, one, you should work on yourself, and then while working on yourself, realize that yes, there are more women than men. Yes, due to the way God set this up, shout out God, but due to the way the big dog done set this up, is every species must have more women so the species can be prolonged. For some reason, this is how God got it set up. You're always going to have more women in the species than male, because that's the only way the species is going to keep surviving. It's just the way the code of the universe is set up around, I guess, kids and reproduction. This is how it works. And due to that fact, that means each guy can have at least 2-3 women, and there'll still be women to go around. But if all the women were to marry each guy today, if all the guys would get shacked up, let's say we all wanted to be monogamous, we all just went and got the girl we wanted, boom, there'd be so many women just done. It'd be done for them. It's done. They get no man. Finito.
For 1%?
Yeah, man, what you put into the stats?
As Kevin Samuels said, like, what, buy a cat, die alone? It's like, no, that would literally be the situation. Like, there'd be no hope for you. So the fact that there is multiple dudes out here, there is guys who want to entertain multiple women, man, hey man, somebody got to entertain. Somebody can entertain these girls. Somebody got to. Not me, but somebody. If the black community ever falls on hard times, bro, we may need that. I mean, look, if our numbers are going down, we may need a couple dudes out here really chefing it up. And I'm talking about the real ones, the ones that could take care of multiple kids and make sure to get proper schooling and all that. Not the dirt bags out here in the hood that's creating kids with multiple women and ain't taking care of not one. Nah. So I'll be real with you, bro. It's like shit. If it ever comes down to that, if our numbers get down to about 11% of population, hey, yo, Tim, man, you might have to come in the clutch, bro. We might need you in the clutch.
Things that in his personality that I can't give up.
Sure, I need all my black men in the clutch. If we ever fall below between 10 to 11% of the population, bro, all black men are getting multiple wives. It's a wrap, bro. We can no longer lose no more number. Girl at the club. I mean, if you're smart, you're not really taking that exchange seriously. Like if I meet a girl at the club or the bar, I mean, most of the time she's already shown me the same energy I'm feeling at that situation. Like, all right, this is just something casual, you feel me? But if she's on my ass going like, oh, hit me up or this and that, you know what? I may entertain it just cause. Me, I reciprocate energy. You feel me? Hey, if you're laid back and non-communicative, hey, I'm the same way. All right, I reciprocate energy. So nobody could ever be mad. I don't think you could be mad is when you put too much energy in and you don't get the same energy out. And that's what makes you upset. You need to practice stoicism and learn how to not care about what you can't control, because you can't control whether that girl texts you or not. Can't control what she does. So it's best you don't really care about it. Like, man, stop being so sensitive.
No one else is going to tell you this, so I'm going to be the one to do it. You are allowed to leave your perfect husband, the kind of guy that all your friends and family love. They say you're so lucky to have found him. He checks all the boxes and he really cares about you. You're allowed to end that relationship.
Men are losing their mind over a recent video that I made explaining how you leaving a good guy doesn't make you a bad person. Your spouse doesn't have to be abusive in order for your feelings of wanting to leave to be valid. There are dozens of reasons why marriages fall apart, and a lot of them have nothing to do with somebody being a bad person. Here are some examples: financial problems, growing apart, communication issues, addiction, too much arguing.
Hey, yo, like I said, bro, it's the worst case scenario with these women. It's like they literally breed negativity into relationships, bro. Let me teach y'all something real quick, man. I'm about to teach y'all how to save y'all relationship real quick. Do not think negativity into your relationship. Do not speak negativity into a relationship. Do not think, is she cheating? Do not think that shit, bro, or it will happen. Whatever you think will happen. I promise you. Think of the relationship as a benefit to you. Think of it as something that's supposed to help you grow and bring you to prosperity. Because if you think of it as a burden, it will be a burden. If you think of this girl as somebody that's a cheater, I mean, bro, you could turn her into a cheater. It's gonna happen. Bro, if you think the worst in your relationship, then that's what your relationship will be. If you think the best of it, then it will be the best.
lack of emotional or physical intimacy. One spouse just isn't carrying their weight in the marriage. Maybe you married too young or for the wrong reasons. Opposing values or lack of shared interests. Or maybe you just live like platonic roommates. Those are all very common reasons for divorce. And it doesn't make you or your spouse a bad person.
Y'all, imagine being married, asking for a divorce for a specific reason, and then regretting that shit later. Okay, so there was this woman on TikTok.
All right. So let's go to this real quick because I'm a real one. Shout out to the I Got Standards Bro calculators. Kind of what the Fresh and Fit one had. But all right, Castro, I got you, big dog. We're going to go ahead and put my man Castro in that 35 or 32. Well, I'm going to be real with you. Let's put you in the 29 to 49 range or 48 range. All right, shout out my man Cash. We about to just go ahead and run you through there. We're going to say you're mixed. So, yeah, any color, any shade. Minimum height, let's say, yep, my man said about 5'10". Shout out to being entry level tall. And I'm weak, right on 80K. All right, then let's see. Let's find out where my man's at. Let's see here. Popularity is 13%. Statistics. According to statistical data, the probability of a guy of the U.S. male population ages 28 to 48 with 80K, it's about 13%, 13.1% of the population. Goddamn. Oh, he's shooting. Good night, fire. So that's reasonable. That's reasonable. It's down to earth. It's somewhat down to earth. Somewhat. 13%. I mean, shit. That's still a tough find, but hey, it's better than 1.6. That girl said 120K. All right, let's go.
Asking for a divorce for a specific reason and then regretting that shit later. Okay, so there was this woman on TikTok who made a video about her friend. So her and her friend went out recently, and her friend was married for 11 years to a man that she thought they were going to be together forever and ever and ever because they were just a super cute couple. They had a really good dynamic, and they got along really well and never had crazy issues, right? So but she's not divorced and has been divorced for 3 years. And so she asks her why did you end up, getting divorced? And she said, well, I am the one who asked for the divorce because I got bored. She said
Bro, I really do want to ask these women, bro, what do you mean by bored? I just want to know. All right, just be honest. Just say that you wanted to cheat, bro. Just say that you wanted to cheat. Say that, you know what, man, I was looking at other dudes and I'm feeling attraction to other guys. Because that's what they really mean by bored. But, bro, bro, what could he have done? That's what I want to know. Okay, you got bored of him. Great. Well, what could he have done? Because that's the crazy thing they never want to tell dudes. And honestly, it's up to you to figure out, big dog. I ain't even going to lie. These women ain't too good at communicating. They should be, but most of them are not. So, I would always like to say this. It's bro, what could a bro have done? Could he have worked out? I don't know, try to make more money? What could have done to not make this woman bored? And I ain't gonna lie, I'm speaking to my married men. It's I know this is kind of a slight. Hopefully it's not. I don't even want to speak that into existence. But I know this you may feel like this is outside your realm of possibilities, and you should stay believing that. You should stay believing this outside the realm of your possibilities. You don't want to think this into existence. But bro, how would y'all even avoid this if your girl just says I'm bored? It's bitch, bored of what? What else you want me to do? When you start doing backflips through a fucking fire hula hoop? What?
Oh no. That's why people end up on the news.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying in this particular circumstance.
Yeah.
I could understand if I seen it on the news in the morning, I wouldn't be surprised. Is what I'm saying here.
Me neither.
Imagine you go to work for 11 years, and that's just the time you married. I'm sure there was a courting phase where they were dating, engaged, all these different types of phases. You've been going to work every day for 11 years to provide a life for this woman where she can stay home and be with the kids. And in my opinion, that's a privilege. She can stay home and be with the kids. You've been worried about what you're going to do for the kids when they got to go back to school. You done built up this 401k. All the different worries that come with being a man that provides for his household. And this woman says that she's going to leave and take half of everything you work for and sail off into the sunset because she's bored.
Off boredom, though. Off boredom.
I'm not saying it should be that way, but if men were as violent as the media tries to make us out to be,
Boy.
you'd see a lot more people on the news because of stuff like this. There'd be a lot more of these types of stories on the news. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Because I could understand how that'd make you start walking around your house dumping gasoline out. That's all I'm saying.
Relationship got
It's like, God damn, bro, don't work so hard to work on himself, do all this stuff. She's sitting around like you're bored. Like, bitch, go do something then with your life. Why the hell is you depending on your man's entertainment? Why the hell does your man have to be your like lifetime entertainment? What do you mean? Go out there, like, I don't know, hike, pick up some new hobby, get your man involved or something. But don't just sit there around the house like about I'm bored and it's your fault and you're boring. It's like, what? Man, come on, man. Take some responsibility here.
really boring. She was a stay-at-home mom. All he did was work, and they were well off. So this guy is putting in a lot of hours and a lot of work time so that way they can live the comfortable life they were living. Okay, he paying all the bills. So she said she got bored always being home, taking care of the kids and not really having them time or doing like spontaneous fun stuff. Well, she would tell him about it and he would try to take her out and try to do stuff, but it just felt like it wasn't enough and it wasn't the same for her.
Because she wanted the lavish lifestyle. Like she wanted to live lavishly too quickly. I'm pretty sure my man was building up to it, but that's the problem with some of y'all women, man. Y'all just can't sit down for the long run. It's like, I'm pretty sure as soon as she divorced that man came up. That boy came up, man. He got the money now. He can afford to go on all the lavish dates and all that good stuff. All the lavish dates that she wanted. And she'd have got it. If she'd have just stuck around, man.
You stupid.
Yeah, for that, you stupid. For that,
For her, that, you know, like it used to be when you're in a fresh.
I'm telling y'all right now, this is FOMO. She's dealing with major FOMO. She feels like she wants to feel young again. And this comes from social media, by the way. And this is why I be saying that what porn does to men is what social media does to women in terms of your expectations of who you're going to be with. There are a lot of guys that I've seen in relationships with good women, and they want to challenge these women to do certain things because they've been watching these movies, these adult movies. And they think that a good woman is going to do the same things that these girls are going to do in these adult movies, and it's not reality. That's what social media does to the female brain. Women get on these sites, and I'm telling you guys, if you're in a relationship,
I thought I heard some wild stuff. Did she say she was looking at that? Hold on, man.
Expectations of who you're going to. This is FOMO. She's dealing with major FOMO. She feels like she wants to feel young again. And this comes from social media, by the way. And this is why I be saying that what porn does to men is what social media does to women in terms of your expectations of who you're going to be with. There are a lot of guys that I've seen in relationships with good women, and they want to challenge these women to do certain things because they've been watching these movies, these adult movies. And they think that a good woman is going to do the same things that these girls are going to do in these adult movies, and it's not reality. That's what social media does to the female brain. Women get on these sites, and I'm telling you guys, if you're in a relationship, if you're in a marriage or you dating somebody, whatever it may be, everything out in the media tells your woman to sacrifice the family for the sake of her own happiness. It's in the music, it's in the movies, it's on Instagram, it's on TikTok, and almost all the women are cheering each other on to do these types of things to their own families. And it's just FOMO. She on Instagram watching people's highlights, not watching the full game, assuming that she's missing out on something. Because from my understanding, it's a privilege to be a stay-at-home wife.
Yeah.
That's just my understanding.
That's what I'm saying. Is either she's online watching people, you know, husband and wives go out and do these lavish vacation with their kids, and y'all not there yet. Sweetheart, if you work a little bit harder, you know, get the kids up tight, you know, make sure everything works out and help your man build whatever he's doing, y'all will get there. But when you sit there complaining about what you don't got, you'll never get there. You'll always be in lack because that's all you think about is of the things that you are in lack of. Like what? Sometimes I gotta think about the end process. Just think about if you stick there long enough for your man and he finally gets his hustle off. Think about that. All right, think about the end goal, man. Stop thinking about where you're at right now. It's like you're gonna make yourself miserable thinking about where you're at right now. If it's all about being happy in that moment, I promise you. It's like if you think that it's a very childish perspective to think that you're gonna go through motherhood or parenting and just be happy the whole way through. It's like you're being childish.
From my understanding, boring, if you flip the word and you're more positive about your lifestyle, just means peaceful. And at a certain age, you would assume that people would start to take peace over excitement, which is really just no stability. And I'm telling you right now, FOMO has ruined a lot of marriages.
Dumb bitch, it's been 11 years. Spice it up. You do something. Anyway, so she asked for a divorce. He gave it to her. and she's been dating for these past 3 years. And so she asks her, how's it been? How's the dating life been? Okay. And she tells her, honestly, it's been trash. It was fun at first, but now it's
of course
not fun because I'm looking for something serious now, and no guys want to take shit serious. All they want to do is have fun, right? Club, bar, let's go out, let's do this, let's travel, let's do that. It's always go, 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 go. And that is what she wanted in the beginning, but that's not what she wants now.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. It's like apparently you were, and this is a lot of women. I ain't gonna lie, but you are not mature enough for your man. Like, yeah, lady. I mean, a lot of you women need to understand you are not mature enough for your man. Like your maturity level is way up here. Some of y'all women is right down here. I mean, spirituality and everything. Like some of y'all are just not there yet to y'all man. If y'all have stuck around, you'd have met that level. Because his man was out there working hard doing what he was supposed to do, but she was over here not doing what she's supposed to do, fantasizing about the next family, fantasizing about the next man, the next family's lifestyle, and why don't she have it? I'm like, maybe if you would have spent less time fantasizing and actually working, y'all could get to that.
Well, no. Keep that same energy.
I'm sorry, less time fantasizing, more time working, they could have got to that.
Yeah, keep that same energy now. You was looking for fun. Now you met a lot of guys that want to have endless amounts of fun since y'all want to be kids forever. Go have fun. Keep doing it. You've already separated your children from their father. You split up your family in the pursuit of your own happiness. And I've heard this saying I've said many times. Men will sacrifice their happiness for their family. Women will sacrifice their family for their happiness.
Bruh.
And stuff like this. And when you look at the statistics, it just seems to be true. There's this feminist propaganda that goes around that says women shouldn't depend on their men because the man is just going to abuse them and then leave them bare financially. So they should go out and get their own jobs, which to me sounds very capitalistic if you ask me. And the feminists are supposed to be trying to destroy the patriarchy, tell the women to go get the job instead of being at home with their family. It seems to be going with the patriarchy, but that's whatever. There are a lot. There's a
they claim to be socialist, but they tell everybody to be a capitalist. It's funny.
Fear-mongering tactic that's going around that says you need to have your own job or your own income because a man will leave you with nothing once you get successful. Statistically speaking, that's just not true. It's the women that are getting the divorces at a 69% rate. And then people act surprised when men don't want to get married anymore. She just divorced her family and separated her family, and she gets to ride off into the sunset with 50% of what he makes or made.
Wild.
Because she was bored. That should be illegal.
3 years
in any
later,
sane
right?
society, that
so
would
now
be
she's
illegal.
like, I want to get serious with someone, and I want someone to help me with my kids and help me. And I don't fucking know. She wanted to be a stay-at-home mom again. Okay, what she wanted was her old life she chose to give up for some fun, temporary fun at that.
Yep.
Right. So she left this good-ass man for bullshit just to regret it, and he has been now in a relationship for 2 years of the 3 years they've been divorced. So a year he took to himself, then he found someone, and he's been with that person for 2 years. She is now
moved a year to himself, stacked his bread up, and he back. It's like, bro, like girls, that's usually how it happens for us guys. So it's best just stay down until it happens. Or if you're dealing with a knucklehead, then I mean, get up through. I ain't even gonna blame you on that one. I can't even blame you.
Moved in. She is now living the life that this woman once was living,
and that's what it always is.
Yep.
That's what it always is. These girls will go onto these social media platforms where there's a bunch of miserable women who've been drinking from 20 to 45. They're about to be 45 years old. They're still drinking and partying, and you think that that's fun?
Bro,
so with these girls,
like dog, I know women that I've messed with on and off for like only 2-3 years, and they're still doing the same shit. Still doing the same goddamn shit. And it don't make sense. Like, it'd be like, yo, you're still drinking, you're still going out to the club, like going out to the bars and all that. Like, sweetheart, we're in our late 20s. What are you doing? Like, trust me, I know that. I know exactly what she's talking about or what he's talking about. It'd be people doing the same exact shit and don't go nowhere in life. And here's the thing, though, we hang out with them and expect to go somewhere ourselves. Or we expect to progress, but instead we're walking ourselves back. I mean, trust me, your company around you is very, very crucial. Very crucial to your success in life. Your company. Man, look, if you ain't got no good company, then don't have no company. It's better you have no company than bad company.
Girls will do, they'll be on social media miserable.
I'd rather go to the bar by myself, the club by myself, than with a bunch of dumbasses.
They'll coach these women that are in their marriages to crash out and ruin their spot. And these are the same type of women that are trying to fill in their positions the moment they cash out.
Woo.
The moment they convince these women to leave their husbands, the same women that they've been listening to online, or the same type of woman they've been listening to online, is the one that's next in line to try to get the man. And I'm not saying it's that way in this example, but I'm saying in general. That's what it is. Misery loves company. When you show up to class late, it feel a little better when somebody come in late with you. When you show up to the work meeting late, it feel a little better when somebody show up late with you, because misery loves company. That's just a sad part of human nature we got to admit sometimes. It did, you know what I'm saying? And that's what a lot of it is on social media. The blind lead.
Like, I remember I've had to tell so many people in life, like, bro, your friends want you miserable. And because they want you miserable, that's why they always want to be around you, because they want to keep you miserable. I mean, there's people in life that actually, every time they separate from themselves, they move up in life and they do not get it. They just don't get it. And that's perfectly fine. You know, you live and you learn. But there's some people who continuously hang out with the wrong crowd and wonder why they are stagnant. And it be that reason. I'm telling you, it be the crowd. It is the crowd. I know it's your best friend. Y'all was cool since first grade and all this fantastic stuff, but this man is a bad example and he's leading you in the wrong direction. You got to get away.
In the blind. And these women will listen to these other women as if they're missing out on something in life, and then they'll end up in a worse situation.
Herself has 2 kids, so he's helping her with her kids and his kids, and she's kind of like offended by that. Shorty, you gave him up. He got every right to be happy. And he was a good one, because somebody cuffed him up real fucking quick and knew how to keep him.
Of course.
So all I gotta say is, if you got a good man, keep him. Keep him. Be bored, bitch. Figure it out.
And this is exactly why there are a lot of men that don't want to get married anymore. You could be doing everything right.
You doing everything. Yep, that's the problem. I would just say, man, it's like the husbands are the new suckers. That's sad. It is sad to say when like husbands became suckers, when husband used to be the men that, I mean, we look up to. Like, you're doing the right thing. You got yourself your woman, your wife, your house. You're providing. You got the kids and all that good stuff. Like, when most guys started out our lives as kids, bro, we imagined being husbands. It's only until we got closer and closer to that age where we start seeing that, God damn it, man, this whole husband thing ain't it. Or you're seeing the husbands in your life that you've seen as a young man. You're just like, yo, why is all them getting like played out? Why is all them getting divorced and broken up with for no damn reason? When you see stuff like that, it's kind of just like, it leaves us jaded. And I don't even blame men these days. I just say, look, guys, at this point, we are vindicated in our stance against marriage. It's cool. We don't even got to argue with women no more. At this point, we say nothing and we let them prove it to us. Say nothing and let them prove it. All right, if marriage is so good, y'all need to start acting better. Y'all need to start selling it to us again. Because at this point, y'all telling us we should just want a bad product and be happy about it because you're in it. No, guys. We can withhold this marriage thing and wait till they're able to give us a good product again. Until then, until they fix the product, we shouldn't partake in it. And you should be okay with that. Bro, most girls, well, I hate that lie because I'm like, all right, if you trust me, if you could, you would. If you could, you would. I never heard a man say that, oh, I can go get a wife if I want to. Nah, niggas can be like, I can go get some pussy if I want to. I can go get sex if I want to. But I ain't never heard a dude just sit there and say, I can go get a wife if I want to, because we know that shit hard to find. So it's crazy how women will disrespect the husband as if that nigga ain't hard to find or that guy is not hard to find. We have a hard time finding a wife. Trust me, it's the same thing on y'all side. Y'all gonna have a hard time finding a husband because most of the guys who's talking about being your husband, trust me, they just trying to hit. I know, sadly, I know guys are that devious, but we can't. No, I wouldn't. Really? You think so? See, it's easier for a girl to find a partner. Dog, a sexual I said a husband. A sexual partner, a girl can find way easier than a man can. I mean, a partner on a date, of course, but a husband, a man to sit there and fuck you, that's easy. But a man to sit there and dedicate his life to you under the house of God, I mean, God damn it, man, that's a tough sell. Like a lot of guys will, you could drag a guy to the bed, but you can't drag a guy to that church. Shoot, most guys will not be dragged into that church, but dragged into the bed. I mean, shit, go ahead. I'll go for all that. But true, dragging me to the courthouse, then the church. I mean, yeah, no, thank you. Models and all that good stuff. So, female company, these guys are not in lack. So I always do think it is a sellout when women want to say, "Oh, well, they're perpetually single and all that." And y'all guys are just single, and I'm like, trust me, I do well. But it is a cop out. I would always just say, look, don't try to attack us in our what a single life we may or may not live. I would say just attack the argument. If you could beat the argument, then you
Okay.
could probably get a guy to.
Do you remember how we even got here?
Probably. Most likely not, but I mean, if you attack the argument, then instead of attacking a guy's lifestyle, a guy's more likely to respect what you're saying. You feel me? Great.
I don't.
Okay.
We asked you 2 hands or 1.
Do you even
You
care?
still didn't answer.
He's cooking, bro. He's cooking. And this is what I kind of wanted to get to was the fact that yes, y'all women will sit there and say, oh, they can get partners all day, but that ain't the guy you truly want. No, he's not him. He's not the guy that you want to sit there. You want to meet this parent, you want to meet that, you want to go here, you want to do there, you want to pull up to his crib unannounced and all this wild stuff. It's like he's not that guy. So chill out. Stop acting like you're dating the guy that you've always wanted to be with. You know, you ain't. Or you're getting the attraction from the guys that you want because you know you're not. Because if you did, you'd have been off the market by now. Say that. I mean, like, bruh, what? I swear to God, you don't ever see guys being this dishonest. This dishonest. I mean, shoot, the right good girl showing the good enough attention, your boy might just be off the market. And see, I always do say I like to try to dislude women of their hatred of Myron because it's just like, I don't know. I think y'all best to attack the points. I feel like Myron just kind of cooking y'all right now because when y'all kind of mentioned, oh, he's not attracted to women. I mean, he has a girlfriend, a Hispanic girlfriend, a very fine Hispanic girlfriend. I mean, if I show his girlfriend right here, right now, a lot of y'all women would sit there and look feeling uncomfortable. Not saying that y'all are insecure or anything, but I mean, hey, he has a bad girlfriend. Can't call him gay, so let's just attack the argument. Like I said, it's my hobby to sit here and be like, all right, women, I know you hate the guy, but try to refute his points without calling him gay, without saying that he hates women, and without calling us dumb for listening. Because then after that, you sound like liberal. I mean, you sound like the liberals. And I know most of the girls who watch my stuff is conservative women or lean more towards the right. And y'all sound more like liberals when y'all just want to attack somebody's, you know, lifestyle, character, and all that without attacking the arguments. And then look, if you have a great attack on your arguments, trust me, I'm all for it. Reacts, I ain't gonna lie, she isn't that bad. Bro, she's 29, dog. She's 29 looking like this. I was like, bro, when he said 29, I'm like, bro, you're lying. Like, she gotta be 30 something. Like, ain't no way. But he's not attractive. I'm like, come on now. I'm like, I can't call that. I'm not gay. But you know what? You know, I'm gonna give that to you. I'm gonna give that to you, women. Y'all got it. If you ain't attractive, I'm gonna let y'all got that. I have nothing to say. When y'all start bringing up other dudes' looks, I'm just like, you know what? I just said he had a bad Latina girlfriend, and y'all want to bring up his looks as if it matters. As if it matters. What?
Obviously.
But most men, I ain't gonna lie, we're not really too worried about our looks. We're worried about more about our competence, our skills. Not really too much worried about looks. Like, as long as we're just not butt ugly, we really don't care. We could be average and be okay. Who says I don't go outside? Like, where do you get the idea that, well, we don't go outside? I just told you, met women at the bar, the club, and all this good stuff. I'm bringing you my experience from outside. Now, at this point, I'd have to ask you, because I don't think you women go outside if you cannot honestly assess what's going on with this new generation of women. Now, it sounds like you're more in your older ages, because if you're telling us to go outside, women, I mean, baby girl, these women are outside. Maybe you ain't forget, but these are the women who are outside. These are women. These aren't the girls just chilling on a dating app calling, or these aren't the girls inside kicking it. No, these girls are outside at the club, at the bar. These are the girls you're most likely going to meet when you go out to those sus places. Now, if you talk, oh, why don't you go to a library and all that? I mean, come on, then you're just being childish. Because when you're going out for fun, I'm be real with you, ma'am, these are the women that you are seeing. These are the women that are outside.
You don't have
now. He's like, that's a mistake men make by thinking that women don't want to be with attractive men. Money isn't the only requirement. But, well, yeah, we know that. I mean, like, come on now. You could still be a rich sucker. You could still be a sucker and rich, a simp and rich, a weak ass dude and rich. It's like, of course, we know that. We know there's different things to it. We're not hardlining on money, okay? I don't know why y'all hardline on money, because we don't. Us guys will sit there and say, look, man, we need to have the body right, your mind right, and then get your pockets right and all that good stuff. All that comes with it. It's like the new message of men is to become the full package. That is the new message to men. So we already understand that it can't just be money. We can't write off on just looks. We understand that. I don't think you girls understand that. We know that now. Or know it, maybe y'all might be still dealing with the pretty boy types or those fat boy drug dealer types. You feel me? It's like, I don't know what you're dealing with on day to day, but usually I always say that how women come to me with their talking points about guys usually lets me know what type of guys are. Here's the thing though, if you had that, then why aren't you married to it? And no, here's the thing though, she don't really have that. I mean, women who want to see fake options like this, look, I'm not hating. I'm gonna tell you this how I know I'm not hating, bro. Women, you're really gonna tell me you're gonna have a 6-figure dude in the background that you think's attractive, that pushes all the buttons. You're just gonna leave him single? You're just gonna leave him out there as an open option, bro? Come on now, come on now, girls. Let's be real. Let's be real now. Come on. I wouldn't leave a fine your mom out there by herself, no kids, like a few bodies or no bodies. Would you think I'm gonna leave that girl out there? Come on now. We know a good thing when we see it. Let's quit playing. Let's quit playing now. Y'all be tripping sometimes, acting like y'all ain't gonna go. Look like a chocolate covered white man is hilarious.
Back.
Yeah, hey, Brandon. Bro's about to say, yeah, you're effable, but yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Like relationship wise, it's not manageable. All right, though, let's get to the next video. We're gonna keep social hour going. I think we got about a good 15 more.
So I went to a singles event, and when I got there, it was literally 90% women.
A singles event. That's like this is the point I was bringing up earlier. I'll be looking at some of y'all women crazy as hell, like, sweetheart, how are you this fine? How are you this fine and single? It don't make sense to me. It don't. Like, how? You must be crazy. Like, if I was to personally see this girl in public and I'm just like, I'm gonna talk, but I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be like, yo, how in the back of my head, I'm like, how is she single? How are you not married? I know niggas that die for a girl like you, but not me, but goddamn. So yeah, I'm already thinking like, yeah, there gotta be either. I mean, the beauty probably got to your head, or you got some lingering problems. Who knows?
And I was like,
I would hope and pray though. I would hope and pray that nothing wrong with her. I would hope and pray so because she looks so good. But there gotta be something wrong.
I'm gonna go now.
The jury is no longer out. I need to stop doing things for the plot. I am like the prime example of curiosity killed the cat, because the way I just always have to investigate things and see things for myself, it is slowly killing me. I walked into that event last night and I wanted to die.
So hold on. There was a whole singles event. A whole bunch of women pulled up. All these fine young ladies pulled up, and only like 10 dudes pulled up. Hey, that goes to show, girls. I'm gonna be real with you. Hey, us guys is active out here in these streets, baby. Man, we out here getting to it then. You tell, hey, I thought there'd be more. Hey, beautiful women like that showing up to a mixer and ain't that much dudes pulling up. That says a lot. That says a lot, girls. That says a lot. I mean, shit, I guess our guys ain't as crazy as y'all say we are, but y'all girls are.
It was so bad that I almost couldn't wait until today to update you guys. I was gonna like do a video last night as soon as I got home, but then I ended up passing out. And of course, a lot of things are all about the perspective, but I'm gonna tell you why for me, it was a big no. So for starters, when you walk in, you have to get a name tag. And that's fine. I guess that's a good thing. But also I was like, what if I don't want someone to know my name? I don't know. And then when I did walk in, I was like, okay, I was wrong. It's not just women here. But the men that were there were
sassy.
They were something.
Oh my
gosh. No. Oh, I know where that's going. Okay. Gay. The only men who showed up there was I guess the gay ones or the girls who brought their gay friend. Yeah, I'm just assuming that's the one. And like I said, she's also pretty as well. So it's just like all y'all pretty girls showed up and y'all all left without a dude. And man, I ain't gonna lie, you know, maybe I should act so high and mighty. I won't say high and mighty, but maybe get y'all head out your ass a little bit and then things will work out a little bit better. Like, shoot, you know, like guys, like we have to take our head out of our ass for things to get better.
Bro, who do you think you are? You're not the creme de la creme. What's wrong with the guys there? You at a singles event because you single too, and they're at a singles event because they're trying to pursue something they want, and that's a relationship. And you got something to say about the guys, but you ain't judging yourself. You think you the creme de la creme? You single too.
Ooh, that is true. It's like, yeah, y'all both in the think about it. A girl will be dogging a single dude and be like, wait, you're single too? Oh, do you have a girlfriend? No, but you don't have a boyfriend
Bruh.
either. So we're in the same boat, and you're making fun of me. And we're in the same boat. We're in the same boat here. Both single than a motherfucker, and you making fun of me. Okay.
If you attract all these good men or all these men that are better than the guys you see at the singles event, why you at the singles event? Like, this is crazy
Walked right back
already.
out immediately, and I should have. But I was still waiting on the two girls I was supposed to be meeting there to come, so I was trying not to like bail before they got there. So I tried to walk around by myself for a minute. Thankfully, like a lot of people there were there alone. It was everyone's first time doing it. So I found some cool girls who like invited me over to their table and I got to talk to them for a little bit. But like, even if you were sitting with girls, like guys would always come over and talk. That's the whole point. I get it. But I was just like, I'm kind of just here for the girlies, I think.
What are we talking about, bro?
No way.
And so these are the same ladies that will complain that men aren't masculine anymore. They don't come up to approach us anymore. You can't approach the woman at the gym.
Bro, man, you're the same girls talk about, oh, where are all the men at? And y'all dancing on each other everywhere in the club and in the bar. It's kind of just like, I mean, don't y'all kind of see where, I'll be real with you, man. Y'all gotten a little gay. It's like, it's a little gay over there on the female side. Like, come on, man.
Gay.
It's like, all y'all want to do is dance with each other, go sleep at each other's house, kick it with each other. It's kind of funny. The same thing you kind of pointed at us with our guy friends, we could pretty much say to you about your friends. It's actually kind of hilarious. Like, oh, so you spend all this time with your friend, you go out, do all this stuff with your female friend. I mean, shit, where's the man in your life?
You can't approach a woman at the job, or there's sexual harassment at the job. You can't even approach the ladies at the singles events. Women, y'all got to start shaming women like this. Y'all have to start making it okay. Shame women like this so y'all can start making it okay for guys to approach y'all again, because this is not going to work out.
Okay.
Guys, we don't even know the rules anymore.
We
And I'm
don't.
telling you right now, there's a lack of respect.
Actually, bro, the rules is whatever you said it to, big dog. The rules is you go out there and take every shot you can. That's the rule. They're like, don't get it twisted, guys. You can still go out there, talk to women, code approach, and just you rolling the dice every trip. You don't know what you're gonna get. But that should be the fun part of going out and talking to women. It was for me. You don't know what you were gonna get. You could get a bitch, you could get a sweetheart, or you can get a hoe. You never know what you're gonna get. That should be fun, right?
Respect of the game from the female side. Y'all don't understand how hard it is for a man to walk up to a table full of women that he don't know and strike up an interesting conversation. Ladies don't even respect the game no more. Y'all don't even understand how hard that is. Y'all so detached from it, and y'all just used to the luxury of it, to the point where you disrespecting a man for going out of his way and at least trying. Come on now, y'all. Like, this is all nonsense now. She had the singles event and she's mad that men are approaching her at the singles event. Go home then. That's like going to the pool and being mad because you got wet. That's like going to a quinceañera and getting mad because you seen a mustache. You had a quinceañera. You're going to see a mustache. That's like going to a bar mitzvah and being upset that you seen a small hat, bro. You're going to, come on, what are you talking about? These types of women need to be shamed. Y'all don't even got a respect for the game no more. Y'all don't even understand how much it takes to muster up the courage as a man to go to a table full of ladies you don't know, who you know just going to sit there and judge you and try to strike up a conversation. Y'all ain't got a respect for the game no more. That's where the disconnect come from. Y'all entitled to the attention, but y'all don't have an appreciation for what the man got to go through to be a part of that game. That's the issue.
And so whenever a guy would come, I'm like, this is ruining the vibes. Quite literally, the whole point in being there was to find like potential people to date. And to me, men being there, I was like, this is going to ruin the tour.
Huh?
Also, everyone was so short. Every single man there was like less than 5'10".
Hey, sweetheart, I guess it plays into the statistic that, well, the taller the man, the rarer he kind of is. Like, the harder it is to kind of find a guy. So it is wild. It is wild how they have a lack of appreciation for when they do find that guy. Like, bro, women will have a lack of appreciation for the guy that they do want. Or I guess they'll trick themselves into thinking that the guy that they do want, who I guess reaches all their maybe genetic features, like, he's tall, strong, whatever eyes, lips that you want the guy to have, he got him. You treat him like he's normal for some wild reason. Now, maybe it's I don't know. I like to think of it as maybe it's like a psychological thing. It's like you don't want to make yourself look like you're below him, so you kind of play him off like he nothing. And I ain't gonna lie, that ends up getting your ass left. But Hey, man, play whatever game you want.
Or 5'10" or less. I mean, I was taller than all of them, except one. There was one really, really tall man. None of them are attractive. No one, not one.
She thinks she's the creme de la creme, y'all.
That's what I was saying. I'm like, baby girl, who's to say that you were the most attractive one? Because last time I checked out, that light skinned honey was over there too. And I ain't gonna lie, if she was there, ain't nobody walking up to you. Ain't nobody walking up to your ass if that girl was out there. I'll tell you that. I know I wasn't going to. If you ask me, it was between that last girl and you. I'm gonna go for that one. And that ain't because I like light-skinned women over dark-skinned women. No, just ain't the cream of the crop of dark-skinned women.
She thinks that she's the creme de la creme. She has the ability to judge everybody else in the room, but she don't even understand that she in the same room they in. She thinks that she's better than all of them. Why? Because they not the height that she wants them to be?
Pretty much.
You're obviously lacking something too. You at a singles event. This just doesn't make any sense to me. And people wonder why guys don't go to singles events. It's mostly because women don't want guys that have to go to singles events.
Yeah.
Women like guys that other women want. Women like guys that can.
I mean, to be quite, I never went to a single event myself. I never seen the need to. Like, bro, if I wanted to have some fun, I mean, bro, go to a bar, kick it with some girls, and there you go. Go to the nice little club, and that's probably like, I mean, we got a lot of them. I live in the inner city in Columbus, so I got a lot of options. I live close to S.E.T. I got a lot of options of nightlife entertainment that I don't participate in because, well, I mean, you don't get shit done. I'll be real with you. So much nightlife entertainment, you won't get nothing done. It's damn near close to like Miami. Nowhere near close to Miami. I'll take that back. But let's just say this. There's enough to do here where you can just spend the whole night fucking off. All the way out to 6 a.m. Right now, around this time.
Attract other women. Maybe this guy maybe he not tall enough. Maybe he don't want to be on Tinder. Maybe he's focused in his life. Maybe he's just not socially adept to the point where he normally walks up to women to approach women. You don't know the issues these dudes could be having for why they might be at a singles event. You just assuming that you're better than them. Just because you a woman. Really is what it is. Because you're literally in the exact same place as them.
Was attractive. Not even like, oh, he could, no, not close. And this is probably one of the meanest things that you would ever hear me say, but there was a man there that looked like the kind of guy you should be afraid of if he was walking towards a school. I have to be vague about this because I don't want TikTok to like ban me. Like quite literally just, he had really long hair and he just kept on like pushing it to the side of his face. Like it was like 2008. And he's just like walking around with his black clothes on, like with his head down, just pushing his hair out of the way the whole time. Never talked to a woman ever. I'm like, why are you here? And I know some
because you like women, he's just awkward. You know, if it'd be like that, it'd be like, wait, hold on. How are you judging a dude? Whoa. You're the same one who says she ain't talked to nobody. You're judging a guy who ain't talked to nobody. Bruh. What you mean, man? That should have been the one you liked. What you mean? Y'all both doing the same damn thing.
People are shy, but it was just bizarre.
We should be asking you, why are you there?
Yeah, Loki. Come on.
Why are you there?
Eventually, the two girls that I was meeting got there. I liked them. One of them was super outgoing and like very fearless. So when eventually we did see that there was two men there, only two out of all the people that were not completely repulsive. But we're sitting at a table the entire time with the same girls. And I was like, oh, like, I feel like they're off the market. They're like taken, like they came together. And I was like, wait, that's not the point of this. It's supposed to be only single people. So that they're definitely single, but they're not talking to anyone else. So eventually one of the girls, I don't want to call her my friend yet, but she was just like, flagged one of the men down, brought him over. And then she was like, she wants to talk to you. And I was like, so then all three of us girls are holding a conversation with this one guy, which was awkward. It felt like I was on a freaking season of The Bachelor or something. I've never even watched the show, but it felt like we were all like gunning for the same guy, but we weren't.
And that's exactly why they did it. And that's exactly why they like it, is because they all in competition without even saying it. Yeah. And it's because this is the one guy that can attract other women.
Yep.
This is the guy that all the women want. That's why you're engaging in it in the first place. It's crazy.
Because eventually they found out.
I mean, what you mean? Women like competition. They say they don't want to do that. They say they don't want that guy, but they kind of do. They want a guy that all the girls also look at too, just like you want a girl that all the guys look at and hate on you for having. They hate on you for having your girl. Well, trust me, Girls want the same thing. They kind of want a guy that other girls hate on them for having. Girls, don't lie to yourselves.
Point in the conversation
Yeah,
to both bow out, and then I was just left there talking to this man, which was nice. But at the same time, I was like, I don't want to be here. So I talked to him for quite a few minutes. I got his number, okay? But I was like, I literally was so honest with him. Like towards the end of the conversation, I was just like, hey, I'm gonna leave. If you want to take my number, you can do that.
Sweetheart, I mean, you can't. I mean, come on now. Because in the same argument, if this was Kevin Samuels, be saying these older dudes done failed us. Oh, it's these old cats that be passing down this pimp game and all this good stuff. I mean, look, it come from a young man like myself. It come from an old man come from an older man. Y'all women still gonna have something to say. I mean, y'all proved that with Kevin Samuels. Yeah, I mean, you proved that with a lot more than just Kevin Samuels. There's other older guys who talk about this type of stuff that y'all don't even want to listen to then. So I kind of stopped caring about what y'all say about it. It's like, bro, I could be young man, older man saying the same damn thing. Y'all still gonna have something to say and pretty much try to discredit me off my age. As if I have not been out here for all these years. It's like, it's okay. It's okay. But the advice and mentorship, I mean, most of these older dudes are divorced. So, like I said, like, lady, you must have missed the point I was making earlier when I was talking about we've seen these older dudes grow through our growing up, and we've seen them completely fail in relationships, completely fail in marriage and all that. And because of that, some of them never bounce back in life. So when you say and take the older generation's mentorship and advice, I mean, we're looking at them and they ain't doing too well. It don't be looking like we should be taking their advice. And then the guys who are in a marriage are usually just like, I ain't gonna lie, they're suckers. They're simps. They're low-key pimped out by their wives. We don't got too much good examples and I'm talking about the black community specifically here. We don't got too many good examples. I'll be real. Of strong masculine men running a household. That's what we want. We don't want that imagine, that I'm be real, that beta male husband that you want. That's the vision that you want, where your husband does whatever you say and bends the knee and all that good stuff. We don't want that. That's the problem you girls don't understand. We don't want the vision of marriage that you want.
That I was like more blunt than I've ever been in my life. Would I go again? Because there's quite literally another one.
Please
There's
don't.
another one next week.
Please don't go to no more events.
If you're interested, I personally will never go again. But also, again, this is about perspective. I don't really want to be dating. I've come to that realization. I don't really have a strong interest in it right now. So that being in that kind of scenario was just not worth it in the least for me. These do happen like all over. You have to like check their app to see what cities they're in. But like if you are interested, I'm like very curious on if like other cities have maybe like better choices. But to me, it felt
I would not go to one of those. Like I said, it just doesn't really seem anything that you kind of gotta go to if you're working on yourself. Like really, you should be working on yourself to the point where you don't even have time for that. And then honestly, like you should just let it happen. Like don't force it. I always do say you can't force things with women or just women in general. Just don't force it. If it happens, bro. You should be busy enough to where it's not too much of a concern to you. Or you should be passionate about something outside of women to where it don't mean that much to you.
Like the dating app discards. And I was literally looking around like, these are the dating app discards. And then I was looking at like myself and I'm like, is the call coming from inside the house?
Yes, it is.
I am also the dating app discard.
Yes, you are.
So needless to say, I was humbled. Do not think I need to do it again. I would have much rather been hanging out with my toddlers and they are insane. Or like completely alone on my couch in a blanket burrito, binge eating snacks and watching Reba. Literally.
You have a 30-year-old woman with toddlers going to singles events and judging all the men at the singles events as they are dating app discards. But she's perfect. She's the good one though. And she's going to put dating on the back burner for even longer because she doesn't want to date right now. And she thinks that her options are going to be better or different when she goes into the dating market later on in life.
I mean, they usually do. They usually do.
Well, I tell Priscilla that if
Whoops. Actually, it's reaching about that time, guys. Hey, what I tell you? I was going to give you another 4 to 7. Yeah, I gave you about a good 7 hours, guys. I think we got to go ahead and call it a night. So, you know